transport all the molecules of its own body through the teleportation process without a single error. It can also deal with other things Frank wants to take with him, like his clothes. And bags full of money, Julie said. But why the bed railing? Hal asked. No reason for him to want to take that with him. To Frank, Bobby said, "You can't remember it now, but you clearly knew what was happening while you were caught up in that series of teleportations. You were trying to stop. You asked Hal to help you stop, and you seized the railing to stop yourself, to anchor yourself to the hospital room. You were concentrating on your grip on that railing. So when you went, you took it with you. As for the clothes getting scrambled the way they are, maybe your mind concentrates first on getting your body back together in the proper order because error-free physical recreation is crucial to your survival. But then sometimes you might not have the energy left to do as good a job on secondary things like clothes." "Well," Frank said, I can't remember prior to last week, but this is the first time anything like this has happened since then, even though I've apparently been traveling more nights than not. Then again, even if my clothes have come through okay, I seem to be getting more weary, weaker, and more confused day by day." He did not have to finish the thought because the worry in their eyes and faces made clear their understanding. If he was teleporting, and if it was a strenuous act that bled him of strength that could not be restored by rest, he was gradually going to get less meticulous about the reconstitution of his clothes and whatever other items he tried to carry with him. But, more important, he might begin to have difficulty reconstituting his body as well. He might return from one of his late-night rambles and find fragments of his sweater woven into the back of his hand, and the skin replaced by that cotton might turn up as a pale patch in the dark leather of his shoe. And the displaced leather from the shoe might appear as an integral part of his tongue, or as strands of alien cells twisted through his brain tissue. Fear, never far away and circling like a shark in the depths of Frank's mind, abruptly shot to the surface, called forth by the worry and pity that he saw in the faces of those on whom he was depending for salvation. He closed his eyes, but that was a rotten idea because he had a vision of his own face when he shut out theirs. His face as it might look after a disastrous reconstitution at the end of a future telekinetic journey. 8 or 9 misplaced teeth sprouting from his right eye socket. The evicted eye staring lidlessly from the middle of the cheek below. His nose smeared in hideous lumps of flesh and gristle across the side of his face. In the vision he opened his misshapen mouth, perhaps to scream, and within were 2 fingers and a portion of his hand, rooted where the tongue should have been. He opened his eyes as a low cry of terror and misery escaped him. He was shuddering. He couldn't stop.
Having freshened everyone's coffee, and at Bobby's suggestion having laced Frank's mug with bourbon in spite of the early hour, Hal went to the nook off the reception lounge to brew another pot. After Frank had been fortified with a few sips of the spiked coffee, Julie showed the photograph to him and watched his reaction carefully. "You recognize either of these people in this?" "No. No, they're strangers to me." "The man," Bobby said, "is George Ferris, the real George Ferris. We got the picture from his brother-in-law." Frank studied the photograph with renewed interest. "Maybe I knew him, and that's why I borrowed his name. But I can't recall ever seeing him before." "He's dead," Julie said, and thought that Frank's surprise was genuine. She explained how Ferris had died years ago, and then how his family had been slaughtered far more recently. She told him about James Roman, too, and how Roman's family died in a fire in November. With what appeared to be sincere dismay and confusion, Frank said, "Why all these deaths? Is it coincidence?" Julie leaned forward. "We think Mr. Blue killed them." "Who?" "Mr. Blue Light. The man you said pursued you that night in Anaheim. The man you think is hunting you for some reason. We believe he discovered you were traveling under the names Ferris and Roman, so he went to the addresses he got for them, and when he didn't find you there, he killed everyone, either while trying to squeeze information out of them or just for the hell of it." Frank looked stricken. His pale face grew even paler, as if it were an image doing a slow fade on a movie screen. The bleak look in his eyes intensified. "If I hadn't been using that fake ID, he never would have gone to those people. It's because of me they died." Feeling sorry for the guy, ashamed of the suspicion that had driven her to approach the issue in this matter, Julie said, "Don't let it eat you, Frank. Most likely the paper artist who forged your documents took the names at random from a list of recent deaths. If he'd used another approach, the Ferris and Roman families would never have come to Mr. Blue's attention. It's not your fault the forger used the quick and lazy method." Frank shook his head, tried to speak, could not. "You can't blame yourself," Hal said from the doorway, where he had evidently been standing long enough to have gotten a gist of the photo's importance. He seemed genuinely distressed to see Frank so anguished. Like Clint, Hal had been won over by Frank's gentle voice, self-effacing manner, and cherubic demeanor. Frank cleared his throat, and finally the words broke loose. No. It's on me. My God, all those people dead because of me." In Dakota and Dakota's computer center, Bobby and Frank sat in two spring-backed typist chairs with rubber wheels, and Bobby switched on one of the 3 state-of-the-art IBM PCs, each of which was outlinked to the world through its own modem and phone line. Though bright enough to work by, the overhead lights were soft and diffuse to prevent glare on the terminal screens, and the room's one window was covered with blackout drapes for the same reason. Like policemen in the Silicon Age, modern private detectives and security consultants relied on the computer to make their work easier and to compile a breadth and depth of information that could never be acquired by the old-fashioned gumshoe methods of Sam Spade and Philip Marlowe. Pounding the pavement, interviewing witnesses and potential suspects, and conducting surveillances were still aspects of their job, of course, but without the computer they would be as ineffective as a blacksmith trying to fix a flat tire with a hammer and anvil and other tools of his trade. As the 20th century progressed through its last decade, private investigators who were ignorant of the microchip revolution existed only in television dramas and the curiously dated world of most PI novels. Lee Chin, who had designed and now operated their electronic data-gathering system, would not arrive at the office until around 9 o'clock. Bobby did not want to wait nearly an hour to start putting the computer to work on Frank's case. He was not a primo hacker, as Lee was, but he knew all the hardware, had the ability to learn new software quickly when he needed to, and was almost as comfortable tracking down information in cyberspace as he was poring through files of age-yellowed newspapers. Using Lee's codebook, which he removed from a locked desk drawer, Bobby first entered a Social Security Administration data network that contained files to which broad public access was legal. Other files in the same system were restricted and supposedly inaccessible behind walls of security codes required by various right-to-privacy laws. From the open files, he inquired as to the number of men named Frank Pollard in the administration's records, and within seconds the response appeared on the screen, counting variations of Frank, such as Franklin and Frankie and Franco, plus names like Francis, for which Frank might be a diminutive. There were 609 Frank Pollards in possession of Social Security numbers. "Bobby," Frank said anxiously, "does that stuff on the screen make sense to you? Are those words real words? or jumbled letters, huh? Of course they're words. Not to me. They don't look like anything to me. Gibberish. Bobby picked up a copy of Byte magazine that was lying between two of the computers, opened it to an article, and said, "Read that." Frank accepted the magazine, stared at it, flipped ahead a couple of pages, then a couple more. His hands began to shake. The magazine rattled in his grip. "I can't. Jesus, I've lost that too. Yesterday I lost the ability to do math, and now I can't read anymore. I get more confused, foggy in the head, and I ache in every joint, every muscle. This teleporting's wearing me down, killing me. I'm falling apart, Bobby, mentally and physically, faster all the time." "It's going to be all right," Bobby said, though his confidence was largely feigned. He was pretty sure they would get to the bottom of this, would learn who Frank was and where he went at night and how and why. However, he could see that Frank was declining fast, and he would not have bet money that they'd find all of the answers while Frank was still alive, sane, and able to benefit from their discoveries. Nevertheless, he put his hand on Frank's shoulder and gave it a gentle, reassuring squeeze. "Hang in there, buddy. Everything's going to be okay. I really think it is. I really do." Frank took a deep breath and nodded. Turning to the display terminal again, feeling guilty about the lie he'd just told, Bobby said, "You remember how old you are, Frank?" "No." "You look about 32, 33. I feel older." Softly whistling Duke Ellington's Satin Doll, Bobby thought a moment, then asked the SSA computer to eliminate those Frank Pollards younger than 28 and older than 38. That left 72 of them. "Frank, do you think you've ever lived anywhere else, or are you a dyed-in-the-wool Californian?" "I don't know. Let's assume you're a son of the Sunshine State." He asked the SSA computer to whittle down the remaining Frank Pollards to those who applied for their Social Security numbers while living in California, 15. Then to those whose current addresses were on file in California, 6. The public access portion of the Social Security Administration's data network was forbidden by law to reveal Social Security numbers to casual researchers. Bobby referred to instructions in Li Chen's codebook and entered the restricted files through a complicated series of maneuvers that circumvented SSA security. He was unhappy about breaking the law, but it was a fact of high-tech life that you never got the maximum benefit from your data-gathering system if you played strictly by the rules. Computers were instruments of freedom, and governments were, to one degree or another, instruments of repression. The two could not always exist in harmony. He obtained the 6 numbers and addresses for the Frank Pollards living in California. "Now what?" Frank wondered. "Now," Bobby said, "I use these numbers and addresses to cross-reference with the California Department of Motor Vehicles, all of the armed forces, state police, major city police, and other government agencies to get descriptions of these 6 Frank Pollards. As we learn their height, weight, hair color, color of their eyes, race, we'll gradually eliminate them one by one. Better yet, if one of them is you, and if you've ever served in the military or been arrested for a crime, we might even be able to turn up a picture of you in one of those files and confirm your identity with a photo match." Sitting at the desk, cat-a-corner from each other, Julie and Hal removed the rubber bands from more than half of the packets of cash. They sorted through the $100 bills, trying to determine if some of them had consecutive serial numbers that might indicate they were stolen from a bank, savings and loan, or other institution. Suddenly, Hal looked up and said, "Why do those flute-like sounds and drafts precede Frank when he teleports himself?" "Who knows?" Julie said. "Maybe it's displaced air, following him down some tunnel in another dimension, from the place he left to the place he's going." "I was just thinking, if this Mr. Blue's real, and if he's searching for Frank, and if Frank heard those flutes and felt those gusts in the alleyway, then Mr. Blue is also able to teleport." "Yeah. So?" Frank's not unique. Whatever he is, there's another one like him. Maybe even more than one. Well, here's something else to think about, Julie said. If Mr. Blue can teleport himself, and if he finds out where Frank is, we won't be able to defend a hiding place from him. He'll be able to pop up among us. And what if he arrived with a submachine gun, spraying bullets as he materialized? After a moment of silence, Hal said, "You know, gardening has always seemed like a pleasant profession. You need a lawnmower, a weed whacker, and a few simple tools. There's not much overhead, and you hardly ever get shot at." Bobby followed Frank into the office, where Julie and Hal were examining the money. Putting a sheet of paper on the desk, he said, "Move over, Sherlock Holmes. The world now has a greater detective." Julie angled the page so she and Hal could read it together. It was a laser-printed copy of the information that Frank had filed with the California Department of Motor Vehicles when he had last applied for an extension of his driver's license. "The physical statistics match," she said. "Is your first name really Francis, and your middle name Ezekiel?" Frank nodded. "I didn't remember until I saw it, but it's me all right, Ezekiel." Tapping the printout, she said, "This address is El Encanto Heights. Does that ring a bell?" "No. I can't even tell you where El Encanto is." "Well, it's adjacent to Santa Barbara," Julie said. "So Bobby tells me, but I don't remember being there, except—" "What?" Frank went to the window and looked out toward the distant sea, above which the sky was now entirely blue. A few early gulls swooped in arcs so huge and smoothly described that their exuberance was thrilling to watch. Clearly, Frank was neither thrilled by the birds nor charmed by the view. Finally, still facing the window, he said, "I don't recall being in El Encanto Heights, except that every time I hear the name, my stomach sort of sinks. You know, like I'm on a roller coaster that's just taken a plunge. And when I try to think about El Encanto, strain to remember it, my heart pounds and my mouth goes dry, and it's a little harder to get my breath. So I think I must be repressing any memories I have of the place because, well, maybe because something happened to me there, something bad, something I'm too scared to remember." Bobby said, "His driver's license expired 7 years ago, and according to DMV records, he never tried to renew it. In fact, sometime this year, he'd have been weeded out of even their dead files, so we were lucky to find this before they expunged it." He laid 2 more printouts on the desk, "Move over, Holmes," and "Sam Spade." "What are these?" "Arrest reports. Frank was stopped for traffic violations, once in San Francisco, a little more than 6 years ago. The second time was on Highway 101 north of Ventura 5 years ago. He didn't have a valid driver's license either time, and because of odd behavior, was taken into custody." The photographs that were part of both arrest records showed a slightly younger, even pudgier man who was without a doubt their current client. Bobby pushed aside some of the money and sat on the edge of her desk. He escaped from jail both times, so they're looking for him, even after all these years, though probably not too hard, since he wasn't arrested for a major crime. Frank said, "I draw a blank on that, too." "Neither report indicates how he escaped," Bobby said, "but I suspect he didn't saw his way through the bars, or dig a tunnel, or whittle a gun out of a bar of soap, or use any of the long-accepted traditional methods of jailbreak. Oh, no, not our Frank." "He teleported," Hal guessed. "Vanished when no one was looking." "I'd bet on it," Bobby agreed. "And after that, he began to carry false ID good enough to satisfy any cop who pulled him over." Looking at the papers before her, Julie said, "Well, Frank, at least we know this is your real name, and we've nailed down a real address for you up there in Santa Barbara County, not just another motel room. We're beginning to make headway." Bobby said, "Move over, Holmes, Spade, and Miss Marple." Unable to embrace their optimism, Frank returned to the chair in which he'd been sitting earlier. Headway, but not enough and not fast enough. He leaned forward with his arms on his thighs, hands clasped between his spread knees, and stared morosely at the floor. Something unpleasant just occurred to me. What if I'm not only making mistakes with my clothes when I reconstitute myself? What if I've already begun to make mistakes with my own biology, too? Nothing major, nothing visible. Hundreds or thousands of tiny mistakes on a cellular level. That would explain why I feel so lousy, so tired and sore. And if my brain tissue isn't coming back together right, that would explain why I'm confused, fuzzy-headed, unable to read or do math. Julie looked at Hal, at Bobby, and knew that both men wanted to allay Frank's fear, but were unable to do so because the scenario that he had outlined was not only possible, but likely. Frank said the brass buckle looked perfectly normal, until Bobby touched it. Then it turned to dust. All night long, when sleep made Thomas's head empty, ugly dreams filled it. Dreams of eating small live things, dreams of drinking blood, dreams of being the bad thing. He finished sleeping all of a sudden, sitting up in bed, trying to scream, but unable to find any sounds for himself. For a while he sat there shaking, being afraid, breathing so hard and fast his chest ached. The sun was back. The night was gone away, and that made him feel better. Getting out of bed, he stepped into his slippers. His pajamas were cold with sweat. He shivered. He pulled on a robe. He went to the window, looked out and up, liking the blue sky very much. Leftover rain made the green lawn look soggy, the sidewalks darker than usual, and the dirt in the flower beds almost black, and in the puddles you could see the blue sky again, like a face in a mirror. He liked all of that, too, because the whole world looked clean and new after all the rain emptied out of the sky. He wondered if the bad thing was still far away or closer, but he didn't reach out to it because last night it tried to hold him, because it was so strong he almost couldn't get away from it, and because even when he did get away, it tried to follow him. He felt it hanging on, coming back across the night with him, and he'd shaken it off real quick-like, but maybe next time he wouldn't be so lucky, and maybe it would come all the way right into his room with him. Not just its mind, but the bad thing itself. He didn't understand how that could happen, but somehow he knew it might. And if the bad thing came to the home, being awake would be like being asleep with a nightmare filling up your head. Terrible things would happen, and there would be no hope. Turning away from the window, starting toward the closed door to the bathroom, Thomas glanced at Derek's bed and saw Derek dead. He was on his back. His face was bashed, bruised, swollen. His eyes were open big. You could see them shine in the light from the window and the low light from the lamp beside the bed. His mouth was open, too, like he was shouting, but all the sound was out of him, like air out of a popped balloon. And he would not have any more sound in him ever again, you could tell. Blood was let out of him, too, lots of it, and a pair of scissors was stuck in his belly, deep in, with not much more than the handles showing, the same scissors Thomas used to clip pictures from magazines for his poems. He felt a big twist of pain in his heart, like maybe somebody was sticking scissors in him, too, but it wasn't hurt pain so much as what he called feel pain, because it was losing Derek that he was feeling, not real hurt. It was as bad as real hurt, though, because Derek was his friend. He liked Derek. He was scared, too, because he somehow knew the bad thing had let the life out of Derek. The bad thing was here at the home. Then he realized this could happen just the way things sometimes happen in TV stories, with the cops coming and believing that Thomas killed Derek, blaming Thomas and everyone hating Thomas for what he'd done. But he hadn't done it, and all the while the bad thing was still loose to do more killing, maybe even doing to Julie what he'd done to Derek. The hurt, the fear for himself, the fear for Julie was too much. Thomas gripped the footboard of his own bed and closed his eyes and tried to get air into himself. It wouldn't come. His chest was tight. Then the air came in, and so did an ugly, nasty smell, which in a while he realized was the stink of Derek's blood, so he gagged and almost puked. He knew he had to get control of himself. The aides didn't like it when you lost control of yourself, so they gave you something for your own good. He'd never lost control before and didn't want to lose it now. He tried not to smell the blood, took long, deep breaths, made himself open his eyes to look at the dead body. He figured looking at it the second time wouldn't be as bad as the first. He knew it was going to be there this time, so it wouldn't be such a big surprise. The surprise was the body was gone. Thomas closed his eyes, put one hand to his face, looked again between spread fingers. The body still wasn't there. He started shaking, because what he thought first was that this was like some other TV stories he'd seen where nasty dead bodies were walking around like live bodies, rotting and getting wormy, with bones showing in places, killing people for no reason, and even sometimes eating them. He could never watch much of one of those stories. He sure didn't want to be in one. He was so scared he almost TV'd to Bobby. Dead people, look out, dead people hungry and mean and walking around, but stopped himself when he saw there wasn't blood on Derek's blankets and sheets. The bed wasn't rumpled either, neatly made. No walking dead person was quick enough to get out of bed, change sheets and blankets, make everything right just in a few seconds while Thomas's eyes were closed. Then he heard the shower pouring down on the floor of the stall in the bathroom, and he heard Derek singing soft, the way he always did when he washed himself. For just a moment in his head, Thomas had a picture of a dead person taking a shower, trying to be neat, but rotten chunks were falling off with the dirt, showing more bones, clogging the drain. Then he realized Derek was never really dead. Thomas hadn't really seen a body on the bed. What he'd seen was something else he'd learned from TV stories. He'd seen a vision, a sidekick vision. He was a sidekick. Derek hadn't been killed. What Thomas saw just for a moment was Derek being dead tomorrow, or some other day after tomorrow. It might be something that would happen no matter what Thomas did to stop it, or it might be something that would happen only if he let it happen, but at least it wasn't something that had already happened. He let go of the footboard and went to his work table. His legs were shaky. He was glad to sit down. He opened the top drawer of the cabinet that stood beside the table. He saw his scissors in there, where they should be, with his colored pencils and pens and paper clips and Scotch tape and stapler, and a half-eaten Hershey's bar in an open drawer, which shouldn't be in there because it would draw bugs. He took the candy out of the drawer and stuffed it in a pocket of his robe, reminding himself to put it in the refrigerator later. For a while, he stared at the scissors, listened to Derek sing in the shower, and thought how the scissors were jammed in Derek's belly, letting all the music and other sounds out of him forever, sending him to the bad place. Finally, he touched the black plastic handles. They felt all right. So he touched the metal blades. But that was bad. Real bad, as if leftover lightning from a storm was in the blades and jumped into him when he touched them, sizzling, cracking. White light flashed through him. He snatched his hand back. His fingers tingled. He closed the drawer and hurried back to the bed, where he sat with the covers pulled around his shoulders the way TV Indians wrapped themselves in blankets when they sat at TV campfires. The shower stopped. So did the singing. After a while, Derek came out of the bathroom, followed by a cloud of damp, soapy-smelling air. He was dressed for the day. His wet hair was combed back from his forehead. He was not a rotting dead person. He was all alive, every part of him, at least every part you could see, and no bones poked out anywhere. "Morning," Derek said, his words slurred and muffled by his crooked mouth and too big tongue. He smiled. "Good morning. You sleep good?" "Yeah," Thomas said. "Breakfast soon?" "Yeah." "Maybe sticky buns?" "Maybe." "I like sticky buns." "Derek?" "Huh?" "If I ever tell you—" Derek waited, smiling. Thomas thought out what he wanted to say, and then he continued, "If I ever tell you the bad thing's coming, and I tell you to run, don't just stand around like a dumb person. You just run." Derek stared at him, thinking about it, still smiling. Then after a while he said, "Sure, okay. Promise?" "Promise. But what's a bad thing?" "I don't really know for sure, but I'll feel when it's coming, I think, and tell you, and you'll run." "Where?" "Anywhere. Down the hall, find some aides. Stay with them." "Sure. You better wash. Breakfast soon. Maybe sticky buns." Thomas unwrapped himself from the blanket and got out of bed. He stepped into his slippers again and walked to the bathroom. Just as Thomas was opening the bathroom door, Derek said, "You mean that breakfast?" Thomas turned. "Huh? You mean a bad thing might come at breakfast?" "Might," Thomas said. "Could it be poached eggs?" "Huh?" "The bad thing. Could it be poached eggs? I don't like poached eggs. Oh, fry me, yuck. That'd be real bad, not good at all, like cereal and bananas and sticky buns." No, Thomas said. "The bad thing isn't poached eggs. It's a person, some funny, weird person. I'll feel it coming and tell you, and you'll run." Oh, sure, a person." Thomas went into the bathroom, closed the door. He didn't have much beard. He had an electric razor, but he only used it a couple of times a month, and today he didn't need it. He brushed his teeth, though, and he peed. He made the water start in the shower. Only then did he let himself laugh, because enough time had passed so Derek wouldn't even wonder if Thomas was laughing at him. Poached eggs. Though Thomas usually didn't like seeing himself, seeing how lumpy and wrong and dumb his face was, he peeked at the steam-streaked mirror. One time, long ago, past when he could remember, he'd been laughing when he'd happened to see himself in a mirror, and for once, surprise, he hadn't felt so bad about how he looked. When he laughed, he looked more like a normal person. Just pretending to laugh didn't make him look more normal. It had to be real laughing, and smiling didn't do it either, because a smile wasn't enough of a laugh to change his face. In fact, a smile could sometimes look so sad he couldn't stand seeing himself at all. Poached eggs. Thomas shook his head, and when his laughter finished, he turned from the mirror. To Derek, the worst bad thing he could think of was poached eggs and no sticky buns, which was very funny, ha-ha. You try to tell Derek about walking dead people and scissors sticking out of bellies and something that eats little live animals, and old Derek would look at you and smile and nod and not get it at all. For as long as he could remember, Thomas had wished he was a normal person, not dumb, and many times he thanked God for at least making him not as dumb as poor Derek. But now he half wished he was dumber, so he could get those ugly, nasty vision pictures out of his mind, so he could forget about Derek going to die and the bad thing coming and Julie being in danger. So he'd have nothing to worry about except poached eggs, which wouldn't be much of a worry at all, since he sort of liked poached eggs.
When Clint Karagiosis arrived at Dakota and Dakota shortly before 9 o'clock, Bobby took him by the shoulder, turned him around, and went back to the elevators with him. You drive and I'll fill you in on what's happened during the night. I know you've got other cases to attend to, but the Pollard thing's getting hotter by the minute. Where are we going? First, Palomar Labs. They called. Test results are ready. Only a few clouds remained in the sky, and they were all far off toward the mountains, moving away like the billowing sails of great galleons on an eastward journey. It was a quintessential Southern California day, blue, pleasantly warm, everything green and fresh, and rush-hour traffic so hideously snarled that it could transform an ordinary citizen into a foaming-at-the-mouth sociopath with a yearning to pull the trigger of a semi-automatic weapon. Clint avoided freeways, but even surface streets were clogged. By the time Bobby recounted everything that had transpired since they had seen each other yesterday afternoon, they were still 10 minutes from Palomar, in spite of the questions occasioned by Clint's amazement, subdued like all of his reactions, but amazement nonetheless, over the discovery that Frank was evidently able to teleport himself. Finally, Bobby changed the subject, because talking too much about psychic phenomena to a phlegmatic guy like Clint made him feel like an airhead, as if he had lost his grip on reality. While they inched along Bristol Avenue, he said, "I can remember when you could go anywhere in Orange County and never get caught in traffic. Not so long ago. I remember when you didn't have to sign a developer's waiting list to buy a house. Demand wasn't 5 times supply. Yeah. And I remember when orange groves were all over Orange County. Me too." Bobby sighed. "Well, hell, listen to me like an old geezer babbling about the good old days. Pretty soon I'll be talking about how nice it was when there were still dinosaurs around." "Dreams," Clint said. "Everyone's got a dream, and the one more people have than any other is the California dream. So they never stop coming, even though so many have come now that the dream isn't really quite attainable anymore. Not the original dream that started it all. Of course, maybe a dream should be unattainable, or at least at the outer limits of your reach. If it's too easy, it's meaningless." Bobby was surprised by the long burst of words from Clint, but more surprised to hear the man talking about something as intangible as dreams. "You're already a Californian, so what's your dream?" After a brief hesitation, Clint said, "That Felina will be able to hear someday. There are so many medical advancements these days, new discoveries and treatments and techniques all the time." As Clint turned left off Bristol onto the side street where Palomar Laboratories stood, Bobby decided that was a good dream, a damned fine dream, maybe even better than his and Julie's dream about buying time and getting a chance to bring Thomas out of Cielo Vista and into a remade family. They parked in the lot beside the huge concrete block building in which Palomar Laboratories was housed. As they were walking toward the front door, Clint said, "Oh, by the way, the receptionist here thinks I'm gay, which is fine with me." "What?" Clint went inside without saying more, and Bobby followed him to the reception window. An attractive blonde sat at the counter. "Hi, Lisa," Clint said. "Hi," she punctuated her response by cracking her chewing gum. "Dakota and Dakota." "I remember," she said. "Your stuff's ready. I'll get it." She glanced at Bobby and smiled, and he smiled too, though her expression seemed a little peculiar to him. When she returned with 2 large sealed manila envelopes, one labeled samples and the other analyses, Clint handed the second one to Bobby. They stepped to one side of the lounge away from the counter. Bobby tore open the envelope and skimmed the documents inside. "Cat's blood." "You serious?" "Yeah. When Frank woke up in that motel, he was covered with cat's blood." "I knew he was no killer," Bobby said. "The cat may have an opinion about that." The other stuff is?" "Well, a bunch of technical terms here, but what it comes down to is that it's what it looks like, black sand." Stepping back to the reception counter, Clint said, "Lisa, you remember we talked about a black sand beach in Hawaii?" "Kaimu," she said. It's a dynamite place. Yeah, Kaimu. Is it the only one? Black Sand Beach, you mean? No, there's Punaluu, which is a real sweet place, too. Those are on the Big Island. I guess there must be more on the other islands, because there's volcanoes all over the place, aren't there? Bobby joined them at the counter. What do volcanoes have to do with it? Lisa took her chewing gum out of her mouth and put it aside on a piece of paper. Well, the way I heard it, really hot lava flows into the sea, and when it meets the water, there are these huge explosions which throw off zillions and zillions of these really teeny tiny beads of black glass. And then over a long period of time, the waves rub all the beads together until they're ground down into sand. They have these beaches anywhere but Hawaii? Bobby wondered. She shrugged. Probably. Clint, is this fella your, friend? Yeah, Clint said. I mean, you know, your good friend? Yeah, Clint said without looking at Bobby. Lisa winked at Bobby. Listen, you make Clint take you to Kaimu, 'cause I'll tell you something. It's really terrific to go out on a black beach at night, make love under the stars, because it's soft for one thing, but mainly because black sand doesn't reflect moonlight like regular sand. It seems like you're floating in space, darkness all around. It really sharpens your senses, if you know what I mean. It sounds terrific, Clint said. Take care, Lisa. He headed for the door. As Bobby turned to follow Clint, Lisa said, You make him take you to Kaimu, you hear? You'll have a good time. Outside, Bobby said, Clint, you've got some explaining to do. Didn't you hear her? These little beads of black glass, that's not what I'm talking about. Hey, look at you, you're grinning. I don't think I've ever seen you grinning. I don't think I like you grinning.
By 9 o'clock, Li Chen had arrived at the offices, opened a bottle of orange-flavored seltzer, and settled in the computer room midst his beloved hardware, where Julie was waiting for him. He was 5'6", slender but wiry, with a warm brass complexion and jet-black hair that bristled in a modified punk style. He wore red tennis shoes and socks, baggy black cotton pants with a white belt, a black and charcoal gray shirt with a subtle leaf pattern, and a black jacket with narrow lapels and big shoulder pads. He was the most stylishly dressed employee at Dakota and Dakota, even compared to Cassie Hanley, their receptionist, who was an unashamed clothes horse. While Lee sat in front of his computer sipping seltzer, Julie filled him in on what had happened at the hospital and showed him the printouts of the information Bobby had acquired earlier that morning. Frank Pollard sat with them in the third chair, where Julie could keep an eye on him. Throughout their conversation, Lee exhibited no surprise at what he was being told, as if his computers had bestowed on him such enormous wisdom and foresight that nothing, not even a man capable of teleportation, could surprise him. Julie knew that Lee, as well as everyone else in the Dakota and Dakota family, would never leak a word of any client's business to anyone. But she didn't know how much of his super-cool demeanor was real and how much was a conscious image that he put on every morning with his ultra-voguish clothes. Though his unshakable nonchalance might be partly feigned, his talent for computers was unquestionably real. When Julie had finished her condensed version of recent events, Lee said, "Okay, what do you need from me now?" There was no doubt on either his part or hers that eventually he could provide whatever she required. She gave him a stenopad. Double rows of currency serial numbers filled the first 10 pages. Those are random samplings of the bills in each of the bags of cash we're holding for Frank. Now, can you find out if it's hot money, stolen, maybe an extortion or ransom payment? Lee quickly paged through the lists. No consecutive numbers. That makes it harder. Usually cops don't have a record of the serial numbers of stolen money unless it was brand new bills, which are still bound in packets consecutively numbered right off the press. Most of this cash is fairly well circulated. There's an outside chance it might still be from a ransom or extortion payoff, like you said. The cops would have taken down all the numbers before they let the victim make the drop, just in case the perp made a clean getaway. It looks bleak, but I'll try. What else? Julie said, an entire family in Garden Grove, last name Ferris, was murdered last year. Because of me, Frank said. Lee propped his elbows on the arms of his chair, leaned back and steepled his fingers. He looked like a wise Zen master who had been forced to don the clothes of an avant-garde artist after getting the wrong suitcase at the airport. No one really dies, Mr. Pollard. They just go on from here. Grief is good, but guilt is pointless. Though she knew too few computer fanatics to be certain, Julie suspected that not many found a way to combine the hard realities of science and technology with religion. But in fact, Lee had arrived at a belief in God through his work with computers and his interest in modern physics. He once explained to her why a profound understanding of the dimensionless space inside a computer network, combined with a modern physicist's view of the universe, led inevitably to faith in a creator. But she hadn't followed a thing he'd said. She gave Li Chen the dates and details of the Ferris and Roman murders. We think they were all killed by the same man. I haven't got a clue as to his real name, so I call him Mr. Blue. Considering the savagery of the murders, we suspect he's a serial killer with a long list of victims. If we're right, the murders have been so widely spread, or Mr. Blue has covered his tracks so well, that the press has never made connections between the crimes. Otherwise, Frank said, they'd have sensationalized it on the front pages, especially if this guy regularly bites his victims. But since most police agencies are computer-linked these days, Julie said, they might have made connections across jurisdictions, saw what the press didn't. There might be one or more quiet, ongoing investigations between local, state, and federal authorities. We need to know if any police in California or the FBI nationally are onto Mr. Blue, and we need to know anything they've learned about him, no matter how trivial. Lee smiled. In the middle of his brass-hued face, his teeth were like pegs of highly polished ivory. That means going past the public access files in their computers. I'll have to break their security, one agency after another, all the way into the FBI. Difficult? Very. But I'm not without experience. He pushed his jacket sleeves further up on his arms, flexed his fingers, and turned to the terminal keyboard, as if he were a concert pianist about to interpret Mozart. He hesitated and glanced sideways at Julie. I'll work into their systems indirectly to discourage tracebacks. I won't damage any data or breach national security, so I probably won't even be noticed. But if someone spots me snooping and puts a tracer on me that I don't see or can't shake, they might pull your PI license for this. Well, I'll sacrifice myself, take the blame. Bobby's license won't be pulled too, so the agency won't go down. How long will this take? 4, 5 hours, maybe more, maybe a lot more. Can somebody bring me lunch at noon? I'd rather eat here and not take a break. Sure. What would you like? Big Mac, double order of fries, vanilla shake. Julie grimaced. How come a high-tech guy like you never heard of cholesterol? Heard of it. Don't care. If we never really die, cholesterol can't kill me. It can only move me out of this life a little sooner.
Archer Van Corvair cracked open the Levallois blind and peered through the thick bulletproof glass in the front door of his Newport Beach shop. He squinted suspiciously at Bobby and Clint, though he knew and expected them. At last he unlocked the door and let them in. Van Corvair was about 55, but invested a lot of time and money in the maintenance of a youthful appearance. To thwart time, he had undergone dermabrasion, facelifts, and liposuction. To improve on nature, he'd had a nose job, cheek implants, and chin restructuring. He wore a toupee of such exquisite craftsmanship it would have passed for his own dyed black hair, except that he sabotaged the illusion by insisting on not merely a replacement, but a lush, unnatural pompadour. If he ever got into a swimming pool wearing that toupee, it would look like the conning tower of a submarine. After re-engaging both deadbolts, he turned to Bobby. I never do business in the morning. I only take afternoon appointments. We appreciate the exception you've made for us, Bobby said. Van Corvair sighed elaborately. Well, what is it? I have a stone I'd like you to appraise for me. He squinted, which wasn't appealing since his eyes were already as narrow as those of a ferret. Before his name change, 30 years ago, he'd been Jim Bob Spleener, and a friend would have told him that when he squinted suspiciously, he looked very much like a Spleener and not at all like a Van Corvair.
"An appraisal? That's all you want?"
He led them through the small but plush sales room. Hand-textured plaster ceiling, bleached suede walls, whitewashed oak floors, custom area carpet by Patterson, Flynn and Martin in shades of peach, pale blue, and sandstone, a modern white sofa flanked by pickled Finnish burlwood tables by Bow, 4 elegant rattan chairs encircling the round table with a glass top thick enough to survive a blow from a sledgehammer. One small merchandise display case stood off to the left. Van Corvair's business was conducted entirely by appointment. His jewelry was custom designed for the very rich and tasteless, people who would find it necessary to buy $100,000 necklaces to wear to a $1,000-a-plate charity dinner, and never grasp the irony. The back wall was mirrored, and Van Corvair watched himself with obvious pleasure all the way across the room. He hardly took his eyes off his reflection until he passed through the door into the workroom. Bobby wondered if the guy ever got so entranced by his image that he walked smack into it. He didn't like Jim Bob Van Corvair, but the narcissistic creep's knowledge of gems and jewelry was often useful. Years ago, when Dakota and Dakota Investigations was just Dakota Investigations, without the ampersand and the redundancy, better never put it that way around Julie, who would appreciate the clever wordplay but would make him eat the redundancy part, Bobby had helped Van Corvair recover a fortune in unmounted diamonds stolen by a lover. Old Jim Bob desperately wanted his gems, but didn't want the woman sent to prison, so he went to Bobby instead of to the police. That was the only soft spot Bobby had ever seen in Van Corvair. In the intervening years, the jeweler no doubt had grown a callous over it, too. Bobby fished one of the marble-sized red stones from his pocket. He saw the jeweler's eyes widen. With Clint standing to one side of him, with Bobby behind him and looking over his shoulder, Van Corvair sat on a high stool at a workbench and examined the rough-cut stone through a loop. Then he put it on the lighted glass table of a microscope and studied it with that more powerful instrument. "Well?" Bobby asked. The jeweler did not respond. He rose, elbowing them out of the way, and went to another stool farther along the workbench. There, he used one scale to weigh the stone, and another to determine if its specific gravity matched that of any known gems. Finally, he moved to a third stool that was positioned in front of a vise, and from a drawer he withdrew a ring box in which 3 large cut gems lay on a square of blue velvet. "Junk diamonds," he said. "They look nice to me," Bobby said.
"Too many flaws."
He selected one of those stones and fixed it in the vise with a couple of turns of the crank. Gripping the red beauty in a small pair of pliers, he used one of its sharper edges to attempt to score the polished facet of the diamond in the vise, pressing with considerable effort. Then he put the pliers and red gem aside, picked up another jeweler's loop, leaned forward, and studied the junk diamond.
"A faint scratch," he said. "Diamond cuts diamond."
He held the red stone between thumb and forefinger, staring at it with obvious fascination and greed.
"Where did you get this?"
"Can't tell you," Bobby said. "So it's, just a red diamond?"
"Just. The red diamond may be the rarest precious stone in the world. You must let me market it for you. I have clients who'd pay anything to have this as the center stone of a necklace or a pendant. It'll probably be too big for a ring even after final cut. It's huge."
"What's it worth?" Clint asked.
"Impossible to say until it's finished cut. Millions, certainly."
"Millions?" Bobby said doubtfully. "It's big, but not that big." Van Corvair finally tore his gaze from the stone and looked up at Bobby.
Oh, you don't understand. Until now, there were only 7 known red diamonds in the world. This is the 8th, and when it's cut and polished, it'll be one of the 2 largest. This comes as close to priceless as anything gets.
Outside Archer Van Corver's small shop, where heavy traffic roared past on Pacific Coast Highway, with disco-frenetic flares of sunlight flashing off the chrome and glass, it was hard to believe that the tranquility of Newport Harbor and its burden of beautiful yachts were just beyond the buildings on the far side of the street. In a sudden moment of enlightenment, Bobby realized that his entire life, and perhaps nearly everyone else's, was like this street at this precise point in time. All bustle and noise, glare and movement, a desperate rush to break out of the herd, to achieve something and transcend the frantic whirl of commerce, thereby earning respite for reflection and a shot at serenity, when all the time serenity was only a few steps away on the far side of the street, just out of sight. That realization contributed to a heretofore subtle feeling that the Pollard case was somehow a trap, or more accurately, a squirrel cage that spun faster and faster even as he scampered frantically to get a footing on its rotating floor. He stood for a few seconds by the open door of the car, feeling ensnared, caged. At that moment he was not sure why, in spite of the obvious dangers, he had been so eager to take on Frank's problems and put all that he cared about at risk. He knew now that the reasons he had quoted to Julie and to himself, sympathy for Frank, curiosity, the excitement of a wildly different kind of job, were merely justifications, not reasons, and that his true motivation was something he did not yet understand. Unnerved, he got in the car and pulled the door shut as Clint started the engine. "Bobby, how many red diamonds would you say are in the mason jar? 100? More, a couple hundred. Worth what, hundreds of millions? Maybe $1 billion or more." They stared at each other, and for a while neither of them spoke. It wasn't that no words were adequate to the situation. Instead, there was too much to say, and no easy way to determine where to begin. At last Bobby said, "But you couldn't convert the stones to cash, not quickly anyway. You'd have to dribble them onto the market over a lot of years to prevent a sudden dilution of their rarity and value, but also to avoid causing a sensation, drawing unwanted attention, and maybe having to answer some unanswerable questions. After they've mined diamonds for hundreds of years all over the world and only found 7 red ones, where the hell did Frank come up with a jar full?" Bobby shook his head and said nothing. Clint reached into his pants pocket and withdrew one of the diamonds, smaller than the specimen that Bobby had brought for Archer Van Corver's appraisal. "I took this home to show it to Felina. I was going to return it to the jar when I got to the office, but you hustled me out before I had a chance. Now that I know what it is, I don't want it in my possession a minute longer." Bobby took the stone and put it in his pocket with the larger diamond. "Thank you, Clint." Dr. Dyson Manfred's study, in his house in Turtle Rock, was the most uncomfortable place Bobby had ever been. He had been happier last week, flattened on the floor of his van, trying to avoid being chopped to bits by automatic weapons fire, than he was among Manfred's collection of many-legged, carapaced, antenna-bristled, mandibled, and thoroughly repulsive exotic bugs. Repeatedly, in his peripheral vision, Bobby saw something move in one of the many glass-covered boxes on the wall, but every time he turned to ascertain which hideous creature was about to slip out from under the frame, his fear proved unfounded. All of the nightmarish specimens were pinned and motionless, lined up neatly beside one another, none missing. He also would have sworn that he heard things skittering and slithering inside the shallow drawers of the many cases that he knew contained more insects, but he supposed that those sounds were every bit as imaginary as the phantom movement glimpsed from the corners of his eyes. Though he knew Clint to be a born stoic, Bobby was impressed by the apparent ease with which the guy endured the creepy-crawly decor. This was an employee he must never lose, He decided on the spot to give Clint a significant raise in salary before the day was out. Bobby found Dr. Manfred nearly as disquieting as his collection. The tall, thin, long-limbed entomologist seemed to be the offspring of a professional basketball player in one of those African stick insects that you saw in nature films and hoped never to encounter in real life. Manfred stood behind his desk, his chair pushed out of the way, and they stood in front of it. Their attention was directed upon a 2-foot-long, 1-foot-wide, white enamel, inch-deep lab tray, which occupied the center of the desktop and over which was draped a small white towel. "I have had no sleep since Mr. Caragiosis brought this to me last night," Manfred said. "And I won't sleep much tonight either, just turning over all the remaining questions in my mind. This dissection was the most fascinating of my career, and, well, I doubt I'll ever again experience anything in my life to equal it." The intensity with which Manfred spoke, and the implication that neither good food nor good sex, neither a beautiful sunset nor a fine wine, could be a fraction as satisfying as insect dismemberment, gave Bobby a queasy stomach. He glanced at the fourth man in the room, if only to divert his attention briefly from their bugophile host. The guy was in his late 40s, as round as Manfred was angular, as pink as Manfred was pale, with red-gold hair, blue eyes, and freckles. He sat on a chair in the corner, straining the seams of his gray jogging suit, with his hands fisted on his heavy thighs, looking like a good Boston Irish fellow who had been trying to eat his way into a career as a sumo wrestler. The etymologist hadn't introduced or even referred to the well-padded observer. Bobby figured that introductions would be made when Manfred was ready. He decided not to force the issue, if only because the round man silently regarded them with a mixture of wonder, suspicion, fear, and intense curiosity that encouraged Bobby to believe that they would not be pleased to hear what he had to tell them when at last he spoke. With long-fingered, spidery hands which Bobby might have sprayed with Raid, if he'd had any, Dyson Manfred removed the towel from the white enamel tray, revealing the remains of Frank's insect, the head, a couple of the legs, one of the highly articulated pincers, and a few other unidentifiable parts had been cut off and put aside. Each grisly piece rested on a soft pad of what appeared to be cotton cloth, almost as a jeweler might present a fine gem on velvet to a prospective buyer. Bobby stared at the plum-sized head with its small reddish-blue eye, then at its two large muddy yellow eyes that were too similar in color to Dyson Manfred's. He shivered. The main part of the bug was in the middle of the tray on its back. The exposed underside had been slit open, the outer layers of tissue removed or folded back, and the inner workings revealed. Using the gleaming point of a slender scalpel which he handled with grace and precision, the entomologist began by showing them the respiratory, ingestive, digestive, and excretory systems of the bug. Manfred kept referring to the great art of the biological design, but Bobby saw nothing that equaled a painting by Matisse. In fact, the guts of the thing were even more repellent than its exterior. One term, polishing chamber, struck him as odd, but when he asked for a further explanation, Manfred only said, in time, and went on with his lecture. When the etymologist finished, Bobby said, "Okay, we know how the thing ticks, so what does that tell us about it that we might want to know? For instance, where does it come from?" Manfred stared at him, unresponding. Bobby said, "The South American jungles?" Manfred's peculiar amber eyes were hard to read, and his silence puzzling. "Africa?" Bobby said. The etymologist's stare was beginning to make him twitchier than he already was. "Mr. Dakota," Manfred said finally, "you're asking the wrong question. Let me ask the interesting ones for you. What does this creature eat? Well, to put it in the simplest terms that any layman can understand, it eats a broad spectrum of minerals, rock, and soil. What does it It eats dirt?" Clint asked.
That's an even simpler way to express it, Manfred said. Not precise, mind you, but simpler. We don't yet understand how it breaks down those substances or how it obtains energy from them. There are aspects of its biology that we can see perfectly clearly, but that still remain mysterious.
I thought insects ate plants or each other or dead meat, Bobby said.
They do, the entomologist confirmed. This thing is not an insect, or any other class of the phylum Arthropoda, for that matter.
Sure looks like an insect to me, Bobby said, glancing down at the partly dismantled bug and grimacing involuntarily.
No, Manfred said. This is a creature that evidently bores through soil and stone, capable of ingesting that material in chunks as large as fat grapes. And the next question is, if that's what it eats, what does it excrete? And the answer, Mr. Dakota, is that it excretes diamonds.
Bobby jerked as if the entomologist had hit him. He glanced at Clint, who looked as surprised as Bobby felt. The Pollard case had induced several changes in the Greek, and now it had robbed him of his poker face. In a tone of voice that suggested Manfred was playing them for fools, Clint said, "You're telling us it turns dirt into diamonds?"
No, Manfred said. It methodically eats through veins of diamond-bearing carbon and other material until it finds the gems. Then it swallows them in their encrusted jackets of minerals, digests those minerals, passes the rough diamond into the polishing chamber, where any remaining extraneous matter is worn away by vigorous contact with these hundreds of fine wire-like bristles that line the chamber.
With the scalpel, he pointed to the feature of the bug that he had just described.
Then it squirts the raw diamond out the other end.
The entomologist opened the center drawer of his desk, removed a white handkerchief, unfolded it, and revealed 3 red diamonds, all considerably smaller than the one Bobby had taken to Van Corver, but probably worth hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, apiece.
I found these at various points in the creature's system.
The largest of the 3 was still partially encased in a mottled brown-black-gray mineral crust. "They're diamonds?" Bobby said, playing ignorant. "I've never seen red diamonds."
Neither had I, so I went to another professor, a geologist, who happens to be a gemologist as well. Got him out of bed at midnight to show these to him.
Bobby glanced at the would-be Irish sumo wrestler, but the man did not rise from his chair or speak, so he evidently was not the geologist. Manfred explained what Bobby and Clint already knew, that these scarlet diamonds were among the rarest things on Earth, while they pretended that it was all news to them.
This discovery strengthened my suspicions about the creature, so I went straight to Dr. Gavinall's house and woke him shortly before 2 o'clock this morning. He threw on sweats and sneakers, and we came right back here, and we've been here ever since, working this out together, unable to believe our own eyes.
At last the round man rose and stepped to the side of the desk.
"Roger Gavinall," Manfred said by way of introduction. "Roger is a geneticist, a specialist in recombinant DNA, and widely known for his creative projections of macro-scale genetic engineering that might conceivably progress from current knowledge."
"Sorry," Bobby said. "I lost you at Roger is. We'll need some more of that layman's language, I'm afraid." "I'm a geneticist and futurist," Gavinall said. His voice was unexpectedly melodic, like that of a television game show host. "Most genetic engineering for the foreseeable future will take place on a microscopic scale, creating new and useful bacteria, repairing flawed genes in the cells of human beings to correct inherited weaknesses and prevent inherited disease. But eventually we'll be able to create whole new species of animals and insects. Macro-scale engineering, useful things like voracious mosquito eaters that'll eliminate the need to spray malathion in tropical regions like Florida. Cows that are maybe half the size of today's cows, and, well, a lot more metabolically efficient, so they require less food, yet produce twice as much milk. Bobby wanted to suggest that Gavinal consider combining the two biological inventions to produce a small cow that ate only enormous quantities of mosquitoes and produced 3 times as much milk, but he kept his mouth shut, certain that neither of the scientists would appreciate his humor. Anyway, he had to admit that his compulsion to make a joke of this was an attempt to deal with his own deep-seated fear of the ever-increasing weirdness of the Pollard case. "This thing," Gavinal said, indicating the deconstructed bug in the lab tray, "this thing isn't anything that nature created. It's clearly an engineered life form, so astonishingly task-specific in every aspect of its biology that it's essentially a biological machine, a diamond scavenger." Using a pair of forceps and a scalpel, Dyson Manfred gently turned over the insect that wasn't an insect, so they could see its midnight black shell rimmed with red markings. Bobby thought he heard whispery movement in many parts of the study, and he wished Manfred would let some sunlight into the room. The windows were covered with interior wood shutters, and the slats were tightly shut. Bugs liked darkness and shadows, and the lamps here seemed insufficiently bright to dissuade them from scurrying out of the shallow drawers over Bobby's shoes, up his socks, and under the legs of his pants. Hanging his pendulous belly over the desk, indicating the crimson edging on the carapace, Gavinal said, "On the hunch Dyson and I shared, we showed a representation of this pattern to an associate in the mathematics department, and he confirmed that it's an obvious binary code."
"Like the universal product code that's on everything you buy at the grocery store," the entomologist explained.
Clint said, "You mean the red marks are the bug's number?"
"Yes."
Like a license plate?"
"More or less," Manfred said. "We haven't taken a chip of the red material for analysis yet, but we suspect it'll prove to be a ceramic material painted onto the shell or spray-bonded in some fashion."
Gavinal said, "Somewhere there are a lot of these things industriously digging for diamonds, red diamonds, and each of them carries a coded serial number that identifies it to whomever created it and set it to work." Bobby grappled with that concept for a moment, trying to find a way to see it as part of the world in which he lived, but it simply did not fit. Okay, Dr. Gavinal, you were able to envision engineered creatures like this?" "I couldn't have envisioned this," Gavinal said adamantly. "It never would have occurred to me. I could only recognize it for what it was, for what it must be." "All right, but nevertheless you recognize what it must be, which is something neither Clint nor I could have done. So now tell me, who could make something like this damn thing?" Manfred and Gavinal exchanged a meaningful look and were both silent for a long moment, as if they knew the answer to his question but were reluctant to reveal it. Finally, lowering his game show host voice to an even more mellifluous note, Gavinal said, "The genetic knowledge and engineering skill required to produce this thing did not yet exist. We're not even close to being able to not even close." Bobby said, How long until science advances far enough to make this thing possible?"
"No way of arriving at a precise answer," Manfred said.
"Guess." "Decades," Gavinal said. "A century. Who knows?" Clint said, Wait a minute. What are you telling us, that this thing comes from the future, that it came through some time warp from the next century?" "Either that," Gavinal said. Either that, or it doesn't come from this world at all. Stunned, Bobby looked down at the bug with no less revulsion, but with considerably more wonder and respect than he'd had a moment ago. You really think this might be a biological machine created by people from another world? An alien artifact? Manfred worked his mouth, but produced no sound, as if rendered speechless by the prospect of what he was about to say. Yes, Gavinal said. An alien artifact. Seems more likely to me than the possibility that it came tumbling back to us through some hole in time. Even as Gavinal spoke, Dyson Manfred continued to work his mouth in a frustrated attempt to break the silence that gripped him, and his lantern jaw gave him the look of a praying mantis masticating a grisly lunch. When the words at last issued from him, they came in a rush. We want you to understand, we will not, flatly will not return this specimen. We'd be derelict as scientists to allow this incredible thing to reside in the hands of laymen. We must preserve and protect it, and we will, even if we have to do so by force. A flush of defiance lent a glow of health to the entomologist's pale, angular face for the first time since Bobby had met him. Even if by force, he repeated. Bobby had no doubt that he and Clint could beat the crap out of the human stick bug and his rotund colleague, but there was no reason to do so. He didn't care if they kept the thing in the lab tray, as long as they agreed to some ground rules about how and when they would go public with it. All he wanted right now was to get out of that bug house into warm sunlight and fresh air. The whispery sounds from the specimen drawers, though certainly imaginary, grew louder and more frenzied by the minute. His entomophobia would soon kick him off the ledge of reason and send him screaming from the room. He wondered if his anxiety was apparent or if he was sufficiently self-controlled to conceal it. He felt a bead of sweat slip down his left temple and had the answer. Let's be absolutely frank, Gavinal said. It's not our obligation to science that requires us to maintain possession of this specimen. Revelation of this will make us, academically and financially. Neither one of us is a slouch in his field, but this will catapult us to the top, the very top, and we're willing to do whatever is necessary to protect our interests here. His blue eyes had narrowed, and his open Irish face had closed up into a hard mask of determination. I'm not saying I'd kill to keep that specimen, but I'm not saying I wouldn't either. Bobby sighed. I've done a lot of research for UCI into the backgrounds of prospective faculty members, so I know the academic world can be as competitive and vicious and dirty, dirtier than either politics or show business. I'm not going to fight you on this, but we've got to reach an agreement about when you can go public with it. I don't want you doing anything that would bring my client to the attention of the press until we've resolved his case and are sure he's out of danger. And when will that be? Manfred asked. Bobby shrugged. A day or two, maybe a week. I doubt it'll drag on much longer than that. The entomologist and geneticist beamed at each other, obviously delighted. Manfred said, That's no problem at all. We'll need much longer than that to finish studying the specimen, prepare our first paper for publication, and devise a strategy to deal with both the scientific community and the media. Bobby imagined that he heard one of the shallow drawers sliding open in the case behind him, forced outward by the weight of a vile torrent of giant squirming Madagascar roaches. But I'll take the 3 diamonds with me, he said. They're quite valuable, and they belong to my client." Manfred and Gavinal hesitated, made a token protest, but quickly agreed. Clint took the stones and rewrapped them in the handkerchief. The scientist's capitulation convinced Bobby that there had been more than 3 diamonds in the bug, probably at least 5, leaving them with 2 stones to support their thesis regarding the bug's origins and purpose. "We'll want to meet your client, interview him," Gavinal said. "That's up to him," Bobby said. "It's essential. We must interview him." "That's his decision," Bobby said. "You've gotten most of what you wanted. Eventually he may agree, and then you'll have everything you're after, but don't push it now." The round man nodded. "Oh, fair enough, but tell me, where did he find the thing?" "He doesn't remember. He has amnesia." The drawer behind him was open now. He could hear the shells of the huge roaches clicking and scraping together as they poured out of confinement and down the front of the cabinet, swarming toward him. "We really have to go," he said. "We don't have another minute to spare." He left the study quickly, trying not to look as if he was bolting for his life. Clint followed him, as did the 2 scientists, and at the front door Manfred said, "I'm going to sound as if I ought to be writing stories for some sensational tabloid, but if this is an alien artifact that came into your client's hands, do you think he could have gotten it inside, a spaceship? Those people who claim to have been abducted and forced to undergo examinations aboard spaceships, they always seem to go through a period of amnesia first, before learning the truth." "Those people are crackpots or frauds," Gavinal said sharply. "We can't let ourselves be associated with that sort of thing." He frowned, and the frown deepened into a scowl, and he said, "Unless, in this case, it's true." Looking back at them from the stoop, grateful to be outside, Bobby said, "Maybe it is. I'm at a point where I'll believe anything till it's disproved, but I'll tell you this, my feeling is that whatever is happening to my client is something a lot stranger than alien abduction." "A lot," Clint agreed. Without further elaboration, they went down the front walkway to the car. Bobby opened his door and stood for a moment, reluctant to get into Clint's Chevy. The mild breeze washing down the Irvine hills felt so clean after the stale air in Manfred's study. He put one hand in his pocket, felt the 3 red diamonds, and said softly, "Bug shit." When he finally got into the car and slammed the door, he barely resisted the urge to reach under his shirt to determine if the things he still felt crawling on him were real. Manfred and Gavinal stood on the front stoop, watching Bobby and Clint, as if half expecting their car to tip back on its rear bumper and shoot straight into the sky to rendezvous with some great glowing craft out of a Spielberg movie. Clint drove 2 blocks, turned at the corner, and pulled to the curb as soon as they were out of sight. "Bobby, where in the hell did Frank get that thing?" Bobby could only answer him with another question. "How many different places does he go when he teleports? The money, the red diamonds, and the bug, the black sand. And how far away are some of those places? Really far away?" "And who is he?" Clint asked. "Frank Pollard from Alencanto Heights." "But I mean, who is that?" Clint thumped one fist against the steering wheel. "Who the hell is Frank Pollard from Alencanto?" "I think what you really want to know is not who he is. More important, what is he?"
By surprise, Bobby came to visit. Lunch was eaten before Bobby came. Dessert was still in Thomas's mind. Not the taste of it, the memory. Vanilla ice cream, fresh strawberries. The way dessert made you feel. He was alone in his room, sitting in his armchair, thinking about making a picture poem that would have the feeling of eating ice cream and strawberries. Not the taste, but the good feeling. So someday, when you didn't have any ice cream or strawberries, you could just look at the poem and get that same good feeling, even without eating anything. Of course, you couldn't use pictures of ice cream or strawberries in the poem, because that wouldn't be a poem. That would only be saying how good ice cream and strawberries made you feel. A poem didn't just say, it showed you and made you feel. Then Bobby came through the door, and Thomas was so happy he forgot the poem, and they hugged. Somebody was with Bobby, but it wasn't Julie, so Thomas was disappointed. He was embarrassed, too, because it turned out he'd met the person with Bobby a couple of times before, over the years, but he didn't remember him right away, which made him feel dumb. It was Clint. Thomas said the name to himself over and over, so maybe he'd remember next time. Clint, 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 Clint. Julie couldn't come, Bobby said. She's babysitting a client. Thomas wondered why a baby would ever need a private eye, but he didn't ask. In TV, only grown-ups needed private eyes, which were called private eyes because they looked out for you, though he wasn't sure why they were called private. He also wondered how a baby could pay for a private eye, because he knew eyes like Bobby and Julie worked for money like everyone else, but babies didn't work. They were too little to do anything. So where'd this one get the money to pay Bobby and Julie? He hoped they didn't get cheated out of their money. They worked hard for it. Bobby said, "She told me to tell you she loves you even more than she did yesterday, and she'll love you even more tomorrow." They hugged again, because this time Thomas was giving the hug to Bobby for Julie. Clint asked to see the latest scrapbook of poems. He took it across the room and sat in Derek's armchair, which was okay because Derek wasn't in it. He was in the rec room. Bobby moved the chair from the work table, putting it closer to the armchair that belonged to Thomas. He sat, and they talked about what a big blue day it was and how nice the flowers looked when they were all bright outside Thomas's window. For a while, they talked about a lot of things, and Bobby was funny, except when they talked about Julie, he changed. He was worried about Julie, you could tell. When he talked about her, he was like a good picture poem. He didn't say his worry, but he showed it and made you feel it. Thomas was already worried for Julie, so Bobby's worry made him feel even worse, made him scared for her. "We've got our hands full with the current case," Bobby said, "so neither one of us might be able to visit again until this weekend, or the first of the week." "Okay, sure," Thomas said, and a big coldness rushed in from somewhere and filled him up. Each time Bobby mentioned the new case, the one with the baby, his picture poem of worry was even easier to read. Thomas wondered if this was the case where they were going to meet up with the bad thing. He was pretty sure it was. He thought he should tell Bobby about the bad thing, but he couldn't find a way. No matter how he told it, he'd sound like the dumbest dumb person who ever lived at the home. It was better to wait until the danger was coming a lot nearer. Then TV to Bobby, a real hard warning that'd scare him into looking out for the bad thing and shooting it when he saw it. Bobby would pay attention to a TV'd warning because he wouldn't know where it came from, that it came from just a dumb person. And Bobby could shoot, too. All private eyes could shoot because most days it was bad out there in the world, and you knew you were going to meet up with somebody who was going to shoot at you first, or try to run you down with a car, or stab you, or strangle you, or once in a while try to throw you off a building, or even try to make it look like suicide. And since most good guys didn't carry guns around with them, private eyes who watched over them had to be good shooters. After a while, Bobby had to go. Not to the bathroom, but back to work. So they hugged again, and then Bobby and Clint were gone. and Thomas was alone. He went to the window, looked out. The day was good, better than night. But even with the sun pushing most darkness out past the edge of the world, and even with the rest of the darkness hiding from the sun behind trees and buildings, there was badness in the day. The bad thing hadn't gone out past the edge of the world with the night. It was still there somewhere in the day, you could tell. Last night, when he got too close to the bad thing and it tried to grab him, he was so afraid he pulled away quick-like. He had a feeling the bad thing was trying to find out who he was and where he was, and then was going to come to the home and eat him like it ate the little animals. So he pretty much made up his mind not to get real close to it again, stay far away. But now he couldn't do that because of Julie and the baby. If Bobby, who never worried, was so worried for Julie, then Thomas needed to be even more worried for her than he was. And if Julie and Bobby thought the baby should be watched over, then Thomas had to worry about the baby too, because what was important to Julie was important to him. He reached out into the day. It was there, far away yet. He didn't get close. He was scared. But for Julie, for Bobby, for the baby, he'd have to stop being scared, get closer, and be sure he knew all the time where the bad thing was and whether it was coming this way.
Jackie Jacks did not arrive at the offices of Dakota and Dakota until 4:10 that Tuesday afternoon. A full hour after Bobby and Clint returned, and to Julie's annoyance he spent half an hour creating an atmosphere that he found conducive to his work. He felt the room was too bright, so he closed the blinds and the large windows, though the approaching winter twilight and an incoming bank of clouds over the Pacific had already robbed the day of much of its light. He tried different arrangements with the 3 brass lamps, each of which was equipped with a 3-way bulb, giving him what seemed an infinite number of combinations. He finally left one of them at 70 watts, one at 30, and one off completely. He asked Frank to move from the sofa to one of the chairs, decided that wasn't going to work, moved Julie's big chair out from behind the desk and put him in that, then arranged 4 other chairs in a semicircle in front of it. Julie suspected that Jackie could have worked effectively with the blinds open and all of the lamps on. He was a performer, however, even when off the stage, and he could not resist being theatrical. In recent years, magicians had forsaken fake showbiz monikers like the Great Black Well and Harry Houdini in favor of names that at least seemed like real ones. But Jackie was a throwback. Just as Houdini's real name was Eric Weiss, so Jackie had been baptized David Carver. Because he performed comic magic, he had avoided mysterious-sounding names, and because since puberty he had yearned to be part of the nightclub and Vegas scene, he had chosen a new identity that, to him and those in his social circle, sounded like Nevada royalty. While other kids thought about being teachers, doctors, real estate salesmen, or auto mechanics, young Davy Carver had dreamed of being someone like Jackie Jacks. Now, God help him, he was living his dream. Although he was currently between a 1-week engagement in Reno and a stint as the opening act for Sammy Davis in Vegas, Jackie showed up not in blue jeans or an ordinary suit, but in an outfit he could have worn during performances, a black leisure suit with emerald green piping on the lapels and cuffs of the jacket, a matching green shirt, and black patent leather shoes. He was 36 years old, 5'8", thin, cancerously tanned, with hair that he dyed ink black, and teeth that were unnaturally, ferociously white, thanks to the modern miracle of dental bonding. 3 years ago, Dakota and Dakota had been hired by the Las Vegas hotel with which Jackie had a long-term contract, and charged with the sticky task of uncovering the identity of a blackmailer who was trying to extort most of the magician's income. The case had had many unexpected twists and turns, but by the time they reached the end, the thing that most surprised Julie was that she had gotten over her initial distaste for the magician and had come to sort of like him. Sort of. Finally, Jackie settled on the chair directly in front of Frank. "Julie, you and Clint sit to my right, Bobby to my left, please." Julie saw no good reason why she couldn't sit in whichever of the 3 chairs she chose, but she played along. Half of Jackie's Vegas act involved the hypnotizing and comic exploitation of audience members. His knowledge of hypnotic technique was so extensive, and his understanding of the functioning of the mind in a trance state was so profound, that he was frequently invited to participate in medical conferences with physicians, psychologists, and psychiatrists who were exploring practical uses of hypnosis. Perhaps they could have persuaded a psychiatrist to help them pierce Frank's amnesia with hypnotic regression therapy, but it was doubtful that any doctor was as qualified for the task as Jackie Jacks. Besides, no matter what fantastic things Jackie learned about Frank, he could be counted on to keep his mouth shut. He owed a lot to Bobby and Julie, and in spite of his faults, he was a man who paid his debts, and at least had a vestigial sense of loyalty that was rare in the me culture of show business. In the moody amber light of the 2 brass lamps, with the world darkening rapidly beyond the drawn blinds, Jackie's smooth and well-projected voice, full of low-rounded tones and an occasional dramatic vibrato, commanded not just Frank's attention, but everyone else's as well. He used a beveled teardrop crystal on a gold chain to focus Frank's attention, after suggesting that the others look at Frank's face rather than at the bauble to avoid unwanted entrancement. "Frank, please watch the light winking in the crystal, a very soft and lovely light fluttering from one facet to another, a very warm and appealing light, warm, fluttering." After a while, lulled somewhat herself by Jackie's calculated patter, Julie noticed Frank's eyes glaze over. Beside her, Clint switched on the small tape recorder that he had used when Frank had told them his story yesterday afternoon. Still twisting the chain back and forth between his thumb and forefinger to make the crystal spin on the end of it, Jackie said, "All right, Frank, you are now slipping into a very relaxed state, a deeply relaxed state, where you will hear only my voice, no other, and will respond only to my voice, no other." When he had conveyed Frank into a deep trance and finished giving him instructions related to the interrogation ahead, Jackie told him to close his eyes. Frank obliged. Jackie put the crystal down. He said, "What is your name?" "Frank Pollard." "Where do you live?" "I don't know." Having been briefed on the phone by Julie earlier in the day, aware of the information they were seeking from their client, Jackie said, "Have you ever lived in El Encanto?" A hesitation. Then, "Yes." Frank's voice was strangely flat. His face was so haggard and deathly pale that he seemed almost like an exhumed corpse that had been sorcerously revitalized for the purpose of serving as a bridge between the members of a seance and those to whom they wished to speak in the land of the dead. "Do you recall your address in El Encanto?" "No." "Was your address 1458 Pacific Hill Road?" A frown flickered across Frank's face and was gone almost as soon as it came. "Yes, that's what Bobby found with the computer." "But do you actually remember that place?" "No." Jackie adjusted his Rolex watch, then used both hands to smooth back his thick black hair. When did you live in El Encanto, Frank? I don't know. You must tell me the truth. Yeah. You cannot lie to me, Frank, or hide anything from me. That is impossible in your current state. When did you live there? I don't know. Did you live there alone? I don't know. Do you remember being in the hospital last night, Frank? Yeah. And you disappeared? They say I did. Where did you disappear to, Frank? Silence. Frank, where did you disappear to? I'm afraid. Why? I don't know. I can't think. Frank, do you remember waking up in your car last Thursday morning parked along a street in Laguna Beach? Yeah. Your hands were full of black sand? Yeah. Frank wiped his hands on his thighs, as if he could feel the black grains clinging to his sweaty palms. Where did you get that sand, Frank? I don't know. Take your time. Think about it. I don't know. Do you remember checking into a motel later, napping, then waking up with blood all over yourself? I remember, Frank said, and he shuddered. Where did that blood come from, Frank? I don't know, he said miserably. It was cat blood, Frank. Did you know it was cat blood? No. His eyelids fluttered, but he did not open his eyes. Just cat blood? Really? Do you remember encountering a cat that day? No. No. Clearly, a more aggressive technique would be required to get the answers they needed. Jackie began to talk Frank backward in time, gradually regressing him to his admission to the hospital yesterday evening. Then, farther back toward the moment he had awakened in that Anaheim alleyway in the earliest hours of Thursday morning, knowing nothing but his name. Beyond that point might lie his memory if he could be induced to step through the veil of amnesia and recover his past. Julie leaned slightly forward in her chair and looked past Jackie Jacks, wondering how Bobby was enjoying the show. She figured the spinning crystal and other hocus-pocus would appeal to his boyish spirit of adventure and that he would be smiling and bright-eyed. Instead, he was somber. His teeth must have been clenched, for his jaw muscles bulged. He had told her what they'd learned at Dyson Manford's house, and she had been as astonished and shaken as he and Clint, but that didn't seem to explain his current mood. Maybe he was still unnerved by the memory of the bugs in the entomologist's study. Or maybe he continued to be troubled by that dream he'd had last week. The bad thing is coming. The bad thing. She had dismissed his dream as unimportant. Now she wondered if it had been genuinely prophetic. After all the weirdness that Frank had brought into their lives, she was more willing to give credence to such things as omens, visions, and prescient dreams. The bad thing is coming. The bad thing. Maybe the bad thing was Mr. Blue. Jackie regressed Frank to the alleyway, to the very moment when he had first awakened in a strange place, disoriented and confused. Now go back further, Frank. Just a little further, back just a few more seconds, and a few more, back, beyond the total darkness in your mind, beyond that black wall in your mind. Since the questioning had begun, Frank had appeared to dwindle in Julie's desk chair, as if made of wax and subjected to a flame. He had grown paler, too, if that was possible, as white as candle paraffin. But now, as he was forced backward through the darkness in his mind, toward the light of memory on the other side, he sat up straighter, put his hands on the arms of the chair, and clutched the vinyl almost tightly enough to cause the upholstery to split. He seemed to be growing, returning to his former size, as if he had drunk one of the magic elixirs that Alice had consumed in her adventures at the far end of the rabbit hole. "Where are you now?" Jackie asked. Frank's eyes twitched beneath his closed lids. An inarticulate, strangled sound issued from him. "Where are you now?" Jackie insisted gently but firmly. Fireflies," Frank said shakily. Fireflies in a windstorm." He began to breathe rapidly, raggedly, as if he were having trouble drawing air into his lungs. "What do you mean by that, Frank?" "Fireflies." "Where are you, Frank?" "Everywhere. Nowhere." "We don't have fireflies in Southern California, Frank. So you must be somewhere else. Think, Frank. Look around yourself now and tell me where you are." "Nowhere." Jackie made a few more attempts to get Frank to describe his surroundings and to be more specific as to the nature of the fireflies, all to no avail. Move him on from there," Bobby said. "Farther back." Julie glanced at the recorder in Clint's hand and saw the spools turning behind the plastic window on the tape deck. With his melodic and vibrant voice in seductively rhythmic cadences, Jackie ordered Frank to regress past the firefly-speckled darkness. Suddenly, Frank said, What am I doing here?" He was not referring to the offices of Dakota and Dakota, but to the place that Jackie Jacks had drawn him to in his memory. "Why here?" "Where are you, Frank?" "The house. What in the hell am I doing here? Why did I come here? This is crazy. I shouldn't be here." "Whose house is it, Frank?" Bobby asked. Because he had been instructed to hear only the hypnotist's voice, Frank did not respond until Jackie repeated the question. Then, "Her house. It's her house. She's dead, of course, been dead 7 years, but it's still her house, always will be. The bitch will haunt the place. You can't destroy that kind of evil, not entirely, and part of it lingers in the rooms where she lived and everything she touched." "Who was she, Frank?" "Mother." "Your mother? What was her name?" "Roselle. Roselle Pollard." "This is the house on Pacific Hill Road?" "Yeah. Look at it. My God, what a place. What a dark place. What a bad place. Can't people see what a bad place it is? Can't they see that something terrible lives in there?" He was crying. Tears glimmered in his eyes, then streamed down his cheeks. Anguish twisted his voice. "Can't they see what's in there? What lives there? What hides there and breeds in that bad place? Are people blind? Or do they just not want to see?" Julie was riveted by Frank's tortured voice, and by the agony that had wrenched his face into an approximation of the pained countenance of a lost and frightened child. But she turned away from him and peered past the hypnotist to see if Bobby had reacted to the words, "bad place." He was looking at her. The expression of distress that darkened his blue eyes was proof enough that the reference had not escaped him. At the other end of the room, carrying a sheaf of printouts, Li Chen entered from the reception lounge. He closed the door quietly. Julie put a finger to her lips, then motioned him to the sofa. Jackie spoke soothingly to Frank, trying to allay the fear that had electrified him. Suddenly, Frank let out a sharp cry of fear. He sounded more like a frightened animal than like a man. He sat up even straighter. He was trembling. He opened his eyes, but obviously did not see anything in the room. He was still in a trance.
"Oh, my God! He's coming! He's coming now! The twins must have told him I'm here. He's coming!"
Frank's unalloyed terror was so pure and intense that some of it was communicated to Julie. Her heartbeat speeded up, and she began to breathe more rapidly, shallowly. Trying to keep his subject relaxed enough to be cooperative, Jackie said, "Calm down, Frank. Relax and be calm. Nobody can hurt you. Nothing unpleasant will happen. Be calm, relaxed, calm." Frank shook his head.
No, he's coming, he's coming. He's going to get me this time. Damn it, why did I come back here? Why did I come back and give him a chance at me?
Relax now.
He's there.
Frank tried to rise to his feet, seemed unable to find the strength, and dug his fingers even deeper into the vinyl padding on the arms of the chair.
He's right there, and he sees me. He sees me.
Bobby said, "Who is he, Frank?" And Jackie repeated the question.
"Candy. It's Candy."
When he was asked again for the name of this person he feared, he repeated,
"Candy."
"His name is Candy?"
"He sees me."
In a more forceful and commanding voice than before, Jackie said, "You will relax, Frank. You will be calm and relaxed." But Frank only grew more agitated. He had broken into a sweat, fixed on something in a far place and time. His eyes were wild. His terror seemed to be sweeping him into a heart-bursting panic. "I don't have much control of him," Jackie said worriedly. "I'm going to have to bring him out of it." Bobby slid forward to the edge of his chair. "No, not yet. In a minute, but not yet. Ask him about this Candy. Who is this guy?" Jackie repeated the question. Frank said,
"He's death."
Frowning, Jackie said, "That's not a clear answer, Frank."
"He's death, walking. He's death, living. He's my brother, her child, her favorite child, her spawn. And I hate him. He wants to kill me. Here he comes."
With a wretched bleat of terror, Frank started to push up from the chair. Jackie ordered him to stay where he was. Frank sat down reluctantly, but his terror only grew because he could still see Candy coming toward him. Jackie tried to bring him out of that place in the past, forward to the present, and out of his trance, but to no avail.
"Got to get away. Now.
Frank said desperately. Julie was frightened for him. She'd never seen anyone look more pathetic or vulnerable. He was drenched in sweat, shaking violently. His hair had fallen over his forehead, into his eyes, but it did not interfere with the vision of terror that he had called up from his past. He clutched the arms of the chair so fiercely that a fingernail on his right hand finally punctured the vinyl upholstery.
"I've got to get out of here,"
Frank repeated urgently. Jackie told him to stay.
"No, I've got to get away from him."
To Bobby, Jackie Jack said, "This has never happened to me. I've lost control of him. Jesus, look at him. I'm afraid the guy's going to have a heart attack." "Come on, Jackie. You've got to help him," Bobby said sharply. He got off his chair, squatted beside Frank, putting his hand on Frank's in a gesture of comfort and reassurance. "Bobby, don't," Clint said, standing up so fast that he dropped the tape recorder he'd been balancing on his thigh. Bobby didn't respond to Clint, for he was too focused on Frank, who seemed to be shaking himself to pieces in front of them. The guy was like a boiler with a jammed release valve, filled to the bursting point, not with steam pressure, but with manic terror. Bobby was trying to calm him where Jackie had failed. For an instant, Julie didn't understand what had made Clint shoot to his feet. But she realized that Bobby had seen something the rest of them had missed. Fresh blood on Frank's right hand. Bobby hadn't put his hand over Frank's merely to offer comfort. He was trying, as gently as possible, to loosen Frank's grip on the arm of the chair, because Frank had torn open the vinyl and cut himself, perhaps repeatedly, on an exposed staple or upholstery tack. "He's coming. Got to get away." Frank let go of the chair, grabbed Bobby's hand, and got to his feet, pulling Bobby up with him. Suddenly, Julie understood what Clint feared, and she stood up so fast that she knocked her chair over. "Bobby, no!" Thrown into a panic by the vision of his murderous brother, Frank screamed. With a hiss like steam escaping from a locomotive engine, he vanished, and took Bobby with him. Fireflies in a windstorm. Bobby seemed to be floating in space, for he had no sense of his body's position, couldn't tell if he was lying or sitting or standing, right side up or upside down, as if weightless in an immense void. He had no sense of smell or taste. He could hear nothing. He could feel neither heat nor cold, nor texture nor weight. The only thing he could see was limitless blackness that seemed to stretch to the ends of the universe, and millions upon millions of tiny fireflies, ephemeral as sparks, that swarmed around him. Actually, he was not sure he saw them at all, because he was not aware of having eyes with which to look at them. It was more as if he was aware of them, not through any of the usual senses, but through some inner sight, the mind's eye. At first he panicked. The extreme sensory deprivation convinced him that he was paralyzed, without feeling in any limb or inch of skin, felled by a massive cerebral hemorrhage, deafened and blinded and trapped forever in a damaged brain that had severed all its connections to the outside world. Then he became aware that he was in motion, not drifting in the blackness as he had first thought, but speeding through it, rocketing at a tremendous, frightening speed. He became aware of being drawn forward as if he were a bit of lint flying toward some vacuum cleaner of cosmic power, and all around him the fireflies swirled and tumbled. It was like being on an amusement park ride so huge and fast that only God could have designed it for his own pleasure, though there was no pleasure whatsoever in it for Bobby as he roller-coastered through pitch blackness, trying to scream. He hit the forest floor on his feet, swayed, and almost fell against Frank, in front of whom he was standing. Frank still had a painfully tight grip on his hand. Bobby was desperate for air. His chest ached, his lungs seemed to have shriveled up. He sucked in a deep breath. Another, exhaling explosively. He saw the blood, which was on both of their hands now. An image of torn upholstery flashed through his mind. Jackie Jacks. Bobby remembered. When Bobby tried to pull loose of his client, Frank held him fast and said, "Not here. No, I can't risk this. Too dangerous. Why am I here?" Steeped in the scent of pines, Bobby surveyed the surrounding primeval forest, which was thick with shadows as dusk introduced night to the world. The air was frigid, and the bristling boughs of the giant evergreens drooped under a weight of snow, but he saw nothing frightening in that scene. Then he realized that Frank was staring past him. He turned to discover they were on the edge of the forest. A snow-covered meadow sloped up gently behind them. At the top was a log cabin, Not a rustic shack, but an elaborate structure that clearly showed the input of an architect. A vacation retreat for someone with plenty of disposable income. A mantle of snow was draped over the main roof, another over the porch roof, each decorated with a fringe of icicles that glittered in the last beams of cold sunlight. No lights glowed at the windows, no smoke curled up from any of the 3 chimneys. The place appeared to be deserted.
"He knows about this," Frank said, still panicked. "I bought it under another name, but he found out about it. And he came here, almost killed me, and he's probably keeping tabs on it, checking in regularly, hoping to catch me again."
Bobby was less numbed by the sub-zero cold and by the realization that he had teleported out of their office and onto this slope in the Sierras or some other mountains. He finally found his voice and said,
"Frank, what?"
Darkness. Fireflies. Velocity. He hit the floor, rolling, slammed into a coffee table and felt Frank let go of his hand. The table crashed over, spilling a vase and other decorative and breakable items onto a hardwood floor. He'd sustained a solid knock to the head. When he pushed onto his knees and tried to stand, he was too dizzy to get up. Frank was already on his feet, looking around, breathing hard.
"San Diego. This was my apartment once. He found out about it, had to get out fast."
When Frank reached down to help Bobby get up, Bobby unthinkingly accepted his hand, the uninjured one.
"Someone else lives here now," Frank said. "Must be off at work. We're lucky."
Darkness. Fireflies. Velocity. Bobby found himself standing at a rusted iron gate between 2 stone pilasters, looking at a Victorian-style house with a sagging porch roof, broken balusters, and sway-backed steps. The sidewalk was cracked and canted, and weeds flourished in an unmown lawn. In the gloaming, it looked like every kid's conception of a seriously haunted house, and he suspected it would look even worse in broad daylight. Frank gasped.
"Jesus, no, not here."
Darkness. Fireflies. Velocity. Papers fluttered to the floor from a massive mahogany desk, as if a wind had swept through the room, though the air was still now. They were in a book-lined study with French windows. An old man had risen from a wing-backed leather chair. He was wearing gray flannel slacks, a white shirt, a blue cardigan, and a look of surprise. Frank said,
"Doc,"
and with his free hand reached toward the startled elder. Darkness. Bobby had figured out that all was lightless and featureless, because, for the moment, he did not exist as a coherent physical entity. He had no eyes, no ears, no nerve endings with which to feel, but understanding brought no diminishment of his fear. Fireflies. The millions of tiny, whirling points of light were probably the atomic particles of which his flesh was constructed, being shepherded along surely by the power of Frank's mind. Velocity. They were teleporting, and the process was probably just about instantaneous, requiring only microseconds from physical dissolution to reconstitution, though subjectively it seemed longer. The decrepit house again. It must be the place in the hills north of Santa Barbara. They were upslope from the gate, along the Eugenia hedge that encircled the property. Frank let out a low cry of terror the instant that he saw where he was. Bobby was afraid of running into Kendi just as much as Frank was, but also afraid of Frank and of teleporting. Darkness. Fireflies. Velocity. This time, they didn't materialize with the balance and stability of their arrival in the old man's study, or at the peeling house with the rusted gate, but with the clumsiness of their intrusion into that apartment in San Diego. Bobby stumbled a few steps up a slope, still in Frank's grip as firmly as if they had been handcuffed, and they both fell to their knees on the plush, well-cropped grass. Frantically, Bobby tried to wrench loose of Frank, but Frank held fast with superhuman strength, and pointed to a gravestone only a few feet in front of them. Bobby looked around and saw that they were alone in a cemetery, where massive coral trees and palms loomed eerily in the purple-gray twilight. "He was our neighbor," Frank said. Gasping for breath, unable to speak, still twisting his hand in an attempt to escape Frank's iron grip, Bobby saw the name Norbert James Colreen in the granite headstone. "She had him killed," Frank said. "Had her precious Candy kill him, just because she felt he'd been rude to her, the crazy bitch." Darkness, fireflies, velocity. The book-lined study, the old man in the doorway now looking into the room at them. Bobby felt as if he had been on a corkscrew roller coaster for hours, turning upside down at high speed again and again until he couldn't be sure anymore if he was actually moving or standing still, while the rest of the world spun and looped around him. "I shouldn't have come here, Dr. Fogarty," Frank said worriedly. Blood dripped off his injured hand, spotting a pale green section of the Chinese carpet. "Candy might have seen me at the house. Might be trying to follow. Don't want to lead him to you," Fogarty said.
"Frank, wait."
Darkness, fireflies, velocity. They were in the backyard of the decaying house, 30 or 40 feet from steps in the porch that were as spavined and dilapidated as those at the front of the place. Light shone in the first-floor windows. "I want to go. I want to be out of here," Frank said. Bobby expected to teleport at once and steeled himself for it, but nothing happened. "I want out of here," Frank said again. When they did not pop from that place to another, Frank cursed in frustration. Suddenly, the kitchen door opened, and a woman stepped into sight. She stopped on the threshold and stared at them. The fading, muddy, purple twilight barely exposed her, and the light from the kitchen silhouetted her but did not reveal any details of her face. Whether it was a trick of the strange illumination or an accurate revelation of her form, Bobby could not know, but when starkly outlined, she presented a powerfully erotic picture, sylph-like, gracefully thin yet clearly and lushly feminine. A smoky phantom that seemed either thinly clad or nude, and that issued a call of desire without making a sound. There was a powerful lubricity in this mysterious woman that made her the equal of any siren that had ever induced sailors to run their ships into hull-gouging rocks. "My sister, Violet," Frank said with obvious dread and disgust. Bobby noticed movement around her feet, a swarming of shadows. They poured down the steps onto the lawn, and he saw they were cats. Their eyes were iridescent in the gloom. He was gripping Frank every bit as hard as Frank was gripping him, for now he feared release as much as he had previously feared continued captivity. "Frank, get us out of here." "I can't. I don't have control of this. Of myself." There were a dozen cats, 2 dozen, still more. As they rushed off the porch and across the first few yards of unmown grass, they were silent. Then, simultaneously, they cried out, as if they were a single creature. Their wail of anger and hunger instantly cured Bobby of his nausea and made his stomach quiver instead with terror. "Frank!" He wished he hadn't taken off his shoulder holster back at the office. His gun was back there on Julie's desk, of no use to him. But as he glimpsed the bared teeth of the oncoming horde, he figured the revolver wouldn't stop them anyway. At least not enough of them. The nearest of the cats leaped.
Julie was standing by her office chair, where it had been moved into the center of the room for the session of hypnotic therapy. She was unable to step away from it because she had last seen Bobby when he had been next to that chair, and it was where she felt closest to him. How long now?" Clint was standing at her side. He looked at his watch. Less than 6 minutes. Jackie Jacks was in the bathroom, splashing his face with cold water. Still on the sofa, with a sheaf of printouts, Li Chen was not as relaxed as he had been 6.5 minutes ago. His Zen calm had been shattered. He was holding those papers in both hands, as if afraid they would vanish from his grasp, and his eyes were as wide now as they had been the moment that Bobby and Frank disappeared. Julie was lightheaded with fear, but she was determined not to lose control of herself. Though there seemed to be nothing that she could do to help Bobby, an opportunity for action might arise when she least expected it, and she wanted to be calm and ready. Last night, Hal said that Frank returned the first time about 18 minutes after he'd left. Clint nodded. "Then we've 12 minutes to go." After his second disappearance, he didn't return for hours. "Listen," Clint said. "If they don't show up here again in 12 minutes or an hour or 3 hours, that doesn't mean anything terrible has happened to Bobby. It's not going to be the same every time." "I know. What I'm more worried about is the damn bed railing." Clint said nothing. Unable to keep her voice even, she said, "Frank never did bring it back. What happened to it?" "He'll bring Bobby back," Clint said. "He won't let Bobby out there, wherever he goes." She wished she felt confident about that.
Darkness, fireflies, velocity. Rain poured straight down in warm torrents, as if Bobby and Frank had materialized under a waterfall. It pasted their clothes to them in an instant. There was no wind whatsoever, as if the tremendous weight and ferocity of the rainfall had drowned the wind as it would a fire. The air was steamy, humid. They had traveled far enough around the globe to have left twilight behind. The sun was up there somewhere behind the steely plating of gray clouds. They were on their sides this time, facing each other like two inebriates who had been arm-wrestling and had fallen drunkenly off their stools onto the floor of the barroom, where they still lay with their hands locked in competition. They were not in a bar, however, but in lush tropical foliage, ferns, dark green plants with rubbery, deeply crenulated foliage, ground-hugging succulent vines with leaves as plump as gum candies and berries the same shade as the flesh of a mandarin orange. Bobby pulled away from Frank, and this time his client let him go without a struggle. He scrambled to his feet and pushed through the slick, spongy, clinging flora. He didn't know where he was going and didn't care. He just had to put a little space between himself and Frank, distance himself from the danger that Frank now represented to him. He was overwhelmed by what had happened, overloaded with new experiences that he needed to consider and to which he had to adapt before he could go on. Within 6 steps he broke out of the tropical brush and onto a dark expanse of land, the nature of which at first eluded him. The rain came down not in droplets and not in sheets, but in roaring, silver-gray cascades that dramatically reduced visibility. It swept his hair over his eyes, too, which didn't help. He supposed some people, sitting by windows in dry rooms, might even have seen beauty in the storm, but there was just too damned much rain, a flood. It met the earth and the greenery with a cacophonous roar that threatened to deafen him. The rain not only exhausted him, but made him wildly and irrationally angry, as if he was being pelted not by rain but by spittle, great gobs of phlegmy spit, and as if the roar was actually the combined voices of thousands of onlookers showering him with insults and other abuse. He stumbled forward through the peculiarly mushy soil, not muddy but mushy, looking for someone to blame for the rain, someone to shout at and shake and maybe even punch. In 6 or 8 steps, however, he saw the breakers rolling ashore in the tumult of white foam, and he knew he was standing on a black sand beach. That realization stopped him cold. "Frank!" he shouted, and when he turned to look back the way he had come, he saw that Frank was following him a few steps behind, and round-backed, as if he were an old man unable to stand up to the force of the rain, or as if his spine had been warped by all the moisture. "Frank, damn it! Where are we?" Frank stopped, unbent his back slightly, lifted his head, and blinked stupidly. "What?" Raising his voice even further, Bobby shouted above the tumult, "Where are we?" Pointing to Bobby's left, Frank indicated an enigmatic, rain-shrouded structure that stood like the ancient shrine of a long-dead religion, perhaps 100 feet farther down the black beach. "Lifeguard station." He pointed the other direction, up the beach, indicating a large wooden building considerably farther from them, but less mysterious because its size made it easier to see. "Restaurant. One of the most popular on the island." "What island?" "The Big Island." "What big island?" "Hawaii. We're standing on Punalou Beach." "This was where Clint was supposed to take me." He laughed, but it was a strange, wild laugh that spooked him, so he stopped. Frank said, "The house I bought and abandoned is back there." He indicated the direction from which they had come. "Overlooking a golf course. I love the place. I was happy there for 8 months. Then he found me. Bobby, we have to get out of here." Frank took a few steps toward Bobby, out of the mushy area and onto that section of the beach where the sand was better compacted. "That's far enough," Bobby ordered when Frank was 6 or 8 feet from him. "Don't come any closer." "Bobby, we have to go now, right away. I can't teleport exactly when I want. That'll happen when it happens, but at least we have to get away from this part of the island. He knows I lived here. He's familiar with this area, and he may be following us." The fiery anger in Bobby was not quenched by the rain. It grew hotter than ever. "You lying bastard." "It's true, really," Frank said, obviously surprised by Bobby's vehemence. They were close enough to converse without shouting now, but Frank still spoke louder than usual to be heard over the crackle, hiss, patter, rumble of the deluge. "Candy came here after me, and he was worse than I'd ever seen him, more horrible, more evil. He came into my house with a baby, an infant he'd picked up somewhere, only months old. He'd probably killed its parents. He bit into that poor baby's throat, Bobby, then laughed and offered me its blood, taunted me with it. He drinks blood, you know. She taught him to drink blood, and he relishes it now, thrives on it. And when I wouldn't join him at the baby's throat, he threw it aside the way you'd discard an empty beer can, and he came for me, but I traveled." "I didn't mean you were lying about him." A wave broke closer to shore than the others, washing around Bobby's feet and leaving short-lived, lace-like traceries of foam on the black sand. "I mean you lied to us about your amnesia. You remember everything. You know exactly who you are." No. Frank shook his head and made negating gestures with his hands. "I didn't know. It was a blank, and maybe it'll be a blank again when I stop traveling and stay put someplace." "Lying shit," Bobby said. He stooped, scooped up handsful of wet black sand, and threw it at Frank in a blind fury. 2 more sopping handsful, then 2 more. He began to realize that he was behaving like a child throwing a tantrum. Frank flinched from the wet sand, but waited patiently for Bobby to stop. "This isn't like you," he said when at last Bobby relented. "To hell with you." Your rage is all out of proportion to anything you imagine I've done to you." Bobby knew that was true. As he wiped his wet, sand-covered hands on his shirt and tried to catch his breath, he began to understand that he was not angry at Frank, but at what Frank represented to him. Chaos. Teleportation was a funhouse ride in which the monsters and dangers were not illusory, but in which the constant threat of death was to be taken seriously, in which there were no rules, no verities that could be relied upon, where up was down and in was out. Chaos. They had ridden the back of a bull named Chaos, and Bobby had been flat out terrified. You okay?" Frank asked. Bobby nodded. More than fear was involved, on a deeper level than intellect or even instinct, perhaps as deep as the soul itself. Bobby had been offended by that chaos. Until now, he had not realized what a powerful need he had for stability and order. He'd always thought of himself as a free spirit who thrived on change and the unexpected. But now he saw that he had limits, and that, in fact, beneath the devil-may-care attitude he sometimes struck, beat the steady heart of a stability-loving traditionalist. He suddenly understood that his passion for swing music had roots of which he'd never been aware. The elegant and complex rhythms and melodies of big band jazz appealed to his bebop surface and to the secret seeker of order who dwelt in his heart. No wonder he liked Disney cartoons in which Donald Duck might run wild and Mickey might get in a tangled mess with Pluto, but in which order triumphed in the end. Not for him the chaotic universe of Warner Brothers Looney Tunes in which reason and logic seldom won more than a temporary victory. "Sorry, Frank," he said at last. "Give me a second. This sure isn't the place for it, but I'm having an epiphany." "Listen, Bobby, please. I'm telling the truth. Evidently I can remember everything when I travel. The very fact of traveling tears down the wall blocking my memory, but as soon as I stop traveling, the wall goes up again. It's part of the degeneration I'm undergoing, I guess. Or maybe it's just a desperate need to forget what's happened to me in the past, what's happening now, and what will sure as hell happen to me in the days to come." Though no wind had risen, some of the breakers were larger now, washing deep onto the beach. They battered the backs of Bobby's legs and, on retreating, buried his feet in coaly sand. Struggling to explain himself, Frank said, "See, traveling isn't easy for me like it is for Candy. He can control where he wants to go and when. He can travel just by deciding to do it, virtually by wishing himself someplace, like you suggested I might be able to do, but I can't. My talent for teleportation isn't really a talent. It's a curse." His voice grew shaky. I didn't even know I could do it until 7 years ago, the day that bitch died. All of us who came from her womb are cursed. We can't escape it. I thought I could escape somehow by killing her, but that didn't release me." After the events of the past hour, Bobby thought nothing could surprise him. But he was startled by the confession Frank had made. This pathetic, sad-eyed, dimpled, comic-faced, pudgy man seemed an unlikely perpetrator of matricide. "You killed your own mother?" "Never mind about her. We haven't time for her." Frank looked back toward the brush out of which they had come in both ways along the beach, but they were still alone in the downpour. "If you'd known her, if you'd suffered under her hand," Frank said, his voice shaking with anger, "if you'd known the atrocities she's capable of, you'd have picked up an axe and chopped at her, too." "You took an axe and gave your mother 40 whacks?" That crazy sound burst from Bobby again, a laugh as wet as the rain, but not as warm, and again he was spooked by himself. "I discovered I could teleport when Candy had me backed into a corner, going to kill me for having killed her. And that's the only time I can travel, when it's a matter of survival." "Nobody was threatening me last night in the hospital." "Well, see, when I start traveling in my sleep, I think maybe I'm trying to escape from Candy in a dream, which triggers teleportation. Traveling always wakes me, but then I can't stop. I keep hopping from place to place, sometimes staying a few seconds, sometimes an hour or more, and it's beyond my control, like I'm being bounced around inside a goddamn cosmic pinball machine. It exhausts me. It's killing me. You can see how it's killing me." Frank's earnest persistence and the numbing, relentless roar of the rain had washed away Bobby's rage. He was still somewhat afraid of Frank, of the potential for chaos that Frank represented, but he was no longer angry. "Years ago," Frank said, "years ago, dreams started me traveling maybe one night a month, but gradually the frequency increased until the last few weeks it happens almost every time I go to sleep. And when we finally wind up in your office or wherever this episode is going to come to an end, you'll remember everything that's happened to us, but I won't. And not only because I want to forget, but because what you suspected is true. I'm not always putting myself back together without mistakes. Your mental confusion, loss of intellectual skills, amnesia, they're symptoms of those mistakes? Yeah, I'm sure there's sloppy reconstruction and cell damage every time I travel. Nothing dramatic in any one trip, but the effect is incremental and accelerating. Sooner or later it's going to go critical, and I'll either die or experience some weird biological meltdown. Coming to you for help was pointless, no matter how good you are at what you do, because nobody can help me. Nobody. Bobby had already reached that conclusion, but he was still curious. What is it with your family, Frank? Your brother has the power to make that car disintegrate around you, the power to blow out those street lamps, and he can teleport, and what was that business with the cats? My sisters, the twins, they have this thing with animals. How come all of you possess these abilities? Who was your mother? Your father? We don't have time for that now, Bobby. Later. I'll try to explain later. He held out his cut hand, which had either stopped bleeding or was sluiced free of blood by the rain. I could pop out of here any moment, and you'd be stranded. No thanks, Bobby said, shunning his client's hand. Call me an old fuddy-duddy, but I'd prefer an airliner. He patted his hip pocket. Got my wallet, credit cards. I can be back in Orange County tomorrow. I don't have to take a chance that I'll arrive there with my left ear where my nose should be. But Candy's probably going to follow us, Bobby. If you're here when he shows up, he'll kill you. Bobby turned to his right and started to walk toward the distant restaurant. I'm not afraid of anyone named Candy. You better be, Frank said, grabbing his arm and halting him. Jerking away as if making contact with his client was tantamount to contracting the bubonic plague, Bobby said, How could he follow us anyway? When Frank worriedly surveyed the beach again, Bobby realized that because of the pounding rain and the underlying crash of the surf, they might not hear the telltale, flute-like sounds that would warn them of Candy's imminent arrival. Frank said, Sometimes, when he touches something you recently touched, he sees an image of you in his mind, and sometimes he can see where you went after you put the object down, and he can follow you. But I didn't touch anything back there at the house. You stood on the back lawn. So? If he can find the place where the grass is trampled, find where we stood, he might be able to put his fingers to the grass and see us, see this place, and come after us. For God's sake, Frank, you make this guy sound supernatural. He's the next thing to it. Bobby almost said he would take his chances with Brother Candy, regardless of his godlike powers. Then he remembered what the Fonz had told him about the savage murders of the Ferris family. He also remembered the Roman family, their brutalized bodies torched to cover the ragged gashes that Candy's teeth had torn in their throats. He recalled what Frank had said about Candy offering him the fresh blood of a living baby, factored in the unmitigated terror in Frank's eyes at that very moment, and thought of the inexplicable prophetic dream he'd had about the bad thing. At last he said, All right, okay, if he shows up and if you're able to pop out of here before he kills us both, then I'd be better off with you. I'll take your hand, but only until we walk up to that restaurant, call a cab, and are on our way to the airport. He gripped Frank's hand reluctantly. As soon as we're out of this area, I let go. All right, good enough, Frank said. Squinting as the rain battered their faces, they headed toward the restaurant. The structure, which stood perhaps 150 yards away, appeared to be made of gray, weathered wood and lots of glass. Bobby thought he saw dim lights in the place, but he could not be sure. The large windows were no doubt tinted, which filtered out what fraction of the lamp glow was not already hidden by the veils of rain. Every third or fourth incoming wave was now much larger than the others, reached farther onto the beach, and sloshed around their legs with enough force to unbalance them. They moved toward the higher end of the strand, away from the breakers, but the sand was far softer there. It sucked at their shoes and made progress more laborious. Bobby thought of Lisa, the blonde receptionist at Palomar Labs. He pictured her coming along the beach right now, taking a crazy romantic walk in the warm rain with some guy who'd brought her to the islands. Pictured her face when she saw him strolling the black sand beach hand in hand with another man, cheating on Clint. This time, his laughter didn't have a scary edge. Frank said, "What?" Before Bobby could even start to explain, he saw that someone actually was heading in their general direction through the obscuring rain. It was a dark figure, not Lisa, a man, and he was only about 30 yards away. He hadn't been there a moment ago. "It's him," Frank said. Even at a distance, the guy looked big. He spotted them and turned directly toward them. Bobby said, "Get us out of here, Frank." "I can't do it on demand, you know that?" "Then let's run," he urged, and he tried to pull Frank along the beach toward the abandoned lifeguard tower and whatever lay beyond. But after floundering a few steps through the sand, Frank stopped and said, "No, I can't. I'm worn out. I'm going to have to pray that I pop out of here in time." He looked worse than worn out. He looked half dead. Bobby turned toward Candy again and saw the dark brother slogging through the soft, wet sand, much faster than they had managed, but still with some difficulty. "Why doesn't he just teleport from there to here in a flash, overwhelm us?" Frank's horror at the sight of his oncoming nemesis was so complete that he didn't appear capable of speech, yet the words came with the shallow breaths that rasped out of him. "Short hops under 100 feet aren't possible. Don't know why." Maybe if the trip was too short, the mind had a fraction of a second less than the minimum time required to deconstruct and fully reconstruct the body. It didn't matter what the reason was. Even if he couldn't teleport across the remaining stretch of sand, Candy was going to reach them in seconds. He was only 30 feet away and closing, a massive juggernaut of a man, with a neck thick enough to support a car balanced on his head, and arms that would give him an advantage in a wrestling match with a 4-ton industrial robot. His blonde hair was almost white. His face was broad and sharp-featured and hard, and as cruel as the face of one of those pre-psychotic young boys who like to set ants on fire with matches and test the effects of full-strength lye on neighborhood dogs. Charging through the storm, kicking up gouts of wet black sand with each step, he looked less like a man than like a demon with a fierce hunger for human souls. Holding fast to his client's hand, Bobby said, "Frank, for God's sake, let's get out of here." When Candy was close enough for Bobby to see blue eyes as wild and vicious as those of a rattlesnake on Benzedrine, he let out a wordless roar of triumph. He flung himself at them. Darkness, fireflies, velocity. Pale morning light filtered from a clear sky into the narrow pass-through between two rotting, ramshackle buildings so crusted in the filth of ages that it was impossible to determine what material had been used to construct their walls. Bobby and Frank were standing in knee-deep garbage that had been tossed out of the windows of the two-story structures and left to decompose in a reeking sludge that steamed like a compost pile. Their magical arrival had startled a colony of roaches that scuttled away from them and caused swarms of fat black flies to leap up from their breakfast. Several sleek rats sat up on their haunches to see what had arrived among them, but they were too bold to be scared off. The tenements on both sides had some windows completely open to the outside, some covered with what looked like oiled paper, none with glass. Though no people were in sight, from the rooms within the aged walls came voices, laughter here, an angry exchange there, chanting as of a mantra softly drifting down from the second floor of the building on the right. It was all in a foreign tongue with which Bobby was not familiar, though he suspected they might be in India, perhaps Bombay or Calcutta. Because of the ineluctable stench, which by comparison made the stink of a slaughterhouse seem like a new perfume by Calvin Klein, and because of the insistently buzzing flies that exhibited great interest in an open mouth and nostrils, Bobby was unable to get his breath. He choked, put his free hand over his mouth, still could not breathe, and knew he was going to faint face first into the vile, steaming muck. Darkness, fireflies, velocity. In a place of stillness and silence, shafts of afternoon sunshine pierced mimosa branches and dappled the ground with golden light. They stood on a red oriental footbridge over a koi pond in a Japanese garden, where sculpted bonsai and other meticulously tended plants were positioned among carefully raked beds of pebbles. "Oh, yes," Frank said with a mixture of wonder and pleasure and relief. "Oh, yes, I lived here, too, for a while." They were alone in the garden. Bobby realized that Frank always materialized in sheltered places where he was unlikely to be seen in the act or in circumstances such as the middle of a cloudburst that almost ensured even a public place like a beach would be conveniently deserted. Evidently, in addition to the unimaginably demanding task of deconstruction, travel, reconstruction, his mind was also capable of scouting the way ahead and choosing a discreet point of arrival. Frank said, "I was the longest residing guest they'd ever had. It's a traditional Japanese inn on the outskirts of Kyoto." Bobby became aware that they were both totally dry. Their clothes were wrinkled, in need of an ironing, but when Frank had deconstructed them in Hawaii, he had not teleported the molecules of water that had saturated their clothes and hair. "They were so kind here," Frank said. "Respectful of my privacy, yet so attentive and kind." He sounded wistful and terminally weary, as if he would have liked to have stopped his traveling right there, even if stopping meant dying at the hands of his brother. Bobby was relieved to see that Frank also had not brought with them any of the slime from the narrow alley in Calcutta, or wherever. Their shoes and pants were clean. Then he noticed something on the toe of his right shoe. He bent forward to look at it. "I wish we could stay here," Frank said, "forever." One of the roaches from that filth-choked alley was now a part of Bobby's footwear. One of the biggest advantages of being self-employed was freedom from neckties and uncomfortable shoes, so he was wearing, as usual, a pair of soft Rockport Super Sports, and the roach was not merely stuck on the putty-colored leather, but bristling from it and melded with it. The roach was not squirming, obviously dead, but it was there, or at least part of it was, some bits of it apparently having been left behind. "But we've got to keep moving," Frank said, oblivious of the roach. "He's trying to follow us. We have to lose him if—" Darkness, fireflies, velocity. They were on a high place, a rocky trail with an incredible panorama below them. "Mount Fuji," Frank said, not as if he had known where they were going, but as if pleasantly surprised to be there. "Mount Fuji, about halfway up." Bobby was not interested in the exotic view or concerned about the chill in the air. He was entirely preoccupied by the discovery that the roach was no longer a part of the toe of his shoe. "The Japanese once thought Fuji was sacred. I guess they still do, or some of them do, and you can see why. It's magnificent." "Frank, what happened to the roach?" What roach?" "There was a roach welded into the leather of this shoe. I saw it back there in the garden. You evidently brought it along from that disgusting alleyway. Where is it now?" I don't know." "Did you just drop its atoms along the way?" "I don't know." "Or are its atoms still with me, but somewhere else?" Bobby, I just don't know." In Bobby's mind was an image of his own heart, hidden within the dark cavity of his chest, beating with the mystery of all hearts, but with a new secret all its own, the bristling legs and shiny carapace of a roach, embedded in the muscle tissue that formed the walls of the atrium, or a ventricle. An insect might be inside of him, and even if the thing was dead, its presence within was intolerable. An attack of entomophobia hit him with the equivalent force of a hammer blow to the gut, knocking the wind out of him, sending undulate waves of nausea through him. He struggled to breathe, at the same time striving not to vomit on the sacred ground of Mount Fuji. Darkness, fireflies, velocity. They hit more violently this time, as if they had materialized in mid-air and had fallen a few feet onto the ground. They didn't manage to hold on to each other, and they didn't land on their feet either. Separated from Frank, Bobby rolled down a gentle incline over small objects that clattered and clicked under him and poked painfully into his flesh. When he tumbled to a halt, gasping and frightened, he was face down on gray soil almost as powdery as ashes. Scattered around him, sparkling brightly against that ashen backdrop, were hundreds, if not thousands, of red diamonds in the rough. Raising his head, he saw that the diamond miners were there in unnerving numbers. A score of huge insects, just like the one they had taken to Dyson Manfred. Caught, as he was, in a whirlpool of panic, Bobby believed that every one of those bugs was fixated on him. All those multifaceted eyes turned towards him. All those tarantula legs churning through the powdery gray soil in his direction. He felt something crawling on his back, knew what it must be, and rolled over, pinning the thing between him and the ground. He felt it squirming frantically beneath him. Propelled by repulsion, he was suddenly on his feet without quite remembering how he had gotten up. The bug was still clinging to the back of his shirt. He could feel its weight, its quick-footed advance from the small of his back to his neck. He reached behind, tore it off himself, cried out in disgust as it kicked against his hand, and pitched it as far away as he could. He heard himself breathing hard and making queer little sounds of fear and desperation. He didn't like what he heard, but he was unable to silence himself. A foul taste filled his mouth. He figured he had ingested some of the powdery soil. He spat, but his spittle looked clean, and he realized that the air itself was what he tasted. The warm air was thick, not humid exactly, but thick, like nothing he had experienced before. And in addition to the bitter taste, it had a distinctly different but equally unpleasant smell, like sour milk with a whiff of sulfur. Turning around, surveying the terrain, he realized that he was standing in a shallow bowl in the land about 4 feet deep at its lowest point and about 100 feet in diameter. The sloped walls were marked by evenly spaced holes, a double layer of them, and more of the biologically engineered insects were squirming into some of those bores, out of others, no doubt seeking and returning with diamonds. Because it was only 4 feet deep, he could see above the rim of the bowl. Across the huge, barren, and slightly sloped plain in which this depression was set, he saw what appeared to be scores of similar features like age-smoothed meteor craters, though they were so evenly spaced that they had to be unnatural. He was in the middle of a giant mining operation. Kicking at an insect that had crept too close to him, Bobby turned to look at the last quarter of his surroundings. Frank was there, at the far side of the crater, on his hands and knees. Bobby was relieved by the sight of him, but he was definitely not relieved by what he saw in the sky beyond Frank. The moon was visible in broad daylight, but it was not like the gossamer ghost moon that sometimes could be seen in the clear sky. It was a mottled gray-yellow sphere 6 times normal size, looming ominously over the land, as if about to collide with the larger world around which it should have been revolving at a respectable distance. But that was not the worst. A huge, and strangely shaped aircraft hung silently at perhaps an altitude of 400 or 500 feet. So alien in every aspect that it brought home to Bobby the understanding that had thus far eluded him. He was not on his own world any longer. "Julie," he said, because suddenly he realized how terribly far from her he had traveled. At the far side of the crater, as he was getting to his feet, Frank Pollard vanished.
As day dimmed and dark came, Thomas stood at the window, or sat in his chair, or stretched out on his bed, sometimes reaching toward the bad thing to be sure it wasn't coming closer. Bobby was worried when he visited, so Thomas was worried too. A lump of fear kept rising in his throat, but he kept swallowing it because he had to be brave and protect Julie. He didn't get as close to the bad thing as last night, not close enough to let it grab him with its mind, not close enough to let it follow him when he quick-like reeled his own mind string back to the home. But close, a lot closer than Thomas liked. Every time he pushed at the bad thing to make sure it was still there, up north someplace where it belonged, he knew the bad thing felt him snooping. That spooked Thomas. The bad thing knew he was snooping around, but didn't do anything. And sometimes Thomas felt maybe the bad thing was waiting like a toad. Once, in the garden behind the home, Thomas watched a toad, sitting real still for a long time, while a bright yellow flutterby, pretty and quick, bounced from leaf to leaf, flower to flower, back and forth, round and round, close to the toad, then not so close, then closer than ever, then way out of reach, then closer again, like it was teasing the toad, but the toad didn't move, not an inch, like maybe it was a fake toad, or just a stone that looked like a toad. So the flutterby felt safe, and maybe it just liked the game too much, and it came even closer. Wham! The toad's tongue shot out like one of those roll-up tutors they'd let the dumb people have one New Year's Eve, and it caught the flutterby, and the green toad ate the yellow flutterby every bit, and that was the end of the game. If the bad thing was playing a toad, Thomas was going to be real careful not to be a flutterby. Then, just as Thomas figured he should start washing himself and changing clothes for supper, just when he was going to pull back from the bad thing, it went somewhere. He felt it go, bang. There 1 second, and far away the next, slipping past where he could keep a watch on it, out across the world, going the same place where the sun was taking the last of the daylight. He couldn't figure how it could go so fast, unless maybe it was on a jet plane, having good food and fine wine, smiling at pretty girls in uniforms who put little pillows behind the bad thing's seat and gave it magazines and smiled back at it so nice and so much you expected them to kiss it like everybody was always kissing on daytime TV. Okay, yeah, probably a jet plane. Thomas tried some more to find the bad thing. Then, by the time day was all gone and night all there, he gave up. He got off his bed and got ready for supper, hoping maybe the bad thing was gone away and never coming back, hoping Julie was safe forever now, and hoping there was chocolate cake for dessert.
Bobby charged across the floor of the diamond-strewn crater, kicking at the bugs in his way. As he ran, he told himself that his eyes had deceived him, and that his mind was playing nasty tricks, that Frank had not actually teleported out of there without him. But when he arrived at the spot where Frank had been, he found only a couple of footprints in the pottery soil. A shadow fell across him, and he looked up as the alien craft drifted in blimp-like silence over the crater, coming to a full stop directly above him, still about 500 feet overhead. It was nothing like starships in the movies, neither organic-looking nor a flying chandelier. It was lozenge-shaped, at least 500 feet long, and perhaps 200 feet in diameter. Immense. On the ends, sides, and top, it bristled with hundreds, if not thousands, of pointed black metal spines, big as church spires, which made it look a little like a mechanical porcupine in a permanent defensive posture. The underside, which Bobby could see best of all, was smooth, black, and featureless, lacking not only the massive spines, but markings, remote sensors, portholes, airlocks, and all the other apparatus one might expect. Bobby did not know if the ship's repositioning was coincidental or whether he was under observation. If he was being watched, he didn't want to think about the nature of the creatures that might be peering down at him, and he sure as hell didn't want to consider what their intentions toward him might be. For every movie that featured an adorable alien with the power to turn kids' bicycles into airborne vehicles, there were 10 others in which the aliens were ravenous flesh-eaters with dispositions so vicious as to make any New York headwaiter think twice about being rude. And Bobby was certain that this was one thing Hollywood had gotten right. It was a hostile universe out there, and dealing with his fellow human beings was scary enough for him. He didn't need to make contact with a whole new race that had devised countless new cruelties of its own. Besides, his capacity for terror was already filled to the brim, running over. He could contain no more. He was abandoned on a distant world where the air, he began to suspect, might contain only enough oxygen and other required gases to keep him alive for a short while. Insects the size of kittens were crawling all around him, and there was a possibility that a much smaller dead insect was actually fused with the tissue of one of his internal organs. And a psychotic blonde giant with superhuman powers and a taste for blood was on his trail. And the odds were billions to 1 that he would ever see Julie again, or kiss her, or touch her, or see her smile. A series of tremendous throbbing vibrations issued from the ship and shook the ground around Bobby. His teeth chattered, and he nearly fell. He looked for somewhere to hide. There was nothing in the crater to afford concealment, and nowhere to run on the flat plain beyond. The vibrations stopped. Even in the deep shadow thrown by the ship, Bobby saw a horde of identical insects begin to scuttle out of the boreholes in the crater walls, one after the other. They had been called forth. Though no apparent openings appeared in the belly of the ship, a score or more of low-energy lasers, some yellow, some white, some blue, some red, began to play over the floor of the crater. Each beam was the diameter of a silver dollar, and each moved independently of the others. Like spotlights, they repeatedly swept the crater and everything in it, sometimes moving parallel to one another, sometimes crisscrossing one another, in a display that further disoriented Bobby and gave him the feeling that he was caught in the middle of a silent fireworks show. He remembered what Manfred and Gavinal had told him about the crimson decorations along the rim of the bug's shell, and he saw that the white lasers were focusing only on the insects, busily scanning the markings around each carapace. Their owners were taking roll call. He saw a white beam fidget over the broken corpus of one of the bugs he had kicked, and after a moment a red beam joined it to study the carcass. Then the red beam jumped to Bobby, and a couple of other beams of different hue also found him, as if he was a can of peas being identified and added to someone's grocery bill at a supermarket checkout. The floor of the crater was teeming with insects now, so many that Bobby could see neither the gray soil nor the litter of excreted diamonds over which they clambered. He told himself that they were not really bugs. They were just biological machines, engineered by the same race that had built the ship hanging over him. But that didn't help much, because they still looked more like bugs than like machines. They had been designed to mine diamonds. They were not attracted to him whatsoever. But their disinterest did not make him feel better, because his phobia guaranteed that he was interested in them. His shadow-chilled skin prickled with goose-flesh. Short-circuiting nerve endings sputtered with false reports of things crawling on him, so he felt as if bugs swarmed over him from head to foot. They were actually creeping over his shoes, but none of them tried to scurry up his legs. He was grateful, because he was sure he would go mad if they began to climb him. He used his hand as a visor over his eyes to avoid being dazzled by the lasers that were playing on him. He saw something gleaming in the scanner beams only a few feet away, a curved section of what appeared to be hollow steel tubing. It was sticking out of the powdery soil, partly buried, further concealed by the bugs that scurried and jittered around it. Nevertheless, at first sight, Bobby knew what it was, and he was overcome with a horrible, sinking feeling. He shuffled forward, trying not to crush any of the insects because, for all he knew, the alien penalty for the additional destruction of property might be instant incineration. When he could reach the glinting curve of metal, he seized it and pulled it loose of the soft earth. It was the missing railing from the hospital bed.
"How long?" Julie demanded. 21 minutes, Clint said. They still stood near the chair where Frank had been sitting and beside which Bobby had been stooping. Li Chen had gotten off the sofa so Jackie Jacks could lie down. The magician hypnotist had draped a damp washcloth over his forehead. Every couple of minutes he protested that he could not really make people disappear, though no one had accused him of being responsible for what had happened to Frank and Bobby. Having retrieved a bottle of scotch, glasses, and ice from the office wet bar, Li Chen was pouring 6 stiff drinks, one for each person in the room, as well as for Frank and Bobby. "If you don't need a drink to steady your nerves now," Li had said, "you'll need one to celebrate when they come back safe." He had already downed 1 scotch himself. The drink he poured now would be his second. This was the first time in his life he had drunk hard liquor, or needed it. "How long?" Julie demanded. 22 minutes, Clint said. "And I'm still sane," she thought wonderingly. "Bobby, damn you, come back to me. Don't you leave me alone forever. How am I going to dance alone? How am I going to live alone? How am I going to live?"
Bobby dropped the bed railing, and the lasers winked off, leaving him in the shadow of the spiny ship, which seemed darker than before the beams appeared. As he looked up to see what would happen next, another light issued from the underside of the craft, too pale to make him squint. This one was precisely the diameter of the crater. In that queer, pearly glow, the insects began to rise off the ground, as if they were weightless. At first only 10 or 20 floated upward, but then 20 more, and 100 after that, rising as lazily and effortlessly as so many bits of dandelion fluff, turning slowly, their tarantula legs motionless, the eerie light gone out of their eyes, as if they had been switched off. In a minute or two, the floor of the crater was depopulated of insects, and the horde was being drawn up effortlessly in that sepulchral silence that accompanied all of the craft's maneuvers, except for the bass vibrations that had called the insect miners from their bores. Then the silence was broken by a flute-like warble. "Frank!" Bobby cried in relief and turned as a gust of vile-smelling wind washed over him. As the cold, hollow piping echoed across the crater again, there was a subtle change in the hue of the light that issued from the ship above. Now the thousands of red diamonds rose from the ash-gray soil in which they lay and followed the insects upward, gleaming dully here and brightly there, so many of them that it seemed as if Bobby was standing in a rain of blood. Another whirl of evil-scented wind cast up a cloud of the ashy soil, reducing visibility, and Bobby turned in eager expectation of Frank's arrival, until he remembered that it might not be Frank, but the brother. The piping came a third time, and the subsequent puff of wind carried the dust away from him, so he saw Frank arrive less than 10 feet from him. Thank God. As Bobby stepped forward, the pearly light underwent a second subtle change. Reaching for Frank's hand, he felt himself become weightless. When he looked down, he saw his feet drift off the floor of the crater. Frank grabbed at his outstretched hand and seized it. Nothing had ever felt better to Bobby than Frank's firm grip, and for a moment he felt safe. Then he became aware that Frank had risen from the ground, too. They were both being drawn upward in the wake of the insects and diamonds, toward the belly of the alien vessel, toward God only knew what nightmare inside. Darkness, fireflies, velocity. They were on Punalou Beach again, and the rain was coming down harder than before. Where the hell was that last place? Bobby demanded, still holding fast to his client.
I don't know, Frank said. It scares the hell out of me. It's so weird, but sometimes I seem to be drawn there.
He hated Frank for having taken him there. He loved Frank for having returned for him. When he shouted above the rain, neither love nor hate was in his voice, just borderline hysteria. I thought you could only travel to places you've been.
Not necessarily. Anyway, I've been there before.
But how did you get there the first time? It's another world. It can't have been familiar to you, right, Frank?
I don't know. I just don't understand any of it, Bobby.
Though face-to-face with Frank, Bobby took a while to notice how much the man's appearance had deteriorated since they had teleported from the Dakota and Dakota offices in Newport Beach. Although the storm once more had soaked him to the skin in seconds and left his clothes hanging on him shapelessly, it wasn't just the rain that made him look disheveled, beaten, and sickly. His eyes were more sunken than ever. The whites of them were yellow, as if he had contracted jaundice, and the flesh around them was so darkly bruised that he appeared to have painted a pair of fake shiners on himself with black shoe polish. His skin was paler than pale, a deathly gray, and his lips were bluish as though his circulatory system was failing. Bobby felt guilty about having shouted at him, so he put his free hand on Frank's shoulder and told him he was sorry, that it was all right, that they were still fighting on the same side of this war, and that everything would turn out just fine, as long as Frank didn't take them back to that crater. Frank said,
Sometimes it's like I'm almost in touch with the minds of those people, creatures, whatever they are, in that ship.
They were leaning on each other now, forehead to forehead, seeking mutual support in their exhaustion.
Maybe I've got another gift I'm not aware of, like, for most of my life I wasn't aware of being able to teleport until Candy backed me into a corner and tried to kill me. Maybe I'm mildly telepathic. Maybe the wavelength my telepathy functions on is the major wavelength of that race's brain activity. Maybe I feel them out there, even across billions of light years of space. Maybe that's why I feel as if I'm being drawn to them, called to them.
Pulling back a few inches from Frank, Bobby looked into his tortured eyes for a long moment. Then he smiled and pinched Frank's cheek and said, You devil, you've really done a lot of thinking about this, haven't you? Really put the old noodle to work on it, huh? Frank smiled. Bobby laughed. Then they were both laughing, holding each other up by leaning into each other, the way teepee poles held one another up. And a part of their laugh was healthy, a release of tension, but part of it was that mad laughter that had troubled Bobby earlier. Clinging to his client, he said, Frank, your life is chaos. You're living in chaos, and you can't go on like this. It's going to destroy you.
I know.
You've got to find a way to stop it.
There is no way.
You gotta try, buddy. You've got to try. Nobody can handle this. I couldn't live like this for one day, and you've done it for 7 years.
No, it wasn't this bad most of that time. It's just lately, the last few months, it's accelerated.
A few months, Bobby said wonderingly. Hell, if we don't give your brother the slip soon and get back to the office and step off this merry-go-round in the next few minutes, I swear to God I'm going to crack. Frank, I need order. Order and stability, familiarity. I need to know that what I do today will determine where I am and who I am and what I have to show for it tomorrow. Nice, orderly progression, Frank. Cause and effect, logic and reason. Darkness, fireflies, velocity.
How long? 27, almost 28 minutes. Where the hell are they? Julie Clint said. "I think you ought to sit down. You're shaking like a leaf. Your color's not good." "I'm all right." Li Chen handed her a glass of scotch. "Have a drink." "No." "It might help," Clint said. She grabbed the glass from Li, drained it in a couple of long swallows, and shoved it back into his hand. "I'll get you another," he said. "Thanks." From the sofa, Jackie Jack said, "Listen, is anyone going to sue me over this?" Julie no longer sort of liked the hypnotist. She loathed him, as much as she had loathed him when they had first met him in Vegas and taken on his case. She wanted to go kick his head in. Though she knew the urge to kick him was irrational, that he really had not been the cause of Bobby's disappearance, she wanted to kick him anyway. That was the impulsive side of her, the quick-to-anger side of which she was not proud. But she couldn't always control it, because it was part of her genetic makeup, or, as Bobby suspected, a predilection to violent response that had begun to form in her on the day in her childhood when a drug-crazed sociopath had brutally killed her mother. Either way, she knew Bobby was sometimes dismayed by that dark side of her, much as he loved everything else. So she made a bargain with both Bobby and God. "Listen, Bobby, wherever you are, and you listen too, God, if this just ends well, if I can just have my Bobby back with me, I won't be this way anymore. I won't want to kick in Jackie's head anymore, or anyone else's head either. I'll turn over a new leaf. I swear I will. Just let Bobby come back to me, safe and sound."
They were on a beach again, but this one had white sand that was slightly phosphorescent in the early darkness. The strand disappeared into a medium-thick fog in both directions. No rain was falling, and the air was not as warm as it had been on Punaloo. Bobby shivered in the chill, moist air. "Where are we?" "I'm not sure," Frank said, "but I think we're probably on the Monterey Peninsula somewhere." A car passed on a highway 100 yards behind them. "That's probably a 17-mile drive. You know it? The road from Carmel through Pebble Beach?" "I know it." "I love the peninsula, Big Sur to the south," Frank said. "It's another one of the places I was happy for a while." Their voices were strangely muffled by the mist. Bobby liked the solid ground beneath his feet and the thought that he was not only on his own planet, but in his own country and in his own state. But he would have preferred a place with more concrete details, where fog did not obscure the landscape. The white blindness of fog was another form of chaos, and he had had more than enough disorder to last him for the rest of his life. Frank said, "Oh, and by the way, back there in Hawaii a minute ago, you were worried about giving Candy the slip, but you don't need to be concerned. We lost him several stops ago in Kyoto, or maybe on the slopes of Mount Fuji. For God's sake, if we don't have to worry about leading him back to the office, let's go home." "Bobby, I don't have—" "Any control, yeah, I know, I heard. It's no big secret. But I'll tell you something. You've got control on some level, way down deep in the subconscious, more control than you think you have." "No, Yes, because you came back to that crater for me," Bobby said. "You told me you hate the place, that it's more frightening than anywhere you've ever been. But you came back and got me. You didn't leave me there with a bed railing. Pure chance that I came back." "I don't think so." Darkness. Fireflies. Velocity.
They made the soft, pretty bing-bong signal come out of the wall, because that was how they told all the people in the home it was just 10 minutes before supper was going to be eaten. Derek was already out the door by the time Thomas got up from his chair. Derek liked food. Everyone liked food, of course, but Derek liked food enough for 3 people. Thomas got to the doorway, and Derek was already down the hall, walking fast in that funny way he did, almost to the dining room. Thomas looked back at the window. Night was at the window. He didn't like seeing night at the window, which was why he usually kept the drapes closed after the light went out of the world. But after he got himself ready for supper, He had tried to find the bad thing out there, and it helped a little to see the night when he was trying to send a mind string into it. The bad thing was still so far away it couldn't be felt, but he wanted to try once more before going to eat food and be sociable. He reached out through the window, up into the big dark, spinning the mind string toward where the bad thing used to be. And it was back. He felt it right away, knew it felt him too, and he remembered the green toad eating the bouncy yellow flutterby, and he pulled back into his room faster than a toad tongue could snap out and catch him. He didn't know if he should be happy or scared that it was back. When it was gone away, Thomas was happy, because maybe it was going to be gone away a long time. But he was also a little scared, because when it was gone away, he didn't know exactly where it was. It was back. He waited in the doorway a while. Then he went to eat food. There was roast chicken, there was French fries, there was carrots and peas, there was coleslaw, there was homemade bread, and people said there was going to be some chocolate cake and ice cream for dessert, though the people that said it was dumb people, so you couldn't be sure. It all looked good, and it smelled good, and it even tasted good. But Thomas kept thinking about how the flutterby might have tasted to the toad, and he couldn't eat much of anything.
Bouncing like two balls in tandem, they traveled to an empty lot in Las Vegas, where a cool desert wind spun a tumbleweed past them, and where Frank said he had once lived in a house that was now demolished, to that cabin at the top of a snowy mountain meadow, where they had first teleported after leaving the office, to the graveyard in Santa Barbara, to the top of an Aztec ziggurat in the lush Mexican jungles, where the humid night air was full of buzzing mosquitoes and the cries of unknown beasts, and where Bobby almost fell down the terraced side of the pyramidal structure before he realized how high they were and how precariously perched, to the offices of Dakota and Dakota. They were popping around so quickly, remaining in each place such a brief time, in fact briefer with each stop, that for a moment he stood in a corner of his own office, blinking stupidly before he realized where he was and what he had to do. He tore his hand away from Frank and he said, "Stop it now. Stop here." But Frank vanished even as Bobby spoke. Julie was all over him an instant later, hugging him so tightly that she hurt his ribs. He hugged her, too, and kissed her a long time before coming up for air. Her hair smelled clean, and her skin smelled sweeter than he remembered. Her eyes were brighter than memory allowed, and more beautiful. Though by nature he was not much of a toucher, Clint put a hand on Bobby's shoulder. "God, it's good to see you. Good to have you back." There was even a catch in his voice. Had us worried there for a while. Lee Chen handed him a glass of scotch on the rocks. "Don't do that again, okay?" "Don't plan to," Bobby said. No longer the smooth and self-assured performer Jackie Jacks had had enough for one night. "Listen, Bobby, I'm sure that whatever you have to tell us is fascinating, and you're bound to have come back with a lot of boffo anecdotes wherever you went, but I, for one, don't want to hear about it." "Boffo anecdotes?" Bobby said. Jackie shook his head. "Don't want to hear 'em, sorry. It's my fault, not yours. I like showbiz 'cause it's a narrow life, you know? A thin little slice of the real world, but exciting 'cause it's all bright colors and loud music. You don't have to think in showbiz, you can just be. I just want to be, you know, perform, hang out, have fun. I got opinions, sure, colorful and loud opinions about everything, showbiz opinions. But I don't know a damn thing, and I don't want to know a damn thing, and I sure as hell don't want to know about what happened here tonight, 'cause it's the kind of thing that turns your world upside down, makes you curious, makes you think, and then pretty soon you're no longer happy with all the things that made you happy before." He raised both hands as if to forestall argument and said, "I'm out of here." And a moment later, he was. At first, as he told the others what had happened to him, Bobby walked slowly around the room, marveling at ordinary items, finding wonder in the mundane, relishing the solidity of things. He put his hand on Julie's desk, and it seemed to him that nothing in the world was more wondrous than humble Formica. All those molecules of man-made chemicals lined up in perfect, stable order. The framed prints of Disney characters, the inexpensive furniture, the half-empty bottle of scotch, the flourishing pothos plant on a stand by the windows, all of those things were suddenly precious to him. He had been traveling only 39 minutes. He took almost as long to tell them a condensed version. He had popped out of the office at 4:47 and returned at 5:26. But he'd done enough traveling, via teleportation or otherwise, to last the rest of his life. On the sofa, with Julie and Clint and Lee gathered around, Bobby said, "I want to stay right here in California. I don't need to see Paris. Don't need London. Not anymore. I want to stay where I have my favorite chair, sleep every night in a bed that's familiar." "Damn right you will," Julie interjected. "Drive my little yellow Samurai, open a medicine cabinet where the Anderson and toothpaste and mouthwash and styptic pencil and Bactine and Band-Aids are exactly where they ought to be." By 6:15, Frank had not reappeared. During Bobby's account of his adventures, no one mentioned Frank's second disappearance or wondered aloud when he would return. But all of them kept glancing at the chair from which he had vanished initially and at the corner of the room from which he had dematerialized the second time. "How long do we wait here for him?" Julie finally asked. "I don't know," Bobby said, "but I have a feeling, a real bad feeling, that maybe Frank's not going to regain control of himself this time, that he's just going to keep popping from one place to another faster and faster until sooner or later he's unable to put himself back together again." When he came straight from Japan into the kitchen of his mother's house, Candy was seething with anger, and when he saw the cats on the table where he ate his meals, his anger grew into a full-blown rage. Violet was sitting in a chair at the table. Her ever-silent sister was in another chair beside her, hanging on her. Cats lay under the chairs and around their feet, and 5 of the biggest were on the table, eating bits of ham that Violet fed them. "What are you doing?" he demanded. Violet did not acknowledge him either with a word or a glance. Her gaze was locked with that of a dark gray mongrel that was sitting as erect as a statue of an Egyptian temple cat, patiently nibbling at a few small bits of meat offered on her pale palm. "I'm talking to you," he said sharply, but she did not respond. He was sick of her silences, worried to death of her infinite strangeness. If not for the promise that he had made to his mother, he would have torn Violet open right there and fed on her. Too many years had passed since he had tasted the ambrosia in his sainted mother's veins, and he had often thought that the blood in Violet and Verbena was, in a way, the same blood that had flowed in Roselle. He wondered and sometimes dreamed of how his sister's blood might feel upon the tongue, how it might taste. Looming over her, staring down as she continued to commune with the gray cat, he said, "This is where I eat, damn you!" Violet said nothing, and Candy struck her hand, knocking the remaining bits of ham helter-skelter. He swept the plate of ham off the table as well, and took tremendous satisfaction at the sound of it shattering on the floor. The 5 cats on the table were not the least startled by his fury, and the greater number on the floor remained unfazed by the ping and clatter of china fragments. At last, Violet turned her head, tilted it back, and looked up at Candy. Simultaneously with their mistress, the cats on the table turned their heads to look haughtily at him too, as if they wished him to understand what a singular honor they were bestowing upon him simply by granting him their attention. That same attitude was apparent in the disdain in Violet's eyes, and in the faint smirk that curled the edges of her ripe mouth. More than once he had found her direct gaze withering, and he had turned away from her, rattled and confused. Certain that he was her superior in every way, he was perplexed by her unfailing ability to defeat him or force him into a hasty retreat with just a look. But this time would be different. He had never been as furious as he was at that moment, not even 7 years ago when he had found his mother's bloody, sundered body, and had learned the axe had been wielded by Frank. He was angrier now, because that old rage had never subsided. It had fed on itself all these years, and on the humiliation of repeatedly failing to get his hands on Frank when the opportunities to do so arose. Now it was a midnight black bile that coursed in his veins and bathed the muscles of his heart and nourished the cells of his brain, where visions of vengeance were spawned in profusion. Refusing to be cowed by her stare, he seized her thin arm and jerked her violently to her feet. Verbena made a soft, woeful sound upon her separation from her sister, as if they were Siamese twins, for God's sake, as if tissue had been torn, bone split. Shoving his face close to Violet's, he sprayed her with spittle as he spoke. "Our mother had one cat, just one. She liked things clean and neat. She wouldn't approve of this mess, this stinking brood of yours."
"Who cares?"
Violet said in a tone of voice that was at once disinterested and mocking.
"She's dead."
Grabbing her by both arms, he lifted her off her feet. The chair behind her fell over as he swung her away from it. He slammed her up against the pantry door so hard that the sound was like an explosion, rattling the loose kitchen windows and some dirty silverware on a nearby counter. He had the satisfaction of seeing her face contort with pain, and her eyes roll back in her head as she nearly passed out from the blow. If he had smashed her against the door any harder, her spine might have cracked. He dug his fingers cruelly into the pale flesh of her upper arms, pulled her away from the door, and slammed her into it again, though not as hard as before, just making the point that it might have been as hard, that it could be as hard the next time if she displeased him. Her head had fallen forward, for she was teetering on the edge of consciousness. Effortlessly he held her against the door, with her feet 8 inches off the floor as if she weighed nothing at all, thereby forcing her to consider his incredible strength. He waited for her to come around. She was having difficulty getting her breath, and when at last she stopped gasping and raised her head to face him, he expected to see a different Violet. He had never struck her before. A fateful line had been crossed, one over which he never expected to trespass. With his promise to his mother in mind, he had kept his sisters safe from the often dangerous world outside, provided them with food, kept them warm in cold weather and cool in the heat, dry when it rained. But year after year he had performed his brotherly duties with growing frustration, appalled by their increasingly shameless and mysterious behavior. Now he realized that disciplining them was a natural part of protecting them. Up in heaven, his mother had probably despaired of his ever realizing the need for discipline. Thanks to his rage, he had stumbled upon enlightenment. It felt good to hurt Violet a little, just enough to bring her to her senses, and to prevent her from spiraling further into the decadence and animal sensuality to which she had surrendered herself. He knew he was right to punish her. He waited eagerly for her to lift her head and face him, for he knew that they had entered a new relationship, and that the awareness of these profound changes would be evident in her eyes. At last, breathing somewhat normally, she raised her head and met Candy's gaze. To his surprise, none of his own enlightenment had been visited upon his sister. Her white blonde hair had fallen across her face, and she stared through it like a jungle animal peering through its wind-tossed mane. In her icy blue eyes he perceived something stranger and more primitive than anything he had seen there before. A gleeful wildness, indefinable hungers, need. Though she had been hurt when he had thrown her against the pantry door, a smile played on her full lips again. She opened her mouth, and he felt her hot breath against his face as she said, "You're strong. Even the cats like the feel of your strong hands on me. And so does Verbena." He became aware of her long, bare legs, the flimsiness of her panties, the way her red T-shirt had pulled up to expose her flat belly, the swell of her full breasts, which seemed even fuller than they were because of the leanness of the rest of her, the sharp outlines of her nipples against the material of the shirt, the smoothness of her skin, her smell. Revulsion burst through him, like pus from a secret inner abscess, and he let go of her. Turning, he saw that the cats were looking at him. Worse, they were still lying where they had been when he had pulled Violet from her chair, as if they had not been frightened by his outrage, even briefly. He knew their equanimity meant that Violet had not been frightened either, and that her erotic response to his fury and her mocking smile was not in the least feigned. Verbena was slumped in her chair, her head bowed, for she was no more able to look at him directly now than she had ever been. But she was grinning, and her left hand was between her legs, her long fingers tracing lazy circles on the thin material of her panties, under which lay the dark cleft of her sex. He needed no more proof that some of Violet's sick desire had communicated itself to Verbena, and he turned away from her, too. He tried to leave the room quickly, but without looking as if he was fleeing from them. In his scented bedroom, safely among his mother's belongings, Kendi locked the door. He was not sure why he felt safer with the lock engaged, though he was certain it was not because he feared his sisters. There was nothing about them to fear. They were to be pitied. For a while he sat in Roselle's rocker, remembering the times as a child when he'd curled in her lap and contentedly sucked blood from a self-inflicted wound in her thumb, or in the meaty part of her palm. Once, but unfortunately only once, she had made a half-inch incision in one of her breasts and held him to her bosom while he drank her blood, from the same flesh where other mothers gave and other children received the milk of maternity. He had been 5 years old that night when, in this very room and in this chair, he tasted the blood of her breast. Frank, 7 years old then, had been asleep in the room at the end of the hall, and the twins, who had only recently reached their first birthday, were asleep in a crib in the room across from their mother's. Being alone with her, when all the others slept, oh, how unique and treasured that made him feel, especially since she was sharing with him the rich liquid of her arteries and veins which she never offered to his siblings. It was a sacred communion, dispensed and received, that remained their secret. He recalled being in something of a swoon that night, not merely because of the heavy taste of her rich blood and the unbounded love that was represented by the gift of it, but because of the metronomic rocking of the chair and the lulling rhythms of her voice. As he sucked, she smoothed his hair away from his brow and spoke to him of God's intricate plan for the world. She explained, as she had done many times before, that God condoned the use of violence when it was committed in the defense of those who were good and righteous. She told him how God had created men who thrived on blood, so that they might be used as the earthly instruments of God's vengeance on behalf of the righteous. Theirs was a righteous family, she said, and God had sent Kendi to them to be their protector. None of this was new. But though his mother had spoken of these things many times during their secret communions, Kendi never grew tired of hearing them again. Children often relish the retelling of a favorite story. And as with certain particularly magical tales, this story somehow did not become more familiar with retelling, but curiously more mysterious and appealing. That night in his 6th year, however, the story took a new turn. The time had come, his mother said, for him to apply the truly amazing talents he had been given and embark upon the mission for which God had created him. He had begun to exhibit his phenomenal talents when he was 3, the same age at which Frank's far more meager gifts had become evident. His telekinetic abilities, primarily his talent for telekinetic transportation of his own body, particularly enchanted Roselle, and she quickly saw the potential. They would never want for money as long as he could teleport at night into places where cash and valuables were locked away, bank vaults, the jewelry-rich walk-in safes in Beverly Hills mansions. And if he could materialize within the homes of the Pollard family's enemies while they slept, vengeance could be taken without fear of discovery or reprisal. "There's a man named Selfont," his mother cooed to him as he took his nourishment from her wounded breast. "He's a lawyer, one of those jackals who prey on upstanding folks. Nothing good about him at all, not that one. He handled my father's estate, that's your dear grandpa, little Kendi. Probated the will, charged too much, way too much. He was greedy. They're all greedy, those lawyers." The quiet, gentle tone in which she spoke was at odds with the anger she was expressing, but that contradiction added to the sweet, hypnotic quality. of her message. I've tried for years to get part of the fee returned to me, like I deserve. I've gone to other lawyers, but they all say his fee was reasonable. They all stick up for each other. They're alike, peas in a pod, rotten little peas in rotten little pods. Took him to court, but judges are nothing except lawyers in black robes. They make me sick, the greedy lot of them. I've worried at this for years, little Kendi. Can't get it out of my mind. That Donald Salfont, living in his big house in Montecito, overcharging people, overcharging me. He ought to have to pay for that. Don't you think so, little Kendi? Don't you think he ought to pay? He was 5 years old, and not yet big for his age as he would be from the time he was 9 or 10. Even if he could teleport into Salfont's bedroom, the advantage of surprise might not be sufficient to ensure success. If either Salfont or his wife happened to be awake when Kendi arrived, or if the first slash of the knife failed to kill the lawyer and brought him awake in a defensive panic, Kendi would not be able to overpower him. He wouldn't be in danger of getting caught or harmed, for he could teleport home in a wink, but he would risk being recognized. Police would believe a man like Salfont, even as regarded such a fantastic accusation as murder lodged against a 5-year-old boy. They would visit the Pollard place, asking questions, poking around, and God knew what they might find or come to suspect. "So you can't kill him, though he deserves it," Roselle whispered as she rocked her favorite child. She stared down intently into his eyes as he looked up from her exposed breast. "Instead, what you have to do is take something from him as vengeance for the money he took from me, something precious to him. There's a new baby in the Salfont house. I read about it in the paper a few months ago. A little girl baby they called Rebecca Elizabeth. What kind of name is that for a girl, I ask you? Sounds highfalutin to me. The kind of name a fancy lawyer and his wife give a baby because they think them and theirs is better than other people. Elizabeth is a queen's name, you see, and you just look up what Rebecca is in the Bible, see if they don't think way too much of themselves and their little brat. Rebecca. She's almost 6 months old now. They've had her long enough to miss her when she's gone. Miss her bad. I'll drive you past their house tomorrow, my precious little candy boy. Let you see where it is. And tomorrow night you'll go there and visit the Lord's vengeance on them, my vengeance. They'll say a rat got into the room or something of the sort, and they'll blame themselves until the day they're dead, too." The throat of Rebecca Salfont had been tender, her blood salty. Kendi enjoyed the adventure of it, the thrill of entering the house of strangers without their permission or knowledge. Killing the girl while grown-ups slept in the adjoining room unaware filled him with a sense of power. He was just a boy, yet he slipped past their defenses and struck a blow for his mother, which, in a way, made him the man of the Pollard house. That heady feeling added an element of glory to the excitement of the kill. His mother's requests for vengeance were thereafter irresistible. For the first few years of his mission, infants and very young children were his only prey. Sometimes, in order not to present a pattern to the police, he did not bite them, but disposed of them in other ways. And occasionally he took hold of them and teleported out of the house with them, so no body was ever found. Even so, if Roselle's enemies had all been from in and around Santa Barbara, the pattern could not have been hidden. But often she required vengeance against people in far places about whom she read in newspapers and magazines. He remembered in particular a family in New York State who won millions of dollars in the lottery. His mother had felt that their good fortune had been at the expense of the Pollard family, and that they were too greedy to be permitted to live. Kendi had been 14 at the time, and he had not understood his mother's reasoning, but he had not questioned it either. She was the only source of truth to him, and the thought of disobedience never crossed his mind. He had killed all 5 members of that family in New York, then burned their house to the ground with their bodies in it. His mother's thirst for vengeance followed a predictable cycle. Immediately after Kendi killed someone for her, she was happy, filled with plans for the future. She would bake special treats for him and sing melodically while she worked in the kitchen, and she would begin a new quilt or an elaborate needlepoint project. But over the next 4 weeks her happiness would dim like a light bulb on a rheostat, and almost 1 month to the day after the killing, having lost interest in baking and crafts, she would begin to talk about other people who had wronged her and, by extension, the Pollard family. Within 2 to 4 more weeks, she would have settled on a target, and Candy would be dispatched to fulfill his mission. Consequently, he killed on only 6 or 7 occasions each year. That frequency satisfied Roselle, but the older Candy got, the less it satisfied him. He had not merely acquired a thirst for blood, but a craving that occasionally overwhelmed him. The thrill of the hunt also intoxicated him, and he longed for it as an alcoholic longed for the bottle. Not least of all, the mindless hostility of the world toward his blessed mother motivated him to kill more often. Sometimes it seemed that virtually everyone was against her, scheming to harm her physically or to take money that was rightfully hers. She had no dearth of enemies. He remembered days when fear oppressed her. Then, at her direction, all the blinds and drapes were drawn, the doors locked, and sometimes even barricaded with chairs and other furniture against the onslaught of adversaries who never came, but who might have. On those bad days, she became despondent and told him that so many people were out to get her that even he could not protect her forever. When he begged her to turn him loose, she refused and only said, "It's hopeless." Then, as now, he tried to supplement the approved murders with his forays into the canyons in search of small animals. But those blood feasts, rich as they sometimes were, never quenched his thirst as thoroughly as when the vessel was human. Saddened by too many memories, Candy rose from the rocking chair and nervously paced the room. The blind was up, and he glanced with increasing interest at the night beyond the window. After failing to catch Frank and the stranger who had teleported into the backyard with him, after the confrontation with Violet had taken that unexpected turn and left him with undissipated rage, he was smoldering, hot to kill, but in need of a target. With no enemy of the family in sight, he would have to slaughter either innocent people or the small creatures that lived in the canyons. The problem was, he dreaded evoking his sainted mother's disappointment up there in heaven, yet he had no appetite for the thin blood of timid beasts. His frustration and need built by the minute. He knew he was going to do something he would later regret, something that would make Roselle turn her face from him for a time. Then, just when he felt he might explode, he was saved by the intrusion of a genuine enemy. A hand touched the back of his head. He whirled around, feeling the hand withdraw as he turned. It had been a phantom hand. No one was there. But he knew it was the same presence that he had sensed in the canyon last night. Someone out there, not of the Pollard family, had psychic ability of his own, and the very fact that Roselle was not his mother made him an enemy to be found and eliminated. The same person had visited Kennedy several times earlier in the afternoon, reaching out tentatively, probing at him but not making full contact. Kennedy returned to the rocking chair. If a real enemy was going to put in an appearance, it would be worth waiting for him. A few minutes later, he felt the touch again, light, hesitant, quickly withdrawn. He smiled. He started rocking. He even hummed softly one of his mother's favorite songs. Banking the coals of rage eventually made them burn brighter. By the time the shy visitor grew bolder, the fire would be white-hot, and the flames would consume him.
At 10 minutes of 7, the doorbell rang. Felina Karagiozis did not hear it, of course, but each room of the house had a small red signal lamp in one corner or another, and she could not miss the flashing light that was activated by the bell. She went into the foyer and looked through the side light next to the front door. When she saw Alice Casper, a neighbor from 3 doors down the street, she switched off the dead bolt, removed the security chain from the slot, and let her in. "Hi, kid, how you doing?" "I like your hair," Felina signed. "Do you really?" "Just got it cut." And the girl said, did I want the same old, or did I want to catch up with the times? And I thought, what the hell? I'm not too old to be sexy, do you think? Alice was only 33, 5 years older than Felina. She had exchanged her trademark blonde curls for a more modern cut that would require a new source of income just to pay for all the mousse she was going to use. But she looked great. "Come in. Want a drink?" "Oh, I'd love a drink, kid. And right now I could use 6 of them. But I gotta say no. My in-laws came over. And we're about to either play cards with them or shoot them. It depends on their attitude." Of all the people Felina knew in her day-to-day life, Alice was the only one other than Clint who understood sign language, given the fact that most people harbored a prejudice against the deaf, to which they could not admit, but on which they acted. Alice was her only girlfriend. But Felina happily would have given up their friendship if Mark Casper, Alice's son, for whom she had learned sign language, had not been born deaf. "Why I came over. We got a call from Clint, asking me to tell you he's not on his way home yet, but he expects to get here maybe by 8. "Since when does he work so late?" "They've got a big case. That always means some overtime. He's going to take you out to dinner. Says to tell you it's been an incredible day. I guess that's about the case, huh? Must be fascinating. Married to a detective. And he's so sweet, too. Oh, you're a lucky kid." "Yes, but so is he." Alice laughed. "Right on. And if he comes home this late another night, don't settle for dinner. Make him buy you diamonds." Felina thought of the red gem that he had brought home yesterday and wished she could tell Alice about it, but Dakota and Dakota business, especially concerning an ongoing case in which the client was in jeopardy, was as sacred in their house as the privacies of the marriage bed. "Saturday, our place, 6:30. Jack'll cook up a mess of his chili, and we'll play pinochle and eat chili and drink beer and fart till we pass out. Okay?" "Yes. And tell Clint it's okay. We won't expect him to talk." Felina laughed, then signed, "He's getting better." "Well, that's 'cause you're civilizing him, kid." They hugged again, and Alice left. Felina closed the door, looked at her wristwatch, and saw that it was 7 o'clock. She had only an hour to get ready for dinner, and she wanted to look especially good for Clint. Not because this was a special occasion, but because she always wanted to look good for him. She headed for the bedroom, then realized that only the automatic lock was engaged on the front door. She returned to the foyer, twisted the thumb screw that slid the deadbolt home, and slipped the security chain in place. Clint worried about her too much. If he came home and found that she hadn't remembered the deadbolt, he'd age a year in a minute, right before her eyes. After being off duty all day, Hal Yamataka responded to a call from Clint and came to the offices at 6:35 Tuesday night to stand watch in case Frank returned after the rest of them had left. Clint met him in the reception lounge and briefed him there over a cup of coffee. He had to be brought up to date on what had happened during his absence, and after he heard what had gone down, he again wistfully considered a career in gardening. Nearly everyone in his family either had a gardening business or owned a little nursery, and all of them did well, most of them better than what Hal made working for Dakota and Dakota, some of them a great deal better. His folks, his 3 brothers, and various well-meaning uncles tried repeatedly to persuade him that he should work for them or come into business with them, but he resisted. It was not that he had anything against running a nursery, selling gardening supplies, landscape planning, tree pruning, or even gardening itself. But in Southern California, the term Japanese gardener was a cliché, not a career, and he couldn't abide the thought of being any kind of stereotype. He had been a heavy reader of adventure and suspense novels all his life, and he yearned to be a character like one of those he read about, especially a character worthy of being a lead in a John D. MacDonald novel. Because John D's lead characters were as rich in insight as they were in courage, every bit as sensitive as they were tough. In his heart, Hal knew that his work at Dakota and Dakota was usually as mundane as the daily grind of a gardener, and that the opportunities for heroism in the security industry were far fewer than they appeared to be to outsiders. But selling a bag of mulch, or a can of spectricide, or a flat of marigolds, you couldn't kid yourself that you were a romantic figure or had any chance of being one. And after all, self-image was often the better part of reality. "If Frank shows up here," Hal said, "what do I do with him?" "Pack him in the car and take him to Bobby and Julie." "You mean their house?" "No, Santa Barbara. They're driving up there tonight, staying at the Red Lion Inn, so tomorrow they can start digging into the Pollard family's background." Frowning, Hal leaned forward on the reception lounge sofa. "Thought you said they don't figure ever to see Frank again." "Bobby says he thinks Frank is coming apart. won't last through this last series of travels. That's just his feeling. So then, who's their client? Well, until he fires them, Frank is. Sounds iffy to me. Be straight with me, Clint. What's really got them so committed to this one, especially considering how crazy dangerous it seems to get hour by hour? They like Frank. I like Frank. I said be straight. Clint sighed. Damned if I know. Bobby came back here spooked out of his mind, but he won't let go of it. You'd think they'd pull in their horns, at least until Frank shows up again, if he does. This brother of his, this Candy, he sounds like the devil himself. Too much for anyone to handle. Bobby and Julie are stubborn sometimes, but they're not stupid, and I'd expect them to let go of this, now that they've seen it's a job big enough for God, not a private detective. But here we are. Bobby and Julie huddled with Li Chen at the desk while he shared with them the information he had thus far obtained. The money might be stolen, but it's spendable, Li said. I can't find those serial numbers on any currency hot sheets, federal, state, or local. Bobby had already thought of several sources from which Frank might have obtained the $600,000 now in the office safe. Find a business with high cash flow, where they don't always get to the bank with the receipts at the end of the day, and you've got a potential target. Say it's a supermarket, stays open till midnight, and it's not a good idea for a manager to tote a lot of cash to the bank for automatic deposit, so there's a safe in the market. After the place closes, you teleport inside, if you're Frank, and use whatever other powers you have to open that safe, put the day's receipts in a grocery bag, and vanish. You're not going to find big chunks of cash, a couple of $100,000 at a time, but you hit 3 or 4 markets in an hour, and you've got your haul. Evidently Julie had been pondering the same question, for she said, casinos. They all have accounting rooms you can find on the blueprints, the ones the IRS gets into with a little effort. But they've got hidden rooms, too, where the skim goes, like big walk-in safes. Fort Knox would envy them. You use whatever minor psychic abilities you have to figure out the location of one of those hidden rooms, teleport in when it's deserted, and just take what you want. Frank lived in Vegas for a while, Bobby said. Remember, I told you about the vacant lot he took me to where he'd had a house? Well, he wouldn't be limited to Vegas, Julie said. Reno, Tahoe, Atlantic City, the Caribbean, Macau, France, England, Monte Carlo, anywhere there's big-time gambling. This talk of easy access to unlimited amounts of cash excited Bobby, though he was not sure why. After all, it was Frank who could teleport, not him, and he was 95% sure they were never going to see Frank again. Spreading a sheaf of printouts across the desktop, Li Chen said, The money's the least interesting thing. You remember you wanted me to find out if the cops are onto Mr. Blue? Candy, Bobby said. We have a name for him now. Li scowled. I liked Mr. Blue better. It had more style. Entering the room, Hal Yamataka said, I don't think I'd trust the style judgment of a guy who wears red sneakers and socks. Li shook his head. We Chinese spend thousands of years working up an intimidating image for all Asians so we can keep these hapless Westerners off balance, and you Japanese blow it all by making those Godzilla movies. You can't be inscrutable and make Godzilla movies, yeah? You show me anybody who understands a Godzilla movie after the first one. They made an interesting pair, these two. One slender, modish, with delicate features, an enthusiastic child of the Silicon Age. The other squat, broad, with a face as blunt as a hammer, a guy who was about as high-tech as a rock. But to Bobby, the most interesting thing was that until this moment, he had never thought about the fact that a disproportionately large percentage of Dakota and Dakota's small staff was Asian American. There were 2 more, Nguyen Tuan Phu and Jamie Quang, both Vietnamese. 4 out of 11 people. Though he and Hal once in a while made East-West jokes, Bobby never thought of Lee and Hal and Nguyen and Jamie as composing any subset of employees. They were just themselves, as different from one another as apples are different from pears and oranges and peaches. But Bobby realized that his predilection for Asian American co-workers revealed something about himself, something more than just an obvious and admirable racial blindness. But he could not figure out what it was. Hal said, And nothing gets more inscrutable than the whole concept of Mothra. By the way, Bobby, Clint's gone home to Felina. We should all be so lucky. Lee was telling us about Mr. Blue, Julie said. Candy, Bobby said. Indicating the data he had extracted from various police records nationwide, Lee said, most police agencies began to be computerized and interlinked only about 9 years ago, in any sophisticated way, that is. So that's all the further back a lot of electronically accessible files go. But during that time, there have been 78 brutal murders in 9 states that have enough similarities to raise the possibility of a single perp. Just the possibility, mind you. But FBI got interested enough last year to put a 3-man team on it, 1 in the office and 2 in the field, to coordinate local and state investigations. 3 men? Hal said. Doesn't sound like a high priority. Well, the Bureau's always been overextended, Julie said, and over the last 30 years, since it's been unfashionable for judges to hand out long criminal sentences, the bad guys outnumber them worse than ever. 3 men full-time, that's a serious commitment at this stage. Extracting a printout from the pile on the desk, Lee summarized the essential data on it. All of the killings have these points in common. First, the victims were all bitten, most on the throat, but virtually no part of the body is sacred to this guy. Second, many of them were beaten, suffered head injuries. But loss of blood from the bites, usually the jugular vein and the carotid artery in the throat, was a substantial contributing factor to the death in virtually every instance, regardless of other injuries. On top of everything else, the guy's a vampire? Hal asked. Taking the question seriously, as indeed they had to consider every possibility in this bizarre case, regardless of how outlandish it seemed, Julie said, no, not a vampire in the supernatural sense. From what we've learned, the Pollard family is, for some reason, generously gifted. You know that magician on TV, the amazing Randy, who offers to pay $100,000 to anybody who proves they have psychic power? This Pollard clan would bankrupt his ass. But that doesn't mean there's anything supernatural about them. They're not demons or possessed or children of the devil. Nothing like that. Just some extra bit of genetic material, Bobby said. Exactly. If Candy acts like a vampire, biting people in the throat, that's just a manifestation of psychological illness, Julie said. It doesn't mean he's one of the living dead. Bobby vividly remembered the blonde giant charging him and Frank on the rain-swept black beach at Honolulu. The guy was as formidable as a locomotive. If Bobby had a choice of going up against either Candy Pollard or Dracula, he might choose the undead Count. Nothing as simple as a clove of garlic, a crucifix, or a well-placed wooden stake would effectively deter Frank's brother. Lee said, another similarity. In those instances where victims didn't leave doors or windows unlocked, there was no indication of how the killer gained entrance. And in many instances, police found doors dead-bolted from the inside, windows locked from the inside, as if the murderer had gone up the chimney when he was done. 78, Julie said, and shivered. Lee dropped the paper onto the desk. They figure there are more, maybe a lot more, because sometimes this guy has attempted to cover his trail, the bite marks, by further mutilating or even burning the bodies. Though the cops weren't fooled in these cases, you can figure they were fooled in others. So the count's higher than 78, and that's just the last 9 years. Good job, Lee, Julie said, and Bobby seconded that. Well, I'm not done yet, Lee said. I'm going to order a pizza, do some more digging. You've been here more than 10 hours today, Bobby said. That's already above and beyond the call. Got to have your downtime, Lee. If you believe, as I do, that time is subjective, then you've got an infinite supply. Later, at home, I'll stretch a few hours into a couple of weeks and return tomorrow quite rested. Hal Yamataka shook his head and sighed. Hate to admit it, Lee, but you're damned good at this mysterious Oriental crap. Lee smiled enigmatically. Thank you. After Bobby and Julie went home to pack an overnight bag for the trip to Santa Barbara, and after Lee returned to the computer room, Hal settled on the sofa in the boss's office, slipped off his shoes, and put his feet up on the coffee table. He still had the paperback of The Last One Left, which he'd read twice before, and which he'd started to reread last night in the hospital. If Bobby was right, when he said they might never see Frank again, Hal was in for an uneventful evening, and would probably get half the book read. Maybe his happiness at Dakota and Dakota had nothing to do with the prospect of excitement, avoiding a stereotypical job as a gardener, and having the admittedly slim chance to be a hero. Maybe the thing that most affected his career decision was the realization that he simply could not mow a lawn, or trim a hedge, or plant 50 flats of flowers and read a book at the same time. Derek sat in his chair, pointed the ray gun at the TV, and made it be on. He said, "You don't want to watch the news?" "No," Thomas said. He was on his bed, propped up with pillows, looking at the night being dark outside the window. "Good. Me neither." Derek pushed buttons on the ray gun. A new picture came on the screen. "You don't want to watch the game show?" "No." All Thomas wanted to do was snoop on the bad thing. "Good." Derek pushed buttons, and the invisible rays made the screen show a new picture. "You don't want to watch the Three Stooges pretending to be funny?" "No." "What do you want to watch?" "Don't matter. Whatever you want to watch." "Really?" "Whatever you want to watch," Thomas repeated. "Oh, gee, that's nice." He made lots of pictures on the screen until he found a space movie where spacemen in spacesuits were poking around in some spooky place. Derek made a happy sigh and said, "This is good. I like their hats." "Helmets," Thomas said. "Space helmets. I wish I had a hat like that." When he reached out into the big dark again, Thomas decided not to picture a mind string unraveling toward the bad thing. Instead, he pictured a ray gun shooting some invisible rays. Boy, did that work better. Wham! He was right there with the bad thing in a flash, and he felt it stronger, too, so strong he got scared and clicked off the ray gun and got all of himself back into his room with the rest of himself right away. "They got telephones in their hats," Derek said. "See? They're talking through their hats." On the TV, the spacemen were in an even spookier place poking around, which was one of the things spacemen did the most, even though something ugly nasty was usually in those spooky places just waiting for them. Spacemen never learned. Thomas looked away from the screen, at the window, the dark. Bobby was scared for Julie. Bobby knew stuff Thomas didn't know. If Bobby was scared for Julie, Thomas had to be brave and do what was right. The ray gun idea worked such a lot better it scared him, but he figured it was really good because he could easier snoop on the bad thing. He could get to the bad thing faster and get away from it faster, too, so he could snoop on it more often and not be scared about it maybe grabbing the mind string and coming back to the home with him. Grabbing an invisible ray gun ray was harder, even for a thing as fast and smart and mean as the bad thing. So he pictured pushing buttons on a ray gun again, and a part of him went through the dark, wham, to the bad thing right away. He felt how mad the bad thing was, madder than ever, and thinking lots of thoughts about blood that made Thomas half sick. Thomas wanted to come right back to the home. The bad thing felt him, you could tell. He didn't like the bad thing feeling him, knowing he was there with it, but he stayed just a couple of clock ticks longer, trying to see any thoughts about Julie in all those thoughts about blood. If the bad thing had thoughts about Julie, Thomas would TV a warning right away to Bobby. He was happy he couldn't find Julie in the bad thing's mind, and he quick ray-gunned back to the home. "Where do you think I could get a hat like that?" Derek asked. "Helmet. Even has a light on it, see?" Rising up a little from his pillows, Thomas said, "You know what kind of a story this is?" Derek shook his head. "What kind of story?" "It's the kind where any second some ugly nasty jumps up and sucks off the spaceman's face, or maybe crawls in his mouth and down his belly and makes a nest in there." Derek made a disgusted face. "Ew, I don't like that kind of stories." "I know," Thomas said. That's why I warned you." While Derek made a lot of different pictures come on the screen, one quick after the other, to get far away from the spaceman who was going to get his face sucked off, Thomas tried to think how long he should wait before he snooped on the bad thing again. Bobby was real worried, you could tell, even if he tried to hide it, and Bobby was not a dumb person. So it was a good idea to check on the bad thing pretty regular, in case maybe it all of a sudden thought about Julie and got up and went after her. "You want to watch this?" Derek asked. On the screen was a picture of this guy in a hockey mask with a big knife in his hand, going quiet-like across a room where a girl was asleep in a bed. "Better rig up another picture," Thomas said. Because the rush hour was past, because Julie knew all the best shortcuts, but mainly because she was not in the mood to be cautious or respect the traffic laws, they made great time from the office to their home on the east end of Orange. On the way, Bobby told her about the Calcutta roach that had been part of his shoe when he and Frank had arrived on that red bridge in the garden in Kyoto. "But when we popped to Mount Fuji, my shoe was okay. The roach was gone." She slowed at an intersection, but she was the only traffic in sight, so she didn't obey the four-way stop. "Why didn't you tell me about this at the office?" "Wasn't time for every detail." "Well, what do you think happened to the roach?" "I don't know. That's what bothers me." They were on Newport Avenue, just past Crawford Canyon. Sodium vapor street lamps cast a queer light on the roadway. Atop the steep hills to the left, several huge English, Tudor, and French houses, blazing like giant luxury liners, looked wildly out of place, partly because the insanely high value of such upscale real estate ensured the construction of immense houses out of proportion to the tiny lots they stood on, but partly because Tudor and French architectural styles clashed with the semi-tropical landscape. It was all a part of the California circus, some of which he hated, most of which he loved. Those houses never bothered him before, and given the serious problems he and Julie faced, he couldn't figure out why they bothered him now. Maybe he was so jumpy that even these minor disharmonies reminded him of the chaos that had almost engulfed him during his travels with Frank. He said, "Do you have to drive so fast?" "Yes," she said curtly. "I want to get home, get packed, get to Santa Barbara, learn what we can about the Pollard family, get finished with this whole damn creepy case." "Well, if you feel that way, why don't we just drop it here? Frank comes back, we give him his money, his jar of red diamonds, tell him we're sorry, we think he's a prince of a guy, but we're out of it." "We can't," she said. He chewed on his lower lip and said, "I know, but I can't figure out why we're compelled to hang in there with this one." They crested the hill and speeded north, past the entrance to Rocking Horse Ridge. Their own development was only a couple of streets ahead on the left. As she finally began to brake for the turn, she glanced at him and said, "You really don't know why we can't bug out of it?" "No." "You're saying you do?" "I know." "Tell me." "You'll figure it out eventually." "Don't be mysterious. That's not like you." She swung the company Toyota into their development, then onto their street. "I'll tell you what I think. It'll upset you, you'll deny it, we'll argue, and I don't want to argue with you." "Why will we argue?" She pulled into their driveway, put the car in park, switched off the lights and engine, and turned to him. Her eyes shone in the dark. "When you understand why we can't let go, you won't like what it says about us. And you'll argue that I'm wrong, that we're just a couple of sweet kids, really. You like to see us as a couple of sweet kids, savvy but basically innocent at the same time, like a young Jimmy Stewart and Donna Reed. I really love you for that, for being such a dreamer about the world and us, and it'll hurt me when you want to argue." He almost started to argue with her about whether he would argue with her. Then he stared at her for a moment and finally said, "I've had this feeling that I'm not facing up to something, that when this is all over, and I realize why I was so determined to see this through to an end, my motivations won't be as noble as I think they are now. It's a damn weird feeling, as if I don't really know myself. Maybe we spend all our lives learning to know ourselves, and maybe we never really do completely." She kissed him lightly, quickly, and got out of the car. As he followed her up the sidewalk to the front door, he glanced at the sky. The clarity of the day had been short-lived. A pall of clouds concealed the moon and stars. The sky was very dark, and he was gripped by the curious certainty that a great and terrible weight was falling toward them, black against the black heavens, and therefore invisible, but falling fast, faster.
Candy kept a chokehold on his fury, which strained like an attack dog trying to break its leash. He rocked, and gradually the shy visitor grew bolder. Repeatedly he felt the invisible hand on his head. Initially it lay upon him as lightly as an empty silk glove, and it stayed only briefly before flitting away. But as he pretended to be disinterested in both the hand and the person to whom it belonged, the visitor grew more daring, the hand heavier and less nervous. Though Candy made no effort to probe at the mind of the intruder for fear of scaring him away, some of the stranger's thoughts came to him nonetheless. He did not think the visitor was aware that images and words from his own mind were slipping into Candy's. They were just leaking out of him, as if they were trickles of water seeping from pin-size holes in a rusty bucket. The name Julie came several times, and once an image floated along with the name, an attractive woman with brown hair and dark eyes. Candy wasn't sure if it was the visitor's face or the face of someone the visitor knew, or even if it was the face of anyone who really existed. There were aspects that made it seem unreal. A pale light radiated from it, and the features were so kind and serene that it looked like the holy countenance of a saint in an illustrated Bible. The word flutterby leaked out of the visitor's mind more than once, sometimes with other words like, "Remember the flutterby," or "Don't be a flutterby," and each time that word flitted through his mind, the visitor quickly withdrew. But he kept coming back, because Candy did nothing to make him feel unwelcome. Candy rocked and rocked. The chair made a soft sound. Creak, 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 creak. He waited. He kept an open mind. Creak, creak, creak. Twice the name Bobby seeped from the visitor's mind, and the second time a fuzzy image of a face was linked to it, another very kind face. It was idealized, like Julie's face. Recognition stirred in Candy, but Bobby's visage was not as clear or detailed as Julie's, and Candy did not want to concentrate on it because the visitor might notice his interest and be frightened off. During his long and patient courtship of the shy intruder, many other words and images came to Candy, but he didn't know what to make of them. Men in spacesuits. Bad thing. A guy in a hockey mask. The home. Dumb people. A bathrobe, a half-eaten Hershey's bar, and a sudden frantic thought. Draw bugs, no good. Draw bugs, got to be neat. More than 10 minutes passed without contact, and Candy started to worry that the intruder had gone away for good. But suddenly, he was back. This time the contact was strong, more intimate than ever. When Candy sensed that the visitor was more confident, he knew the time had come to act. He pictured his mind as a steel trap, the visitor as an inquisitive mouse, and he pictured the trap springing, the bar pinning the visitor to the kill plate. Shocked, the visitor tried to pull away. Candy held him and pushed across the telepathic bridge between them, trying to storm his adversary's mind to find out who he was, where he was, and what he wanted. Candy had no telepathic power of his own, nothing to equal even the weak telepathic gifts of the intruder. He had never read anyone's mind before, and he did not know how to go about it. As it turned out, he did not need to do anything except open himself and receive what the visitor gave him. Thomas was his name, and he was terrified of Candy, of having done something really dumb, and of putting Julie in danger. That trinity of terrors shattered his mental defenses and caused him to disgorge a flood of information. In fact, there was too much information for Candy to make sense of it, a babble of words and images. He tried desperately to sort through it for clues to Thomas's identity and location. Dumb people, Cielo Vista. The home. Everybody here has bad IQs. Care home. Good food. TV. The best place for us. Cielo Vista. The aides are nice. We watch the hummingbirds. The world is bad out there, too bad for us out there. Cielo Vista Care Home. With some astonishment, Candy realized that the visitor was someone with a subnormal intellect. He even picked up the term Down's syndrome, and he was afraid that he was not going to be able to sort enough meaningful thoughts from the babble to get a fix on Thomas's location. Depending on the size of his IQ, Thomas might not know where Cielo Vista Care Home was, even though he apparently lived there. Then a series of images spun out of Thomas's mind, a well-linked chain of serial memories that still caused him some emotional pain. The trip to Cielo Vista in a car with Julie and Bobby on the day they first checked him into the place. This was different from most of Thomas's other thoughts and memories, in that it was richly detailed, and so clearly retained that it unreeled like a length of motion picture film, giving Candy all he needed to know. He saw the highways over which they had driven that day, saw the route markers flashing past the car window, saw every landmark at every turn, all of which Thomas had struggled mightily to memorize, because all through the trip he kept thinking, if I don't like it there, if people are mean there, if it's too scary there, if it's too much being alone there, I got to know how I can find the way back to Bobby and Julie any time I want. Remember this. Remember all of this. Turn there at the 7-Eleven, right there at the 7-Eleven. Don't forget that 7-Eleven. And I'll go past those 3 palm trees. What if they don't come visit me? No, that's a bad thing to think. They love me. They'll come. But what if they don't? Look there. Remember that house. You go past that house. Remember that house with the blue roof. Candy got it all, as precise a fix as he could have obtained from a geographer who would have spoken precisely in degrees and minutes of longitude and latitude. It was more than he needed to know to make use of his gift. He opened the trap and let Thomas go. He got up from the rocker. He pictured Cielo Vista Care Home as it appeared so exquisitely detailed in Thomas's memory. He pictured Thomas's room on the first floor of the north wing at the northwest corner. Darkness. Billions of hot sparks spinning in the void. Velocity.
Because Julie was in a let's-move-and-get-it-done mood, they had stopped at the house only 15 minutes, long enough to throw toiletries and a change of clothes in an overnight bag. At McDonald's on Chapman Avenue in Orange, she swung by the drive-through window and got dinner to eat on the way, Big Macs, fries, Diet Colas. Before they reached the Costa Mesa freeway, while Bobby was still divvying up the extra packets of mustard and opening the containers that held the Big Macs, Julie had clipped the radar detector to the rearview mirror, plugged it in the Toyota cigarette lighter, and switched it on. Bobby had never before eaten fast food at high speed, but he figured they averaged 85 miles an hour north on the Costa Mesa to the Riverside Freeway, west to the Orange Freeway, north, and he was still finishing his French fries when they were only a couple of exits away from the Foothill Freeway east of Los Angeles. Though the rush hour was well past and the traffic unusually light, maintaining that pace required a lot of lane changing and nerve. He said, "We keep this up, I'll never have a chance to die from the cholesterol in this Big Mac." Lee says cholesterol doesn't kill us. Is that what he says? He says we live forever, and all cholesterol can do is move us out of this life a little sooner. Same thing must be true if I slip up and roll this sucker a few times. I don't think that will happen, he said. You're the best driver I've ever seen. Thank you, Bobby. You're the best passenger. The only thing I wonder, if we don't really die, just move on, and I don't have to worry about anything, why the hell did I bother to get Diet Colas? Thomas rolled off the bed onto his feet. Derek, go. Get out. He's coming. Derek was watching a horse talking on TV and didn't hear Thomas. The TV was in the room's middle, between the beds, and by the time Thomas got there and grabbed Derek to make him listen, a funny sound was all around them. Not funny ha-ha, but funny weird, like somebody whistling but not whistling. There was a wind, too, a couple of puffs, not warm or cold either, but it made Thomas shiver when it blew on him. Pulling Derek off his chair, Thomas said, "Bad things coming. You Get out. You go. Like I said before. No. Derek just made a dumb face at him, then smiled, like he figured Thomas was pretending to be funny the way the Three Stooges pretended. He'd forgot all about the promise he made Thomas. He thought the bad thing was going to be poached eggs for breakfast, and when poached eggs never showed up on his plate, he figured he was safe. But now he wasn't safe and didn't know it. More funny, weird whistling. More wind. Giving Derek a shove, making him get started for the door, Thomas shouted, "Run!" The whistling stopped. The wind stopped. And all of a sudden, from nowhere, the bad thing was there, between them and the open door. It was a man, like Thomas already knew it was, but it was more than just a man. It was darkness poured in the shape of a man, like a piece of the night itself had come in through the window, and not just because it wore a black T-shirt and black pants, but because it was all deep dark inside. You could tell. Right away, Derek was afraid. Nobody needed to tell him this was a bad thing, not now when he could see it with his own eyes. But he didn't see it was too late to run, and he went straight at the bad thing, like maybe he could push past it, which must have been what he was figuring, because even Derek wasn't dumb enough to figure he could knock it down. It was so big. The bad thing grabbed him and lifted him before he had any chance to get around it, lifted him right up off the floor, like he didn't weigh any more than a pillow. Derek screamed, and the bad thing slammed him against the wall so hard his scream stopped, and pictures of Derek's mom and dad and brother fell off the wall. Not the one where Derek got slammed, but another wall all the way around the room from him and over his bed. The bad thing was so fast. That was the worst thing about it, how awful fast it was. It slammed Derek against the wall. Derek's mouth fell open, but no sound came from him. The bad thing slammed him again, right away harder, though the first time was hard enough for anybody, and Derek's eyes went funny. The bad thing took him away from the wall and slammed him down on the work table. The table kind of shivered like it would fall apart, but it didn't. Derek's head was over the table edge hanging down, so Thomas was looking at his face upside down, eyes blinking fast, upside down, mouth open real wide, but no sound coming out. He looked up from Derek's face, looked right across Derek's body at the bad thing, which was looking at him and grinning, like all this was a joke, funny ha-ha, which it wasn't. No way. Then it picked up the scissors on the edge of the work table, the ones Thomas used to make his picture poems, the one that almost fell on the floor when it slammed Derek on the table. It made the scissors go into Derek and bring the blood out of him, into poor Derek, who wouldn't hurt no one himself except himself, who wouldn't know how to hurt anyone. And the bad thing made the scissors go in again and bring more blood out of another place in Derek, and in again and again. Then blood wasn't coming out just 4 places on Derek's chest and belly where the scissors had been made to go in, but out of his mouth and nose, too. The bad thing lifted Derek off the table, the scissors still sticking out of his front, and threw him like he was just a pillow. No, like he was a garbage bag. Threw him the way the Santination men threw the garbage bags onto their Santination trucks. Derek landed on his bed, on his back on his bed with the scissors still in him, and didn't move, and was gone to the bad place. You could tell. And the worst thing was, it all happened so fast, faster than Thomas could think what to do to stop it. Footsteps in the hall, people running. Thomas yelled for help. Pete, one of the aides, showed up in the doorway. Pete saw Derek on the bed, scissors in him, blood coming out everywhere, and he got afraid. You could see him get it. He turned to the bad thing and said, "Who?" But the bad thing grabbed him by the neck, and Pete made a sound like something was stuck in his throat. He put both his hands on the bad thing's arm, which seemed bigger than Pete's 2 arms together, but he couldn't make the bad thing let go. The bad thing lifted him by his neck, making his chin turn up and his head bend back, and then it took hold of him by the belt, too, and pitched him back out the door, into the hall. Pete hit a nurse, who came running up just then, and they both went down on the floor, out there in the hall, all tangled up and screaming. All of this in a few clock ticks. So fast. The bad thing made the door shut with a bang. Saw you couldn't lock it. Then did the funniest thing of all. Funny weird, funny scary. He held both his hands out at the door, and this blue light came from his hands, the way not blue came from a flashlight. Sparks flew from hinges and around the knob and all around the door edges. Everything metal smoked and turned all soft, like butter when you put it on mashed potatoes. It was a fire door. They said you had to keep your door closed if you ever saw fire in the hall, not try to run in the hall, but keep your door closed and stay put. They called it a fire door because fire couldn't get through it, they said, and Thomas always wondered why they didn't call it a fire-can't-get-through-it door, but he never asked. The thing was, a fire door was all metal so it couldn't burn, but now it melted around the edges, and so did the metal frame. They melted together. It didn't look like you could ever get through that door again. People started pounding on the door from out there in the hall, tried to make it open, couldn't, and shouted for Thomas and Derek. Thomas knew some voices and who they belonged to. He wanted to yell for them to help quick because he was in trouble, but he couldn't make a sound any better than poor Derek. The bad thing made the blue light stop. It turned and looked at Thomas. It smiled at him. It didn't have a nice smile. It said, "Thomas." Thomas was surprised he could stand up. He was so scared. He was against the wall by the window, and he thought of maybe making the lock open on the window and push it up and get out, which he knew how to do because of emergency drills, but he knew he wasn't fast enough. No way, because the bad thing was the fastest he ever saw. It took a step toward him and another step. "Are you Thomas?" For a while he still couldn't find the way to make sounds. He could just move his mouth and sort of pretend to make sounds. Then, while he was doing that, he figured maybe if he told a lie and said he wasn't Thomas, the bad thing would believe him and just go away. So, when all of a sudden he could make sounds and then words, he said, no, not Thomas. He's gone out in the world now. He's got a big IQ. He's a high-end moron. Or they moved him out of the world." The bad thing laughed. It was a laugh that had no funny in it, the worst Thomas had ever heard. The bad thing said, "Who the hell are you, Thomas? Where do you come from? How come a dummy like you can do something I can't?" Thomas didn't answer. He didn't know what to say. He wished the people in the hall would stop pounding on the door and find some other way to get in, because pounding wasn't working. Maybe they could call the cops and tell them to bring the jaws of life. Yeah, the jaws of life, like you saw them use on TV news when a person was in a wrecked car and couldn't get out. They could use the jaws of life to pull open the door, the way they pulled up smashed cars to get people out of them. He hoped the cops wouldn't say, "We're sorry, but we can only open car doors with the jaws of life. We can't open care home doors," because then he was finished for sure. "You going to answer me, Thomas?" the bad thing asked. Derek's TV chair got turned around in the fight, and now it was between Thomas and the bad thing. The bad thing held one hand out at the chair, just one, and the blue light went whoosh, and the chair blew up in splinters, like all the toothpicks in the world. Thomas threw his hands over his face just fast enough so no splinters went in his eyes. Some went in the backs of his hands, and even in his cheeks and chin, and he could feel some of them in his shirt poking his belly. But he didn't feel any hurt, because he was so busy feeling scared. He took his hands from his eyes right away, because he had to see where the bad thing was. Where it was right on top of him, with soft bits of the chair's insides floating in the air in front of his face. "Thomas," it said, and it put one of its hands on the front of Thomas's neck, the way it did Pete a while ago. Thomas heard words coming from himself, and he couldn't believe he was making them, but he was. Then, when he heard what he had said to the bad thing, he couldn't believe he said it, but he did. "You're not being sociable." The bad thing grabbed him by the belt and kept hold of him by the neck and lifted him off the floor and pulled him away from the wall, then slammed him into the wall, the same way it did Derek, and oh, it hurt worse than Thomas ever before hurt in his life.
The interior garage door had a deadbolt but no security chain. Pocketing his keys, Clint entered the kitchen at 10 minutes past 8 and saw Felina sitting at the table reading a magazine while she waited for him. She looked up and smiled, and his heart pumped faster at the sight of her, just like in every sappy love story ever written. He wondered how this could have happened to him. He had been so self-contained before Felina. He had been proud of the fact that he needed no one for intellectual stimulation or emotional support, and that he was therefore not vulnerable to the pains and disappointments of human relationships. Then he had met her. When he caught his breath, he had been as vulnerable as anyone, and glad of it. She looked terrific in a simple blue dress with a red belt and matching red shoes. She was so strong, yet so gentle, so tough, yet so fragile. He went to her, and for a while they stood by the refrigerator next to the sink, holding each other and kissing, neither of them speaking in either of the ways they could. Clint thought they would have been happy just then even if both of them had been deaf and mute, capable of neither lip-reading nor sign language, because at that moment what made them happy was the very fact of being together, which no words could adequately express anyway. Finally he said, "What a day! Can't wait to tell you all about it. Let me clean up real quick, change clothes, and we'll be out of here by 8:30, go over to Caprabello's, get a corner booth, some wine, some pasta, some garlic bread." Some heartburn? He laughed, because it was true. They both loved Caprabello's, but the food was spicy. They always suffered for the indulgence. He kissed her again, and she sat down with her magazine, and he went through the dining room and down the hall to the bathroom. While he let the water run in the sink to get it hot, he plugged in his electric razor and began to shave, grinning at himself in the mirror, because he was such a damn lucky guy.
The bad thing was right in his face, snarling at him, lots of questions, too many for Thomas to think about and answer, even if he was sitting in a chair, quiet and happy, instead of lifted off the floor and held against the wall with his whole back hurting so bad he had to cry. He kept saying, "I'm full up! I'm full up!" Always when he said that, people stopped asking him things or telling him things. They let him take time to make his head clear. But the bad thing was not like other people. It didn't care if his head was clear. It just wanted answers. Who was Thomas? Who was his mother? Who was his father? Where did he come from? Who was Julie? Who was Bobby? Where was Julie? Where was Bobby? Then the bad thing said, "Hell, you're just a dummy. You don't know the answers, do you? You're just as stupid as you are stupid-looking." It pulled Thomas away from the wall, held him off the floor with one hand on his neck, so Thomas couldn't breathe good. It slapped Thomas in the face hard, and Thomas didn't want to keep crying, but he couldn't stop. He hurt and was scared. "Why do they let people like you live?" the bad thing asked. It let go of Thomas, and Thomas dropped to the floor. The bad thing looked down at him in a mean way that made Thomas angry almost as much as it made him scared, which was funny weird, because he almost never got angry. And this was the first time he was ever angry and scared both at the same time. But the bad thing was looking at him like he was just a bug or some dirt on the floor that had to be made clean. "Why don't they kill you people at birth? What are you good for? Why don't they kill you at birth and chop you up and make dog food out of you?" Thomas had memories of how people out there in the world looked at him that way or said mean things, and how Julie always told them off. She said Thomas didn't have to be nice to people like that, said he could tell them they were being rude. Now Thomas was angry, like he had every right to be. And even if Julie never told him he could be angry about these things, he probably would be angry anyway, because some things you just knew were right or wrong. The bad thing kicked him in the leg, and was going to kick him again, you could tell, but a noise was made at the window. Some of the aides were at the window. They broke a little square of glass and reached through, wanting to find the lock. When the glass made a breaking sound, the bad thing turned from Thomas and held its hands up at the window, like it was asking the aides to stop wanting in. But Thomas knew what it was going to do was make the blue light. Thomas wanted to warn the aides, but he figured nobody would hear him or listen to him until it was too late. So while the bad thing's back was turned, he crawled across the floor, away from the bad thing, even if crawling hurt, even if he had to go through spots of Derek's blood, all wet, and it made him sick on top of being angry and scared. Blue light. Very bright. Something exploded. He heard glass falling, and worse, like maybe not just the whole window blew out on the aids, but part of the wall, too. People screamed. Most of the screams cut off quick-like, but one of them went on. It was real bad, like somebody out in the dark, past the blown-up window, was made to hurt even worse than Thomas. Thomas didn't look back, because he was all the way around the side of Derek's bed now, where he couldn't see the window anyway, from where he was on the floor, and besides, he knew what he wanted now, where he wanted to go, and he had to get there before the bad thing got interested in him again. Quick-like, he crawled to the top of the bed and looked up and saw Derek's arm, hanging over the side, blood running down under his shirt sleeve and across his hand and drip, drip, dripping off his fingers. He didn't want to touch a dead person, not even a dead person he liked, but this was what he had to do, and he was used to having to do all sorts of things he wished he didn't. That was what life was like. So he grabbed the edge of the bed and pulled himself up as fast as he could, trying not to feel the bad hurt in his back and in his kicked leg, because feeling it would make him stiff and slow. Derek was right there, eyes open, mouth open, blood wet, so sad, so scary, on top of the pictures of his folks that fell off the wall, still dead, off for always and ever to the bad place. Thomas grabbed the scissors sticking out of Derek, pulled them loose, telling himself it was okay because Derek couldn't feel anything now or ever. "You," the bad thing said. Thomas turned to see where the bad thing was, and where it was right behind him, all the way around the bed, coming at him. So he shoved the scissors at it, hard as he could, and the bad thing's face made a surprised look. The scissors went in the front of the bad thing's shoulder. The bad thing looked even more surprised. The blood came. Letting go of the scissors, Thomas said, "For Derek." Then he said, "For me." He wasn't sure what would happen, but he figured that making the blood come would hurt the bad thing and maybe make it dead, like it made Derek dead. Across the room, he saw where the window wasn't anymore and where part of the wall wasn't anymore, some smoke coming from the broken ends of things. He figured he was going to run over there and go through the hole, even if the night was out there on the other side. But he never figured on what did happen, because the bad thing acted like the scissors weren't even in it, like blood wasn't being let loose from it. And it grabbed him and lifted him up again. It slammed him into Derek's dresser, which was a lot more hurt than the wall because the dresser was made with knobs and edges the wall didn't have. He heard something crack in him, heard something tear. But the funny thing was, he wasn't crying anymore and didn't want to cry anymore, like he'd used up all the tears in himself. The bad thing put its face close to Thomas's face, so their eyes were only a couple of inches apart. He didn't like looking in the bad thing's eyes. They were scary. They were blue, but it was like they were really dark, like under the blue was a lot of stuff as black as night out past the gone window. But the funny thing was, he wasn't as scared as he was a while ago, like he'd used up all his being scared, just like he'd used up his tears. He looked in the bad thing's eyes, and he saw all that big dark, bigger than the dark that came over the world each day when the sun went away, and he knew it was wanting to make him dead, going to make him dead, and that was okay. He was not so afraid of being made dead as he always thought he would be. It was still a bad place, death, and he wished he didn't have to go there, but he had a funny, nice feeling about the bad place all of a sudden, a feeling that maybe it wouldn't be so lonely over there as he always figured it was, not even as lonely as it was on this side. He felt maybe someone was over there who loved him, someone who loved him more than even Julie loved him, even more than their dad used to love him, someone who was all bright, no dark at all, so bright that you could only look at him sideways. The bad thing held Thomas against the dresser with one hand, and with the other hand it pulled the scissors out of itself. Then it put the scissors in Thomas. This light started to fill up Thomas, this light that loved him. and he knew he was going away. He hoped, when he was all gone, Julie would know how brave he was right at the end, how he stopped crying and stopped being scared and fought back. And then all of a sudden he remembered he hadn't TV'd a warning to Bobby that the bad thing might be coming for them too, and he started to do that. The scissors went in again. Then all of a sudden he knew something even more important he had to do. He had to let Julie know that the bad place was not so bad after all, that there was a light over there that loved you. You could tell. She needed to know about it because, deep down, she really didn't believe it. She figured it was all dark and lonely, the way Thomas once figured it was. So she counted each clock tick and worried about all she had to do before her time ran out, all she had to learn and see and feel and get, all she had to do for Thomas and for Bobby so they would be okay if something happened to her. And the scissors went in again. And she was happy with Bobby, but she was never going to be real happy until she knew she didn't have to be so angry about everything ending in a big dark. She was so nice, it was hard to figure she was angry inside, but she was. Thomas only figured it out now, as the light was filling him up, figured out how terrible angry Julie was. She was angry that all the hard work and all the hope and all the dreams and all the trying and doing and loving didn't matter in the end because you were sooner or later made dead forever. The scissors. If she knew about the light, she could stop being angry deep down. So Thomas TV'd that too, along with a warning and with 3 last words to her and to Bobby, words of his own, all 3 things at once, hoping they wouldn't get mixed up. The bad thing's coming. Look out, the bad thing. There's a light that loves you. The bad thing. I love you too. And there's a light. There's a light. The bad thing's coming. At 8:15, they were on the Foothill Freeway, rocketing toward the junction with the Ventura Freeway, which they would follow across the San Fernando Valley almost to the ocean before turning north toward Oxnard, Ventura, and eventually Santa Barbara. Julie knew she should slow down, but she couldn't. Speed relieved her tension a little. If she stayed even close to the 55-mile-an-hour limit, she was pretty sure that she would start to scream before they were past Burbank. A Benny Goodman tape was on the stereo. The exuberant melodies and syncopated rhythms seemed in time and sympathy with the headlong rush of the car, and if they'd been in a movie, Goodman's sounds would have been perfect background music to the tenebrous panorama of light-speckled night hills through which they passed from city to city, suburb to suburb. She knew why she was so tense. In a way she could never have anticipated, the dream was within their grasp. But they could lose everything as they reached for it, everything. Hope, each other, their lives. Sitting in the seat beside her, Bobby trusted her so implicitly that he could doze at more than 80 miles an hour, even though he knew that she too had slept only 3 hours last night. From time to time she glanced at him, just because it felt good to have him there. He did not yet understand why they were going north to check out the Pollard family, stretching their obligation to the client beyond reason. But his bafflement sprang from the fact that he was nearly as good a man as he appeared to be. He sometimes bent the rules and broke the laws on behalf of their clients, but he was more scrupulous in his personal life than anyone Julie had ever known. She'd been with him once when a newspaper vending machine gave him a copy of the Sunday Los Angeles Times, then malfunctioned and returned 3 of his 4 quarters to him, whereupon he repaid all 3 into the coin slot. Even though that same machine had malfunctioned to his disadvantage on other occasions over the years and was into him for a couple of bucks. "Yeah, well," he said, blushing when she had laughed at his goody-goody deed, "maybe the machine can be crooked and live with itself, but I can't." Julie could have told him that they were hanging with the Pollard case because they saw a once-in-a-lifetime shot at really big bucks, the main chance for which every hustler in the world was looking and which most of them would never find. From the moment Frank had shown them all that cash in the flight bag and told them about the second cash back at the motel, they were locked in like rats in a maze, drawn forward by the smell of cheese, even though each of them had taken a turn at protesting any interest in the game. When Frank came back to that hospital room from God knows where, with another $300,000, neither she nor Bobby even raised the issue of illegality. though it was by that time no longer possible to pretend that Frank was entirely innocent. By then, the smell of cheese was too strong to be resisted at all. They were plunging ahead because they saw the chance to use Frank to cash out of the rat race and buy into the dream sooner than they had expected. They were willing to use dirty money and questionable means to get their desired end, more willing than they could admit to each other, though Julie supposed it could be said in their favor that they were not yet so greedy they would simply steal the money and the diamonds from Frank and abandon him to the mercies of his psychotic brother. Or maybe even their sense of duty to their client was a lie now, a virtue they could point to later when they tried to justify to themselves their other less-than-noble acts and impulses. She could have told him all that, but she didn't, because she did not want to argue with him. She had to let him figure it out at his own pace, accept it in his own way. If she tried to tell him before he was able to understand it, he'd deny what she said. Even if he admitted to a fraction of the truth, he'd trot out an argument about the rightness of the dream, the basic morality of it, and use that to justify the means to the end. But she didn't think a noble end could remain purely noble if arrived at by immoral means. And though she could not turn away from this main chance, she worried that when they achieved the dream, it would be sullied, not what it might have been. Yet she drove on, fast, because speed relieved some of her fear and tension. It numbed caution, too, and without caution she was less likely to retreat from the dangerous confrontation with the Pollard family that seemed inevitable if they were going to seize the opportunity to obtain immense and liberating wealth. They were in a clearing in traffic, with nothing close behind them, and trailing the nearest forward car by about a quarter of a mile, when Bobby cried out and sat up in his seat as if warning her of some imminent collision. He jerked forward, pulling the shoulder harness taut, and put his hands on his head as though stricken by a sudden migraine. Frightened, she let up on the accelerator, lightly tapping the brake pedal, and said, "Bobby, what is it?" In a voice coarsened by fear and sharpened by urgency, speaking above the music of Benny Goodman, he said, "Bad thing, the bad thing. Look out. There's a light. There's a light that loves you."
Candy looked down at the bloody body at his feet and knew that he should not have killed Thomas. Instead, he should have taken him away to a private place and tortured the answers out of him, even if it took hours for the dummy to remember everything Candy needed to know. It could even have been fun. But he was in a rage greater than any he had ever known, and he was less in control of himself than at any time in his life since the day he had found his mother's dead body. He wanted vengeance not only for his mother, but for himself, and for everyone in the world who ever deserved revenge and never got it. God had made him an instrument of revenge, and now Candy longed desperately to fulfill his purpose as he had never fulfilled it before. He yearned not merely to tear open the throat and drink the blood of one sinner, but of a great multitude of sinners. If ever his rage was to be dissipated, he needed not only to drink blood, but to become drunk on it, bathe in it, wade through rivers of it, stand on land saturated with it. He wanted his mother to free him from all the rules that had restricted his rage before, wanted God to turn him loose. He heard sirens in the distance, and he knew that he must go soon. Hot pain throbbed in his shoulder, where the scissors had parted muscle and scraped bone. But he would deal with that when he traveled. In reconstituting himself, he could easily remake his flesh whole and healthy. Stalking through the debris that littered the floor, he looked for something that might give him a clue to the whereabouts of either the Julie or the Bobby of whom Thomas had spoken. They might know who Thomas had been, and why he possessed a gift that not even Candy's blessed mother had been able to impart. He touched various objects and pieces of furniture, but all he could extract from them were images of Thomas and Derek and some of the aides and nurses who took care of them. Then he saw a scrapbook lying open on the floor beside the table on which he had butchered Derek. The open pages were full of all kinds of pictures that had been pasted in lines and peculiar patterns. He picked the book up and leafed through it, wondering what it was. And when he tried to see the face of the last person who had handled it, he was rewarded with someone other than a dummy or a nurse. A hard-looking man, not as tall as Candy, but almost as solid. The sirens were less than a mile away now, louder by the second. Candy let his right hand glide over the cover of the scrapbook, seeking. Sometimes he could sense only a little, sometimes a lot. This time he had to be successful, or this room was going to be a dead end in his search for the meaning of the dummy's power. Seeking. He received a name, Clint. Clint had sat in Derek's chair sometime during the afternoon, paging through this odd collection of pictures. When he tried to see where Clint had gone after leaving this room, he saw a Chevy that Clint was driving on the freeway, then a place called Dakota and Dakota. Then the Chevy again on a freeway at night. And then a small house in a place called Placentia. The approaching sirens were very close now, probably coming up the driveway into the Cielo Vista parking lot. Candy threw the book down. He was ready to go. He had only one more thing to do before he teleported. When he had discovered that Thomas was a dummy, and when he had realized that Cielo Vista was a place full of them, he had been angered and offended by the home's existence. He held his two hands 2 feet apart, palm facing palm. Sky blue light glowed between them. He remembered how neighbors and other people had talked about his sisters, and also about him, when as a boy he had been kept out of school because of his problems. Violet and Verbena looked and acted mentally deficient, and they probably did not care if people called them retards. Ignorant people labeled him retarded too, because they thought he was excused from school for being as learning disabled and strange as his sisters. Only Frank attended classes like a normal child. The light began to coalesce into a ball. As more power poured out of his hands and into the ball, it acquired a deeper shade of blue and seemed to take on substance, as if it were a solid object floating in the air. Candy had been bright, with no learning disabilities at all. His mother taught him to read, write, and do math. So he got angry when he overheard people say he was a deadhead. He had been excused from school for other reasons, of course, mainly because of the sex thing. When he got older and bigger, nobody called him retarded or made jokes about him, at least not within his hearing. The sapphire blue sphere looked almost as solid as a genuine sapphire, but as big as a basketball. It was nearly ready. Having been unjustly tagged with the retarded label, Candy had not grown up with sympathy for the genuinely disabled, but with an intense loathing for them that he hoped would make it clear to even ignorant people that he definitely was not and never had been one of them. To think such a thing of him, or of his sisters for that matter, was an insult to his sainted mother, who was incapable of bringing a moron into the world. He cut off the flow of power and took his hands away from the sphere. For a moment he stared at it, smiling, thinking about what it would do to this offensive place. Through the missing window and the partially shattered walls, the wail of the sirens became deafening, then suddenly subsided from a high-pitched shriek to a low growl that spiraled toward silence.
"Help's here, Thomas," he said, and laughed.
He put one hand against the sapphire sphere and gave it a shove. It shot across the room as if it were a ballistic missile fired from its silo. It smashed through the wall behind Derek's bed, leaving a ragged hole as big as anything a cannonball could have made, through the wall beyond that, and through every additional wall that stood before it, spewing flames as it went, setting fire to everything along its path. Candy heard people screaming and a hard explosion as he did a fade-out on his way to the house in Placentia.
Bobby stood at the side of the freeway, holding onto the open car door, gasping for breath. He'd been sure he was going to throw up, but the urge had passed. "Are you all right?" Julie asked anxiously. I think so." Traffic shot past. Each vehicle was trailed by a wake of wind and a roar that gave Bobby the peculiar feeling that he and Julie and the Toyota were still moving, doing 85 with him holding on to the open door and her with a hand on his shoulder, magically keeping their balance and avoiding road burn as they dragged their feet along the pavement with nobody driving. The dream had seriously unsettled and disoriented him. "Not a dream, really," he told her. He continued to keep his head down, peering at bits of loose gravel on the paved shoulder of the highway, half expecting the return of the cramping nausea. Not like the dream I had before about us and the jukebox and the ocean of acid, but about the bad thing again. Yeah. You couldn't call it a dream, though, because it was just this burst of words inside my head. From where? I don't know. He dared to lift his head, and though a whirl of dizziness swept through him, the nausea did not return. He said, "Bad thing. Look out. There's a light that loves you." I can't remember it all. It was so strong, so hard, like somebody shouting at me through a bullhorn that was pressed against my ear. Except that's not right either, because I really didn't hear the words. They were just there in my head. But they felt loud, if that makes any sense. And there weren't images like in a dream. Instead, there were these feelings as strong as they were confused. Fear and joy, anger and forgiveness. And right at the end of it, this strange sense of peace that I can't describe. A Peterbilt thundered toward them, towing the biggest trailer the law allowed. Sweeping out of the night behind its blazing headlights, it looked like a leviathan swimming up from a deep marine trench, all raw power and cold rage, with a hunger that could never be satisfied. For some reason, as it boomed past them, Bobby thought of the man he had seen on the beach at Punaloo, and he shuddered. Julie said, "Are you okay?" "Yeah." "Are you sure?" He nodded. "A little dizzy, that's all." "What now?" He looked at her. "What else? We go on to Santa Barbara, El Encanto Heights. Bring this thing to an end, somehow."
Kendi arrived in the archway between a living room and dining room. No one was in either place. He heard a buzzing sound farther back in the house, and after a moment he identified it as an electric razor. It stopped. Then he heard water running in a sink and the drone of a bathroom exhaust fan. He intended to head straight for the hall and the bath, take the man by surprise, but he heard a rustle of paper from the opposite direction. He crossed the dining room and stepped into the kitchen doorway. It was smaller than the kitchen in his mother's house, but it was as spotlessly clean and orderly as his mother's kitchen had not been since her death. A woman in a blue dress was sitting at the table, her back to him. She was leaning over a magazine, turning the pages one after the other as if looking for something of interest to read. Kendi possessed a far greater control of his telekinetic talents than Frank enjoyed, and in particular could teleport more efficiently and swiftly than Frank, creating less air displacement and less noise from molecular resistance. Nevertheless, he was surprised that she had not gotten up to investigate, for the sounds he had made during arrival had been only one small room away from her, and surely odd enough to prick her curiosity. She turned a few more pages, then leaned forward to read. He could not see much of her from behind. Her hair was thick, lustrous, and so black it seemed to have been spun on the same loom as the night. Her shoulders and back were slender. Her legs, which were both to one side of the chair and crossed at the ankles, were shapely. If he had been a man with any interest in sex, he supposed he would have been excited by the curve of her calves. Wondering what she looked like, and suddenly overwhelmed by a need to know how her blood would taste, he stepped out of the open doorway and took 3 steps to her. He made no effort to be silent, but she did not look up. The first she became aware of him was when he seized a handful of her hair and dragged her kicking and flailing out of her chair. He turned her around and was instantly excited by her. He was indifferent to her shapely legs, the flare of her hips, the trimness of her waist, the fullness of her breasts. Though beautiful, it was not even her face that electrified him. Something else, a quality in her gray eyes. Call it vitality. She was more alive than most people, vibrant. She did not scream, but let out a low grunt of fear or anger, then struck him furiously with both fists. She pounded his chest, battered his face. Vitality, yes, this one was full of life, bursting with life, and her vitality thrilled him far more than any bounty of sexual charms. He could still hear the distant splash of water, the rattle hum of the bathroom exhaust fan, and he was confident that he could take her without drawing the attention of the man, as long as he could prevent her from screaming. He struck her on the side of the head with his fist, hammered her before she could scream. She slumped against him, not unconscious, but dazed. Shaking with the anticipation of pleasure, Candy placed her on her back on the table with her legs trailing over the edge. He spread her legs and leaned between them, but not to commit rape, nothing as disgusting as that. As he lowered his face toward hers, she first blinked at him in confusion, still rattle-brained from the blows she had taken. Then her eyes began to clear. He saw horrified comprehension return to her, and he went quickly for her throat, bit deep, and found the blood, which was clean and sweet, intoxicating. She thrashed beneath him. She was so alive, so wonderfully alive, for a while.
When the delivery man brought the pizza, Lee Chen took it into Bobby and Julie's office and offered some to Hal. Putting his book aside, but not taking his stockinged feet off the coffee table, Hal said, "You know what that stuff does to your arteries? Why is everyone so concerned about my arteries today? Oh, you're such a nice young man. We'd hate to see you dead before you're 30. Besides, we'd always wonder what clothes you might have worn next if you'd lived." "Well, not anything like what you're wearing, I assure you." Hal leaned over and looked in the box that Lee held down to him. Looks pretty good. Rule of thumb, any pizza they'll bring to you, they're selling service instead of good food. But this doesn't look bad at all. You can actually tell where the pizza ends and the cardboard begins. Lee tore the lid off the box, put it on the coffee table, and put 2 slices of pizza on the makeshift plate. "There. You're not going to give me half? Well, what about your cholesterol?" "Hell, cholesterol's just a little animal fat. It isn't arsenic."
When the woman's strong heart stopped beating, Candy pulled back from her. Though blood still seeped from her ravaged throat, he did not touch another drop of it. The thought of drinking from a corpse sickened him. He remembered his sister's cats eating their own each time one of the pack died, and he grimaced. Even as he raised his wet lips from her throat, he heard a door open farther back in the house. Footsteps approached. Candy quickly circled the table, putting it and the dead woman between himself and the doorway to the dining room. From the vision induced by the dummy scrapbook of pictures, Candy knew that Clint would not be as easy to handle as most people were. He preferred to put a little distance between them, give himself time to size up his opponent rather than take the guy by surprise. Clint appeared in the doorway. Except for his outfit, gray slacks, navy blue blazer, maroon V-neck white shirt, he looked the same as the psychic impression he had left on the book. He had pumped a lot of iron in his time. His hair was thick, black, combed straight back from his forehead. He had a face like carved granite and a hard look in his eyes. Excited by the recent kill, by the taste of blood still in his mouth, Candy watched the man with interest, wondering what would happen next. There were all sorts of ways it could go, and not one of them would be dull. Clint did not react as Candy expected. He did not show surprise when he saw the woman sprawled dead upon the table. He did not seem horrified, shattered by the loss of her, or outraged. Something major changed in his stony face, though below the surface, like tectonic plates shifting under the mantle of the earth's crust. Finally, he met Candy's gaze and said, "You." The note of recognition in that single word was unsettling. For a moment Candy could think of no way this man could know him. Then he remembered Thomas. The possibility that Thomas had told this man, and perhaps others, about Candy, was the most frightening turn in Candy's life since his mother's death. His service in God's army of avengers was a deeply private matter, a secret that should not have been spread beyond the Pollard family. His mother had warned him that it was all right to be proud of doing God's work, but that his pride would lead him to a fall if he boasted of his divine favor to others. Satan, she had told him, constantly seeks the names of lieutenants in God's army, which is what you are, and when he finds them, he destroys them with worms that eat them alive from within, worms fat as snakes, and he rains fire on them, too. If you can't keep the secret, you'll die and go to hell for your big mouth. Kendi, Clint said. The use of his name erased whatever doubt remained that the secret had been passed outside the family, and that Kendi was in deep trouble, though he had not broken the code of silence himself. He imagined that even now Satan, in some dark and steaming place, had tilted his head and said, "Who? Who did you say? What was his name? Kendi? Kendi who?" As furious as he was frightened, Kendi started around the kitchen table, wondering if Clint had learned about him from Thomas. He was determined to break the man, make him talk before killing him. In a move as unexpected as his rock-calm acceptance of the woman's murder, Clint reached inside his jacket, withdrew a revolver, and fired 2 shots. He might have fired more than 2, but those were the only ones Kendi heard. The first round hit him in the stomach, the second in the chest, pitching him backward. Fortunately, he sustained no damage to head or heart. If his brain tissue had been scrambled, disturbing the mysterious and fragile connection between brain and mind, leaving his mind trapped within his ruined brain before he had a chance to separate the two, he would not have possessed the mental ability to teleport, leaving him vulnerable to a coup de grace. And if his heart had been stopped instantaneously by a well-placed bullet before he could dematerialize, he would have fallen down dead where he'd stood. Those were the only wounds that might finish him. He was many things, but he was not immortal. So he was grateful to God for letting him get out of that kitchen and back to his mother's house, alive.
The Ventura Freeway. Julie drove fast, though not as fast as she had earlier. On the tape deck, Artie Shaw's Nightmare. Bobby brooded, staring through the side window at the nightscape. He could not stop thinking about the blare of words that had seared through him, loud as a bomb blast and bright as a blast furnace fire. He'd come to terms with the dream that had frightened him last week. Everyone had bad dreams. Though exceptionally vivid, almost more real than real life, there had been nothing uncanny about it, or so he had convinced himself. But this was different. He could not believe that these urgent, lava-hot words had erupted from his own subconscious. A dream with complex Freudian messages couched in elaborate scenes and symbols. Yes, that was understandable. After all, the subconscious dealt in euphemisms and metaphors. But this word burst had been blunt, direct, like a telegraph delivered on a wire plugged directly into his cerebral cortex. When he wasn't brooding, Bobby was fidgeting, because of Thomas. For some reason, the longer he dwelt on the blaze of words, the more Thomas slipped into his thoughts. He could see no connection between the two, so he tried to put Thomas out of his mind and concentrate on turning up an explanation for the experience. But Thomas gently, insistently returned, again and again. After a while, Bobby got the uneasy feeling there was a link between the word burst and Thomas, though he had no ghost of an idea what it might be. Worse, as the miles rolled up on the odometer and they reached the western end of the valley, Bobby began to sense that Thomas was in danger. And because of me and Julie, Bobby thought. Danger? From whom? From what? The biggest danger that Bobby and Julie faced right now was Candy Pollard. But even that jeopardy lay in the future, for Candy didn't know about them yet. He was not aware that they were working on Frank's behalf, and he might never become aware of it, depending upon how things went in Santa Barbara and El Encanto Heights. Yes, he had seen Bobby on the beach at Punaloo with Frank, but he had no way of knowing who Bobby was. Ultimately, even if Candy became aware of Dakota and Dakota's association with Frank, there was no way that Thomas could be drawn into the affair. Thomas was another separate part of their lives, right? "Something wrong?" Julie said, as she pulled the Toyota one lane to the left to pass a big rig hauling Coors. He could see nothing to be gained by telling her that Thomas might be in danger. She'd be upset, worried. And for what? He was just letting his vivid imagination run away with him. Thomas was perfectly safe down there in Cielo Vista. "Bobby, what's wrong?" "Nothing." "Well, why are you fidgeting?" "Prostate trouble."
Chanel No. 5, a softly glowing lamp, cozy rose-patterned fabrics and wallpaper. He laughed with relief when he materialized in the bedroom, the bullets left behind in that kitchen in Placentia over 100 miles away. His wounds had knit up as if they'd never existed. He had lost perhaps an ounce of blood and a few flecks of tissue because one of the bullets had passed through him and out his back, carrying that material with it before he'd transported himself beyond the revolver's range. Everything else was as it should be, however, and his flesh did not harbor even the memory of pain. He stood in front of the dresser for half a minute, breathing deeply of the perfume that wafted up from the saturated handkerchief. The scent gave him courage and reminded him of the abiding need to make them pay for his mother's murder. All of them, not just Frank, but the whole world which had conspired against her. He looked at his face in the mirror. The gray-eyed woman's blood was no longer on his chin and lips. He had left it behind him, as he might leave water behind when teleporting out of a rainstorm. But the taste of it was still in his mouth, and his reflection was, without a doubt, that of vengeance personified. Depending on the element of surprise and his ability to target his point of arrival precisely, now that he was familiar with the kitchen, he returned to Clint's house. He intended to enter at the dining-room doorway, immediately behind the man, directly opposite the point from which he had dematerialized. Either the experience of being shot had shaken him more than he realized, or the rage jittering through him had passed the critical point at which it interfered with his concentration. Whatever the reason, he did not arrive where he intended, but by the door to the garage, 1/4 instead of halfway around the room from his last position, to the right of Clint, and not near enough to rush him and seize the gun before it could be fired. Except Clint was not present, and the woman's body had been removed from the table. Only the blood remained as proof that she perished there. Kendi could not have been gone more than a minute, the time he had spent in his mother's room, plus a couple of seconds in transit each way. He expected to return and find Clint bent over the corpse, either grieving or checking desperately for a pulse. But as soon as he realized Kendi was gone, the man must have taken the body in his arms and what? He must have fled the house, of course, hoping against hope that a faint thread of life remained unbroken in the woman, getting her out of the way in case Kendi returned. Cursing softly, then immediately begging his mother's and God's forgiveness for his foul language, Kendi tried the door into the garage. It was locked. If he had left by that exit, Clint wouldn't have paused to lock behind himself. He hurried out of the kitchen through the dining room toward the foyer off the living room to check out the front lawn and the street. But he heard a noise from deeper in the house and halted before he reached the front door. He changed direction, cautiously following the hallway back to the bedrooms. A light was on in one of those rooms. He eased to the door and risked a glance inside. Clint had just put the woman on the queen-size bed. As Kendi watched, the man pulled her skirt down over her knees. He still had the revolver in one hand. For the second time in less than an hour, Kendi heard faraway sirens swelling in the night. The neighbors probably had heard the gunfire and called the police. Clint saw him in the doorway, but did not bring up the gun. He did not say anything either, and the expression on his stoic face remained unchanged. He seemed like a deaf-mute. The strangeness of the man's demeanor made Kendi nervous and uncertain. He thought there was a pretty good chance that Clint had emptied the gun at him in the kitchen, even though he had teleported out of there with the impact of the second slug. Most likely he had fired every round reflexively, his trigger finger ruled by rage or fear or whatever he was feeling. He could not have carried the woman into the bedroom and reloaded the gun, too, in the minute or so that Candy had been gone, which meant Candy might be in no danger if he just walked up to the guy and took the weapon away from him. But he stayed in the doorway. Either of those two shots could have been dead center in his heart. The power within him was great, but he could not exercise it quickly enough to vaporize an oncoming bullet. Instead of dealing with Candy in any fashion, the man turned away from him, walked around the foot of the bed to the other side, and stretched out beside the woman.
"What the hell?"
Candy said aloud. Clint took hold of her dead hand. His other hand held the .38 revolver. He turned his head on the pillow to look toward her, and his eyes glistened with what might have been unshed tears. He put the muzzle of the gun under his chin and annihilated himself. Candy was so stunned that he was unable to move for a moment or think what to do next. He was jolted out of his paralysis by the ululant sirens and realized that the trail from Thomas to Bobby and Julie, whoever they were, might end here if he did not discover what link the dead man on the bed shared with them. If he ever hoped to learn who Thomas had been, how Clint had known his name, or how many others knew of him, if he wanted to learn how much danger he was in and how he might slide out of it, he couldn't waste this opportunity. He hurried to the bed, rolled the dead man onto his side, and withdrew the wallet from his pants pocket. He flipped it open and saw the private investigator's license. Opposite it, in another plastic window, was a business card for Dakota and Dakota. Candy remembered a vague image of the Dakota and Dakota offices which had come to him in Thomas's room when he had obtained a vision of Clint from the scrapbook. There was an address on the card. Below the name Clint Karagiosis, in smaller type, were the names Robert and Julia Dakota. Outside, the sirens had died. Someone was pounding on the front door. Two voices shouted, "Police!" Candy threw the wallet aside and took the gun out of the dead man's hand. He broke open the cylinder. It was a 5-shot weapon, and all of the chambers were filled with expended cartridges. Clint had fired 4 rounds in the kitchen, but even in his moment of vengeful fury, he had possessed enough control to save the last bullet for himself.
"Just because of a woman?"
Candy said uncomprehendingly, as if the dead man might answer him.
"Because you couldn't get sex from her any more now? Why does sex matter so much? Couldn't you get sex from another woman? Why was sex with this one so important you didn't want to live without it?"
They were still pounding on the door. Someone spoke through a bullhorn, but Candy didn't pay attention to what was being said. He dropped the gun and wiped his hand on his pants because he suddenly felt unclean. The dead man had handled the gun, and the dead man seemed to have been obsessed with sex. Without question, the world was a cesspool of lust and debauchery, and Candy was glad that God and his mother had spared him from the sick desires that seemed to infect nearly everyone else. He left that house of sinners.
Slumped on the sofa, Hallie Yamataka had a slice of pizza in one hand and a MacDonald novel in the other. When he heard the hollow, flute-like warble, he dropped both the book and the food and shot to his feet. "Frank!" The half-open door swung slowly inward, not because it was being pushed open by anyone, but because a sudden draft, sweeping in from the reception lounge, was strong enough to move it. "Frank?" Hal repeated. As he crossed the room, the sound faded, and the draft died. But by the time he reached the doorway, the unmelodic notes returned, and a burst of wind ruffled his hair. To the left stood the receptionist's desk, untended at this hour. Directly opposite the desk was the door to the public corridor that served the other companies on this level, and it was closed. The only other door at the far end of the rectangular lounge was also closed. It led to a hallway that was interior to the Dakota and Dakota suite, off which were 6 other offices, including the computer room where Lee was still at work, and a bathroom. The piping and the wind could not have reached him through those closed doors. Therefore, the point of origin was clearly the reception lounge. Stepping to the center of the room, he looked around expectantly. The flute sounds, the turbulence rose a third time. Hal said, "Frank," as he became aware, out of the corner of his eye, that a man had arrived near the door to the public hall, to Hal's right, and almost behind him. But when he turned, he saw that it was not Frank. The traveler was a stranger, but Hal knew him at once. Candy. It could be no one else, for this was the man Bobby had described from the beach at Punaloo, and whose description Hal had received from Clint. Hal was built low and wide. He kept in good shape, and he could remember no instance in his life when he had been physically intimidated by another man. Candy was 8 inches taller than he, but Hal had handled men taller than that. Candy was clearly a mesomorph, one of those guys destined from birth to have a strong-boned body layered with slabs of muscle, even if he exercised lightly or not at all. And he was clearly no stranger to the discipline and painful rituals of barbells, dumbbells, and slant boards. But Hal had a mesomorphic body type as well, and was as hard as frozen beef. He was not intimidated by Candy's height or muscles. What frightened him was the aura of insanity, rage, and violence the man radiated as powerfully as a week-old corpse would radiate the stink of death. The instant that Frank's brother hit the room, Hal smelled his mad ferocity as surely as a healthy dog would detect the rabid odor of a sick one, and he acted accordingly. He wasn't wearing shoes, wasn't carrying a gun, and wasn't aware of anything near at hand that might be used as a weapon, so he spun around and ran back toward the boss's office, where he knew a loaded Browning 9mm semi-automatic pistol was kept in a spring clip on the underside of Julie's desk as insurance against the unexpected. Until now, the gun had never been needed. Hal was not the martial arts whiz that his formidable appearance and ethnicity led everyone to believe he was, but he did know some taekwondo. The problem was, only a fool would resort to any form of martial arts as a first defense against a charging bull with a bumblebee up his butt. He made the doorway before Candy grabbed him by his shirt and tried to pull him off his feet. The shirt tore along the seams, leaving the madman with a handful of cloth. But Hal was wrenched off balance. He stumbled into the office and collided with Julie's big chair, which was still standing in the middle of the room with 4 other chairs arranged in a semicircle in front of it, as Jackie Jacks had required for Frank's session of hypnosis. He grabbed at Julie's chair for support. It was on wheels, which rolled grudgingly on the carpet, though well enough to send it skidding treacherously out from under him. The psycho crashed into him, ramming him against the chair and the chair against the desk. Leaning into Hal with massive fists that felt like iron heads of sledgehammers, Candy delivered a flurry of punches to his midsection. Hal's hands were down, leaving him briefly defenseless, but he clasped them with his thumbs aligned and rammed them upward between Candy's pile-driving arms, catching him in the Adam's apple. The blow was hard enough to make Candy gag on his own cry of pain, and Hal's thumbnails gouged the madman's flesh, skidding all the way up under his chin, tearing the skin as they went. Choking, unable to draw breath through his bruised and spasming esophagus, Candy staggered backward, both hands to his throat. Hal pushed away from the chair against which he had been pinned, but he didn't go after Candy. Even the blow he'd delivered was the equivalent of a tap of a fly-swatter to the snout of that bull with a bee up his butt. An overconfident charge would no doubt end in a swift goring. Instead, hurting from the punches to his gut, with a sour taste of pizza sauce in the back of his throat, he hurried around the desk, hot to get his hands on that 9mm Browning. The desk was large, and the dimensions of the knee-hole were correspondingly spacious. He wasn't sure where the pistol was clipped, and he didn't want to bend down to look under, because he would have had to take his eyes off Candy. He slid his hand from left to right along the underside of the desktop, then reached deeper and slid it back the other way. Just as he touched the butt of the pistol, he saw Candy thrust out both hands, palms upward, as if the guy knew Hal had found a gun and was saying, "Don't shoot, I surrender, stop." But as Hal tugged the Browning free from the metal spring clamp, he discovered that Candy didn't have surrender in mind. Blue light flashed out of the madman's palms. The heavy desk abruptly behaved like a wire-rigged balsa wood prop in a movie about poltergeists. Even as Hal was raising the gun, the desk slammed into him and carried him backward into the huge window behind him. The desk was wider than the window, and the ends of it met the wall, which prevented it from sailing straight through the glass. But Hal was in the center of the window, and the low sill hit him behind the knees, so nothing inhibited his plunge. For an instant the jangling level-lower blinds seemed as if they might restrain him, but that was wishful thinking. He carried them with him through the glass and into the night, dropping the Browning without ever having fired it. He was surprised at how long it took to fall 6 stories, which was not such a terribly great distance, though a deadly one. He had time to marvel at how slowly the lighted office window receded from him, time to think about people he had loved and dreams never fulfilled, time even to notice that the clouds, which had returned at twilight, were shedding light sprinkles of rain. His last thought was about the garden behind his small house in Costa Mesa, where he tended an array of flowers year-round and secretly enjoyed every moment of it, the exquisitely soft texture of a coral-red impatiens petal, and on its edge a single tiny drop of morning dew, glistening.
Candy shoved the heavy desk aside and leaned out of the 6th-floor window. A cool updraft rose along the side of the building and buffeted his face. The shoeless man lay on his back on a broad concrete walk below, illuminated by the amber backsplash of a landscape spotlight. He was surrounded by broken glass, tangled metal blinds, and a swiftly spreading blot of his own blood. Coughing, still having a little difficulty drawing deep enough breaths, with one hand pressed to the stinging flesh of his battered throat, Candy was upset by the man's death. Actually, not by the fact of it, but by the timing of it. First, he'd wanted to interrogate him to learn who Bobby and Julie were, and what association they had with the psychic Thomas. And when Candy had teleported into the reception lounge, the guy had thought he was Frank. He had spoken Frank's name. The people at Dakota and Dakota were somehow associated with Frank, knew all about his ability to teleport, and therefore would know where to find the mother-murdering wretch. Candy supposed the office would hold answers to at least some of his questions, but he was concerned that police responding to the dead man's plunge would necessitate a departure before he turned up all the information he needed. Sirens were the background music to this night's adventures. No sirens had arisen yet, however. Maybe he had gotten lucky. Maybe no one had seen the man fall. It was unlikely that anyone was at work at any of the other companies in the office building. It was, after all, 10 minutes till 9. Perhaps janitors were polishing floors somewhere or emptying waste baskets, but they might not have heard enough to warrant investigation. The man had plummeted to his death with surprisingly little protest. He had not screamed. An instant before impact, the start of a shout had flown from him, but it had been too short to attract notice. The explosion of the glass and the tinny clanging of the blinds had been loud enough, but the action had been over before anyone could have located the source of the sound. A 4-lane street encircled the Fashion Island shopping center, and also served the office towers that, like this one, stood on the outer rim. Apparently, however, no cars had been on it when the man had fallen. Now, 2 appeared to the left, one behind the other. Both passed without slowing. A row of shrubberies between the sidewalk and the street prevented motorists from seeing the corpse where it lay. The office tower ring of the sprawling complex was clearly not an area that attracted pedestrians at night, so the dead man might remain undiscovered until morning. He looked across the street at the restaurants and stores that were on this flank of the mall, 500 or 600 yards away. A few people on foot, shrunken by distance, moved between the parked cars and the entrances to the businesses. No one appeared to have seen anything, and in fact it would not have been that easy to spot a darkly dressed man plunging past a mostly dark building, aloft and visible for only seconds before gravity finished him. Candy cleared his throat, wincing in pain, and spat toward the dead man below. He tasted blood. This time it was his own. Turning away from the window, he surveyed the office, wondering where he would find the answers he sought. If he could locate Bobby and Julie Dakota, they might be able to explain Thomas's telepathy, and more important, they might be able to deliver Frank into his hands.
After twice responding to an alarm from the radar detector and avoiding 2 speed traps in the West Valley, Julie cranked the Toyota back up to 85, and they dusted L.A. off their heels. A few raindrops spattered the windshield, but the sprinkles did not last. She switched the wipers off moments after turning them on. "Santa Barbara in maybe an hour," she said, "as long as a cop with a sense of duty doesn't come along." The back of her neck ached, and she was deeply weary. But she didn't want to trade places with Bobby. She didn't have the patience to be a passenger tonight. Her eyes were sore but not heavy. She could not possibly have slept. The events of the day had murdered sleep, and alertness was assured by concern about what might lie ahead, not just on the highway before them, but in El Encanto Heights. Ever since he'd been awakened by what he called the word burst, Bobby had been moody. She could tell he was worried about something, but he didn't seem to want to talk about it yet. After a while, in an obvious attempt to take his mind off the word burst and whatever gloomy ruminations it had inspired, he tried to strike up a conversation about something utterly different. He lowered the volume on the stereo, thereby frustrating the intended effect of Glenn Miller's American Patrol, and said, "You ever stop to think 4 out of our 11 employees are Asian Americans?" She didn't glance away from the road. So why is that, do you think? Because we hire only first-rate people. And it so happened that 4 of the first-rate people who wanted to work for us were Chinese, Japanese, and Vietnamese. Well, that's part of it. Just part, she said. So, what's the other part? You think maybe the wicked Fu Manchu turned a mind control ray on us from his secret fortress in the Tibetan mountains and made us hire him? Well, that's part of it too, he said. But another part of it is I'm attracted to the Asian personality, or to what people think of when they think of the Asian personality: intelligence, a high degree of self-discipline, neatness, strong sense of tradition and order. Those are pretty much traits of everyone who works for us, not just Jamie Nguyen Hallen Lee. I know. But what makes me so comfortable with Asian Americans is that I buy into the stereotype of them. I feel everything will go along in an orderly, stable fashion when I'm working with them. And I need to buy into that stereotype because, well, I'm not the kind of guy I've always thought I was. You ready to hear something shocking? Always, Julie said. Often when Li Chen was laboring in the computer room, he popped a CD into his Sony Discman and listened to music through earphones. He always kept the door closed to avoid distraction, and no doubt some of his fellow employees thought he was somewhat antisocial. However, when he was engaged in the penetration of a complex and well-protected data network, like the array of police systems he was still plundering, he needed to concentrate. Occasionally, music distracted him as much as anything, depending on his mood, but most of the time it was conducive to his work. The minimalist New Age piano solos of George Winston were sometimes just the thing. But more often he needed rock and roll. Tonight it was Huey Lewis and the News, Hip to be Square, and The Power of Love, The Heart of Rock and Roll, and You Crack Me Up. Focused intently on the terminal screen, his window on the mesmerizing world of cyberspace, with Bad is Bad pouring into his ears through the headset, he might not have heard a thing if, in the world outside, God had peeled back the sky and announced the imminent destruction of the human race.
A cool draft circulated through the room from the broken window, but growing frustration generated a compensatory heat in Candy. He moved slowly around the spacious office, handling various objects, touching the furniture, trying to finesse a vision that would reveal the whereabouts of the Dakotas and Frank. Thus far, he'd had no luck. He could have pored through the contents of the desk drawers and filing cabinets, but that would have taken hours, since he didn't know where they might have filed the information he was seeking. He also realized he might not recognize the right stuff when he found it, for it might be in a folder or envelope bearing a case name or code that was meaningless to him. And though his mother had taught him to read and write, and though he had been a voracious reader just like her until he lost interest in books upon her death, teaching himself many subjects as well as any university could have done, he nevertheless trusted what his special gifts could reveal to him more than anything he might find on paper. Besides, he had already stepped into the lounge, obtained the Dakota's home address and phone number, and called to see if they were there. An answering machine had picked up on the third ring, and he had left no message. He didn't just want to know where the Dakotas lived, where they might turn up in time. He needed to know where they were now, this minute, because he was in a fever to get at them and wring answers from them. He picked up a third scotch and soda glass. They were all over the room. The psychic residue on the tumbler gave him an instant vivid image of a man named Jackie Jacks, and he pitched it aside in anger. It bounced off the sofa onto the carpet without shattering. This Jacks person left a colorful and noisy psychic impression everywhere in his wake, the way a dog with poor bladder control would mark each step on his route with a dribble of stinking urine. Candy sensed that Jacks was currently with a large number of people at a party in Newport Beach, and he also sensed that trying to find Frank or the Dakotas through Jacks would be wasted effort. Even so, if Jacks had been alone now, easily taken, Candy would have gone straight to him and slaughtered him, just because the guy's lingering aura was so brassy and annoying. Either he had not yet found an object that one of the Dakotas had touched long enough to leave an imprint, or neither of them was the type who left a rich, lingering psychic residue in his wake. For reasons Candy could not fathom, some people were harder to trace than others. He had always found tracing Frank to be of medium difficulty, but tonight catching that scent was harder than usual. Repeatedly he sensed that Frank had been in the room, but at first he could locate nothing in which the aura of his brother was coagulated. Next he turned to the 4 chairs, beginning with the largest. When he skimmed his sensitive fingertips lightly over the upholstery, he quivered with excitement, for he knew at once that Frank had sat there recently. A small tear marred the vinyl on one arm, and when Candy put his thumb upon the rent, particularly vivid visions of Frank assaulted him. Too many visions. He was rewarded with a whole series of place images, where Frank had traveled after rising from the chair, the high Sierras, the apartment in San Diego in which he had lived briefly 4 years ago, the rusted front gate of their mother's house on Pacific Hill Road, a graveyard, a book-lined study in which he'd stayed such a short time that Candy could only get the vaguest impression of it, Punaloo Beach, where Candy had nearly caught him. There were so many images, from so many travels, layered one atop another, that he could not clearly see the later stops. Disgusted, he pushed the chair out of his way and turned to the coffee table where 2 more tumblers stood. Both contained melted ice and scotch. He picked one up and had a vision of Julie Dakota.
While Julie drove toward Santa Barbara as if they were competing in time trials for the Indianapolis 500, Bobby told her the shocking thing, that he was not, at heart, the laid-back guy he appeared to be on the surface, that during his hectic travels with Frank, especially during the moments when he had been reduced to a disembodied mind and a frantic whirl of disconnected atoms, he discovered within himself a rich vein of love for stability and order that ran deeper than he ever could have imagined. a motherlode of stick-in-the-mudness, that his delight in swing music arose more from an appreciation for the meticulosity of its structures than for the dizzying musical freedom embodied in jazz, that he was not half the free-spirited man he thought he was, and far more of a conservative embracer of tradition than he would have hoped. In short, he said, all this time you thought you were married to an easygoing young James Garner type. You've actually been wed to an any-age Charles Bronson type. Oh, I can live with you anyway, Charlie. Oh, this is serious, sort of. I've tipped into my late 30s. I'm no child. I should have known this about myself a long time ago. You did. Huh? You love order, reason, logic. That's why you got into the line of work where you could right wrongs, help the innocent, punish the bad. That's why you share the dream with me, so we can get our little family in order, step out of the chaos of the world as it is these days, and buy into some peace and quiet. That's why you won't let me have the Wurlitzer 950. Those bubble tubes and leaping gazelles are just a little too chaotic for you. He was silent a moment, surprised by her answer. The lightless vastness of the sea lay to the west. He said, Maybe you're right. Maybe I've always known what I am deep down. But then isn't it unnerving that I fooled myself with my own act for so long? You haven't. You're easy-going and a bit of Charles Bronson, which is a good thing. Otherwise we probably couldn't communicate at all, since I've got more Bronson in me than anyone but Bronson. God, that's true, he said, and they both laughed. The Toyota's speed had declined to under 70. She put it up to 80 and said, Bobby, what's really on your mind? Thomas. She glanced at him. What about Thomas? Since that word burst, I can't shake the feeling he's in danger. What did that have to do with him? I don't know. But I'd feel better if we could find a phone and put a call into Cielo Vista, just to be sure. She let their speed fall dramatically. Within 3 miles, they exited the freeway and pulled into a service station. There was a full-service lane. While the attendant washed their windows, checked the oil, and filled the tank with premium unleaded, they went inside and used the payphone. It was a modern electronic version, allowing everything from coin to credit calls, on the wall next to a rack of snack crackers, candy bars, and packages of beer nuts. A condom machine was there, too, right out in the open, thanks to the social chaos wrought by AIDS. Using their AT&T credit card, Bobby called Cielo Vista Care Home in Newport. It didn't ring or give a busy signal. He heard an odd series of electronic sounds. Then a recording informed him that the number he had dialed was temporarily out of service as a result of unspecified line problems. The droning voice suggested that he try later. He dialed the operator, who tried the same number with the same results. She said, I'm sorry, sir. Please call your party later. What line problem could they be having? I wouldn't know, sir, but I'm sure service will be restored soon. He had tilted the phone away from his ear so Julie could lean in and hear both sides of the exchange. When he hung up, he looked at her. Well, let's go back. I've got this hunch. Thomas needs us. Go back? We're little more than half an hour from Santa Barbara now. Much further to go home. He may need us. It's not a strong hunch, I admit, but it's persistent and weird. If he needs help urgently, she said, then we'd never get to him in time anyway. And if it's not so urgent, he'll be okay if we go on to Santa Barbara. Call him from the motel. If he's sick or been hurt or something, the extra driving from here to Santa Barbara and back will only add about an hour. Well, he's my brother, Bobby. I care about him as much as you do. And I say it'll be all right. I love you, but you've never shown enough talent as a psychic to make me hysterical about this. He nodded. You're right. I'm just jumpy. My nerves haven't settled down since all that traveling with Frank. Back on the highway, a few thin tendrils of fog were creeping in from the sea. Sprinkles of rain fell again, then stopped after less than a minute. The heaviness of the air and the indefinable but undeniable quality of oppressiveness in the utterly black night sky portended a major storm. When they had gone a couple of miles, Bobby said, "I should have called Hal at the office. While he's sitting around there waiting for Frank, he could use some of our contacts with the phone company and the cops to make sure everything's jake at Cielo Vista." "If the lines are still out when you make the call from the motel," Julie said, "then you can bother Hal about it."
From the weak psychic residue on the drinking glass, Kendi received an image of Julie Dakota that was recognizably the same face that had seeped from Thomas's mind earlier in the evening, except that it was not as idealized as it had been in Thomas's memory. With his sixth sense, he saw that she had gone home from the office to the address he had obtained earlier from the secretary's Rolodex. She had been there a short time, then had gone somewhere in a car with another person, most likely the man named Bobby. He could see no more, and he wished that the traces she left behind had been as strong as those of Jack's. He put down the tumbler and decided to go to her house. Though she and Bobby were not there now, he might be able to find an object that would, like the liquor glass, lead him another step or two along their trail. If he found nothing, he could return here and continue his search, assuming the police had not arrived in response to the discovery of the dead man outside.
Lee switched off the computer, then cut off the CD player, too. Huey Lewis and the news were in the middle of Walking on a Thin Line, and removed the earphones. Happy after a long and productive session in the land of silicon and gallium arsenide, he stood, stretched, yawned, and checked his watch. Little after 9. He'd been at work for 12 hours. He should have wanted nothing more than to flop in bed and sleep half a day, but he figured he'd zip back to his condo, which was 10 minutes from the office, freshen up, and catch some nightlife. Last week he'd found a new club, Nuclear Grin, where the music was loud and hard-edged, the drinks unwatered, the crowd's politics unconsciously libertarian, and the women hot. He wanted to dance a little, drink a little, and find someone who wanted to screw her brains out. In this age of new diseases, sex was risky. It sometimes seemed that drinking from the same glass as someone else was suicidal. But after a day in the painstakingly logical microchip universe, you had to get a little wild, take some risks, dance on the edge of chaos to get some balance in your life. Then he remembered how Frank and Bobby had vanished in front of his eyes. He wondered if maybe he hadn't already had enough wildness for one day. He picked up the latest printouts. It was more stuff that he had gleaned from police records regarding the decidedly weird behavior of Mr. Blue, who would never need to get a little wild for balance, since he was already chaos walking around in shoes. Lee opened the door, switched off the light, went down the hall, and through another door into the lounge, intending to leave the printouts on Julie's desk and say goodnight to Hal before splitting. When he walked into Bobby and Julie's office, it looked like the National Wrestling Federation had sanctioned a match between tag teams of 300-pound hulks. Furniture was overturned, and scotch glasses, some of them broken, were scattered over the floor. Julie's desk was aslant and askew, tilting on one shattered leg. The top no longer was properly aligned with the base, as if someone had gone at it with pry bars and hammers. "Hal?" No answer. Gingerly, he pushed open the door of the adjoining bath. "Hal?" The bathroom was deserted. He went to the broken window. A few small shards of glass still clung to the frame, caught the light, jagged. With one hand against the wall, Li Chen carefully leaned out. He looked down. In a much different tone of voice, he said, "Hal."
Candy materialized in the foyer of the Dakota's house, which was dark and silent. He stood quietly for a moment, head cocked, until he was confident that he was alone. His throat was healed, he was whole again, and excited by the prospects of the night. He began the search from there, putting his hand on the doorknob, in hope of finding some of the residue that, while lacking physical substance, nevertheless provided the nourishment for his visions. He felt nothing, no doubt partly because the Dakotas had touched it only briefly upon entering and departing the house. Of course, a person could handle 100 items, leaving psychic images of himself on only one of them, then touch the same 100 an hour later and contaminate every one with his aura. The reason for that was as mysterious to Candy as was so many people's interest in sex. He remained as grateful to his mother for this talent as he was for all the others, but tracking his prey with psychometry was not always an easy or infallible process. The Dakota's living room and dining room were unfurnished, which gave him little to work with, although for some reason the emptiness made him feel comfortable and at home. That response puzzled him. The rooms in his mother's house were all furnished, as much with mold and fungus and dust these days as with chairs, sofas, tables, and lamps, but he suddenly realized that, like the Dakotas, he lived in such a small percentage of the house that most of its chambers might as well have been bare, carpetless, and sealed off. The Dakotas' kitchen and family room were furnished and obviously lived in, though it was unlikely that they had used the family room during their brief stop between the office and wherever they had gone from here. He hoped they might have lingered in the kitchen for a bite of food or a drink. But the handles of the cabinets, microwave, oven, and refrigerator provided him with no images whatsoever. On his way to the second floor, Candy climbed the steps slowly, letting his left hand slide searchingly along the oak balustrade. At several points along the way, he was rewarded by psychic images that, while brief and not clear, encouraged him and led him to believe that he would find what he needed in their bedroom or bath.
Instead of immediately dialing 911 to report the murder of Hal Yamataka, Lee ran first to the reception desk and, as he'd been trained, removed a small brown notebook from the back of the bottom drawer on the right side. For the benefit of employees like Lee, who did not often get into the field and seldom interfaced directly with the county's many police agencies, but might one day need to deal with them in an emergency, Bobby had composed a list of some of the officers, detectives, and administrators who were most professional, reasonable, and reliable in every major jurisdiction. The brown notebook contained a second list of cops to avoid, those who had an instinctive dislike for anyone in the private investigation and security business, those who were just pains in the ass in general, and those who were always on the lookout for a little green grease to lubricate the wheels of justice. It was a testament to the high quality of the county's law enforcement that the first list was much longer than the second. According to Bobby and Julie, it was preferable to try to manage the introduction of the police into a situation that required them, even going so far as to try to select one of the detectives who would show up at the scene, if it was a scene that needed detectives. Relying on the luck of the draw or a dispatcher's whim was considered unwise. Lee wondered if he should even call the cops. He had no doubt who had killed Hal, Mr. Blue, Candy. But also he knew that Bobby would not want to reveal more about Frank and the case than was truly necessary. The agency-client privilege was not as legally airtight as that of lawyer-client or doctor-patient, but it was important, too. Since Julie and Bobby were on the road and temporarily unreachable, Lee could get no guidance on what and how much he should say to the police. But he couldn't let the dead body lie in front of the building, hoping nobody would notice, especially not when the victim was a man he had known and liked. Call the cops, then, but play dumb. Consulting the notebook, Lee dialed the Newport Beach police and asked for Detective Harry Ladsbroke, but Ladsbroke was off duty. So was Detective Janet Heisinger. Detective Kyle Ostov was available, however, and when he came on the line he sounded reassuringly big and competent. His voice was a mellow baritone and he spoke crisply. Lee identified himself, aware that his own voice was higher than usual, almost squeaky, and that he was speaking too fast. "There's been a murder." Before Lee could go on, Ostov said, "Jesus, you mean Bobby and Julie know already? I just found out myself. It was pushed on me to tell them, and I was just sitting here, trying to figure out how best to break the news. I had my hand on the phone, going to call them when you rang through. How are they taking it?" Confused, Lee said, "I don't know. I don't think they know. I mean, it must have happened just a few minutes ago." "A little longer than that," Ostov said. "When did you guys find out? I just looked and there weren't any patrol cars, nothing. Finally, the shakes hit him. God, I was talking to him not that long ago. Took him some pizza, and now he's splashed all over the concrete 6 floors down. Ostov was silent. Then, "What murder are you talking about, Lee?" "Hal Yamataka. There must have been a fight here, and then—" He stopped and blinked and said, "What murder are you talking about?" "Thomas," Ostov said. Lee felt sick. He had only met Thomas once, but he knew that Julie and Bobby were devoted to him. Ostov said Thomas and his roommate, and maybe more, in the fire, if they didn't get them all out of the building in time. The computer that Lee had been born with was not functioning as smoothly as the ones made by IBM in his office, and he needed a moment to grasp the implications of the information that he and Ostov had exchanged. They've got to be connected, don't they? I'd bet on it. You know of anybody who has a grudge against Julie and Bobby? Lee looked around the reception lounge, thought about the other deserted rooms at Dakota and Dakota, the lonely offices on the rest of the 6th floor, and the unpeopled levels below the 6th. He thought of Candy, too, all those people bitten and torn. The giant Bobby had seen on Punaloo Beach. The way the guy could zap himself from place to place. He began to feel very much alone. "Detective Ostov, could you get some people here really fast?" "I've entered the call on the computer while I've been talking with you," Ostov said. "A couple of units are on their way now."
With his fingertips, Candy traced lazy circles on the surface of the dresser, then explored the contours of each brass handle on the drawers. He touched the light switch on the wall and the switches on both bedside lamps. He let his hands glide over door frames on the off chance that one of his intended prey might have paused and leaned there while in conversation, examined the handles on the mirrored closet doors, and caressed each number and switch pad on the remote control device for the TV, hoping that they had clicked on the set even during the short time they had been home. Nothing. Because he needed to be calm and methodical in his search if he were to succeed, Candy had to repress his rage and frustration. But his anger grew even as he struggled to contain it, and in him the thirst of anger was always a thirst for blood, that wine of vengeance. Only blood would slake his thirst, quench his fury, and allow him an interlude of relative peace. By the time he moved from the Dakota's bedroom into the adjoining bath, Candy was possessed of a need for blood, almost as undeniable and critical as his need for air. Looking at the mirror, he did not see himself for a moment, as if he cast no reflection. He saw only red blood, as if the mirror were a porthole on one of the lower decks of a ship in hell, on a cruise through a sea of gore. When that illusion faded and he saw his own face, he quickly looked away. He clenched his jaws, struggled even harder to control himself, and touched the hot water faucet, searching, seeking.
The motel room in Santa Barbara was spacious, quiet, clean, and furnished without the jarring clash of colors and patterns that seemed de rigueur in most American motels. But it was not a place in which Julie would have chosen to receive the terrible news that came to her there. The blow seemed greater, the ache in the heart more piercing, for having to be born in a strange and impersonal place. She really had thought that Bobby was letting his imagination run away with him again, that Thomas was perfectly fine. Because the phone was on the nightstand, he sat on the edge of the bed to make the call, and Julie watched him and listened from a chair only a few feet away. When he got that recording again, explaining that the Cielo Vista number was temporarily out of service due to line problems, she was vaguely uneasy, but still sure that all was well with her brother. However, when he called the office in Newport to talk with Hal, got Lee Chen instead, and spent the first minute or so listening in shocked silence, responding with a cryptic word or two, she knew this was to be a night that cleaved her life, and that the years to come inevitably would be darker than the years she had lived on the other side of that cleft. As he began to ask questions of Lee, Bobby avoided looking at Julie, which confirmed her intuition. and made her heart pound faster. When at last he glanced at her, she had to look away from the sadness in his eyes. His questions to Lee were clipped, and she couldn't ascertain much from them. Maybe she didn't want to. Finally, the call seemed to be drawing to an end. "No, you've done well, Lee. Keep handling it just the way you have been." "What? Oh, thank you, Lee. No, we'll be all right. We'll be okay, Lee. One way or another, we'll be okay." When Bobby hung up, he sat for a moment staring at his hands, which he clasped between his knees. Julie did not ask him what had happened, as if what Lee had told him was not yet fact, as if her question was a dark magic, and as if the unrevealed tragedy would not become real until she asked about it. Bobby got off the bed and knelt on the floor in front of her chair. He took both of her hands in his and gently kissed them. She knew then that the news was as bad as it could get. Softly he said, "Thomas is dead." She had steeled herself for that news, but the words cut deep. "I'm sorry, Julie. God, I'm so sorry. And it doesn't end there." He told her about Hal. And just a couple of minutes before he talked to me, Lee received a call about Clint and Felina, both dead. The horror was too much to assimilate. Julie had liked and respected Hal, Clint, and Felina enormously, and her admiration for the deaf woman's courage and self-sufficiency was unbounded. It was unfair that she could not mourn each of them individually. They deserved that much. She also felt that she was somehow betraying them because her sorrow at their deaths was only a pale reflection of the grief she felt at the loss of Thomas, though that was, of course, the only way it could be. Her breath caught in her throat, and when it flew free, it was not just an exhalation, but a sob. That was no good. She could not allow herself to break down. At no point in her life had she needed to be as strong as she needed to be now. The murders committed in Orange County tonight were the first in a domino fall of death that would take down her and Bobby, too, if misery dulled their edge. While Bobby continued to kneel before her and reveal more details, Derek was dead, too, and perhaps others at Cielo Vista. She gripped his hands tightly, inexpressibly grateful to have him for an anchor in her turbulence. Her vision was blurry, but she held back the tears with a sheer effort of will, though she dared not make eye contact with Bobby just yet. That would be the end of her self-control. When he finished, she said, "It was Frank's brother, of course," and was dismayed by the way her voice quavered. "Almost certainly," Bobby said. "But how did he find out Frank was our client?" "I don't know. He saw me on the beach at Punaloo." "Yeah, but he didn't follow you. He had no way of knowing who you were. And for God's sake, how did he find out about Thomas?" "There's some crucial bit of information missing, so we can't understand the pattern." "What's the bastard after?" she said. Now her voice was marked by nearly as much anger as grief, and that was good. "He's hunting Frank," Bobby said. "For 7 years. Frank was a loner, and that made him harder to find. Now Frank has friends, and that gives Candy more ways to search for him." "I as good as killed Thomas when I took this case," she said. "You didn't want to take it. I had to talk you into it. I talked you into it. You wanted to back out. If there's guilt, we share it, but there isn't any. We took on a new client, that's all, and everything just happened." Julie nodded and met his eyes. Although his voice had remained steady, tears slid down his cheeks. Preoccupied with her own grief, she had forgotten that the friends lost were his as well as hers, and that he had come to love Thomas nearly as much as she did. She had to look away from him again. "Are you okay?" he asked. "For now, I have to be. Later, I want to talk about Thomas, how brave he was about being different, how he never complained, and how sweet he was. I want to talk about all of it, you and me, and I don't want us to forget. Nobody's ever going to build a monument to Thomas. He wasn't famous. He was just a little guy who never did anything except be the best person he knew how. And the only monument he's ever going to have is our memories. So we'll keep him alive, won't we? Yes, we'll keep him alive until we're gone. But that's for later, when there's time. Now we have to keep ourselves alive, because that son of a bitch will be coming for us, won't he? I think he will, Bobby said. He rose from his knees and pulled her up from the chair. He was wearing his dark brown ultra-suede jacket with the shoulder holster under it. She had taken off her corduroy blazer and her holster. She put both of them on again. The weight of the revolver against her left side felt good. She hoped she'd have a chance to use it. Her vision had cleared, her eyes were dry. She said, "One thing for sure. No more dreams for me. What good is it having dreams when they never come true? Sometimes they do. No, they never came true for my mom and dad, never came true for Thomas, did they? Ask Clint and Felina if their dreams came true. See what they say. You ask George Ferris's family if they think being slaughtered by a maniac was a fulfillment of their dreams. Ask the Fonds," Bobby said quietly. They were boat people on the South China Sea with hardly any food and less money. And now they own dry-cleaning shops and remodel $200,000 houses for resale, and they have those terrific kids. Sooner or later they'll get it in the neck too, she said, unsettled by the bitterness in her voice and the black despair that churned up like a whirlpool within her, threatening to swallow her up. But she could not stop churning. Ask Park Hempstead down there in El Toro whether he and his wife were thrilled when she developed terminal cancer, and ask him how his dream about him and Marilee Roman worked after he finally got over the death of his wife. Nasty bugger named Candy got in the way of that one. Ask all the poor suckers lying in the hospital with cerebral hemorrhages, cancer. Ask those who get Alzheimer's in their 50s, just when their golden years are supposed to start. Ask little kids in wheelchairs from muscular dystrophy, and ask all the parents of those other kids down there in Cielo Vista how Down syndrome fits in with their dreams. She cut herself off. She was losing control, and she could not afford to do so tonight. She said, "Come on. Let's go." "Where?" "First we find the house where that bitch raised him. Cruise by, get the lay of it. Maybe just seeing it will give us ideas." "I've seen it." "I haven't." "All right." From a nightstand drawer, he removed a telephone directory for Santa Barbara, Montecito, Goleta, Hope Ranch, El Encanto Heights, and other surrounding communities. He brought it with him to the door. She said, "What do you want that for?" "We'll need it later. I'll explain in the car." Sprinkles of rain were falling again. The Toyota's engine was still so hot from the drive north that in spite of the cool night air, steam rose from its hood as the beads of rainwater evaporated. Far away, a brief low peal of thunder rolled across the sky. Thomas was dead.
He received images as faint and distorted as reflections on the wind-rippled surface of a pond. They came repeatedly as he touched the faucets, the rim of the sink, the mirror, the medicine cabinet and its contents, the light switch, the controls for the shower. But none of his visions was detailed, and none provided a clue as to where the Dakotas had gone. Twice he was jolted by vivid images, but they were related to disgusting sexual episodes between the Dakotas. A tube of vaginal lubricant and a box of Kleenex were contaminated with older psychic residue that had inexplicably lingered beyond its time, making him privy to sinful practices that he had no desire to witness. He quickly snatched his hands away from those surfaces and waited for his nausea to pass. He was incensed that the need to track Frank through these decadent people had forced him into a situation where his senses had been so brutally affronted. Infuriated by his lack of success and by the unclean contact with images of their sin which he seemed unable to expel from his mind, he decided that he must burn the evil out of this house in the name of God. Burn it out, incinerate it, so that maybe his mind would be cleansed again as well. He stepped out of the bathroom, raised his hands, and sent an immensely destructive wave of power across the bedroom. The wooden headboard of the big bed disintegrated. Flames leaped from the quilted spread and blankets. The nightstands flew apart, and every drawer in the dresser shot out and dumped its contents on the floor, where they instantly caught fire. The drapes were consumed as if made from magician's flash paper, and the 2 windows in the far wall burst, letting in a draft that fanned the blaze. Kendi often wished the mysterious light that came from him could affect people and animals rather than just inanimate things, plants and a few insects. There were times when he would have gone into a city and melted the flesh from the bones of 10,000 sinners in a single night, 100,000. It didn't matter which city. They were all festering sewers of iniquity, populated by depraved masses who worshipped evil and practiced every repulsive degeneracy. He had never seen anyone in any of them, not a single person, who seemed to him to live in God's grace. He would have made them run screaming in terror, would have tracked them down in their secret places, would have splintered their bones with his power, hammered their flesh to pulp, made their heads explode, and torn off the offensive sex things that preoccupied them. If he had been that gifted, he would not have shown them any of the mercy with which their Creator always treated them. So they would have realized then how grateful and obedient they should have been to their God, who always so patiently tolerated even their worst transgressions. Only God and Kendi's mother had such unlimited compassion. He did not share it. The smoke alarm went off in the hall. He walked out there, pointed a finger at it, and blew it to bits. This part of his gift seemed more powerful tonight than ever. He was a great engine of destruction. The Lord must be rewarding his purity by increasing his power. He thanked God that his own saintly mother had never descended into the pits of depravity in which so much of humanity swam. No man had ever touched her that way. So her children were born without the stain of original sin. He knew this to be true, for she had told him, and had shown him that it was. He descended to the first floor and set the living room carpet on fire with a bolt from his left hand. Frank and the twins had never appreciated the immaculate aspect of their conceptions, and in fact had thrown away that incomparable state of grace to embrace sin and do the devil's work. Kendi would never make that mistake. Overhead he heard the roar of flames, the crash of a partition. In the morning, when the sun revealed a smoldering pile of blackened rubble, the remains of this nest of corruption would be a testament to the ultimate perdition of all sinners. Kendi felt cleansed. The psychic images of the Dakota's fevered degeneracy had been expunged from his mind. He returned to the offices of Dakota and Dakota to continue his search for them.
Bobby drove, for he didn't think Julie ought to be behind the wheel any more tonight. She'd been awake for more than 19 hours, not a marathon all-nighter yet, but she was exhausted, and her bottled-up grief over Thomas's death could not help but cloud her judgment and dull her reflexes. At least he had napped a couple of times since Hal's call from the hospital had awakened them last night. He crossed most of Santa Barbara and entered Goleta before bothering to look for a service station where they could ask for directions to Pacific Hill Road. At his request, Julie opened the telephone directory on her lap, and with the assistance of a small flashlight taken from the glove compartment, she looked under the F's for Fogarty. He didn't know the first name, but he was only interested in a male Fogarty who carried the title of doctor. He might not live in this area, Bobby said, but I have a hunch he does. Who is he? When Frank and I were traveling, we stopped in this guy's study twice. He told her about both brief visits. Well, how come you didn't mention him before? At the office, when I told you what happened to me, where Frank and I had gone, I had to condense some of it, and this Fogarty seemed comparatively uninteresting, so I left him out. But the longer I've had time to think about it, the more it seems to me that he might be a key player in this. See, Frank popped us out of there so fast because he seemed especially reluctant to endanger Fogarty by leading Candy to him. If Frank's especially concerned about the man, then we ought to have a talk with him. She hunched over the directory, studying it closely. Fogarty James, Fogarty Jennifer, Fogarty Kevin. If he's not a medical doctor and doesn't use the title daily, or if Doc's a nickname, we're in trouble. Even if he is a medical doctor, don't bother looking in the yellow pages under physicians, because this guy's up in years and he's got to be retired. Here, she said. Fogarty, Dr. Lawrence J. There's an address? Yes. She tore the page out of the book. Great. As soon as you've seen the infamous Pollard place, we'll pay Fogarty a visit. Though Bobby had visited the house 3 times, he had traveled there with Frank, and he had not known the precise location of 1458 Pacific Hill Road any more than he had known exactly what flank of Mount Fuji that trail had ascended. They found it easily enough, however, by following the directions they received from a long-haired guy with a handlebar mustache at a Union 76 station. Though the houses along Pacific Hill Road enjoyed an El Encanto Heights address, they were actually neither in that suburb nor in Goleta, which separated El Encanto from Santa Barbara, but in a narrow band of county land that lay between the two and that led east into a wilderness preserve of mesquite, chaparral, desert brush, and pockets of California live oaks and other hardy trees. The Pollard house was near the end of Pacific Hill, on the edge of developed land, with few neighbors. Oriented west-southwest, it overlooked the charmed, Pacific-facing community so beautifully sited on the terraced hills below. At night, the view was spectacular, a sea of lights leading to a real sea cloaked in darkness. And no doubt the immediate neighborhood remained rural and free of expensive new houses only because of development restrictions related to the proximity of the preserve. Bobby recognized the Pollard place at once. The headlights revealed little more than the Eugenia hedge and the rusted iron gate between 2 tall stone pilasters. He slowed as they went by it. The ground floor was dark. In one upstairs room a light was on. A pale glow leaked around the edges of a drawn blind. Leaning over to look past Bobby, Julie said, "Can't see much." "There isn't much to see. It's a crumbling pile." They drove over a 1/4 of a mile to the end of the road, turned, and went back. Coming downhill, the house was on Julie's side, and she insisted he slow to a crawl to allow her more time to study it. As they eased past the gate, Bobby saw a light on at the back of the house, too, on the first floor. He couldn't actually see a lighted window, just the glow that fell through it and painted a pale, frosty rectangle on the side yard. "It's all hidden in shadows," Julie said at last, turning to look back at the property as it fell behind them. "But I can see enough to know that it's a bad place." "Very," Bobby said.
Violet lay on her back on the bed in her dark room with her sister, warmed by the cats which were draped over them and huddled around them. Verbena lay on her right side, cuddled against Violet, one hand on Violet's breasts, her lips against Violet's bare shoulder, her warm breath spilling across Violet's smooth skin. They were not settling down to sleep. Neither of them cared to sleep at night, for that was the wild time, when a greater number and variety of nature's hunters were on the prowl, and life was more exciting. At that moment they were not merely in each other, and in all of the cats that shared the bed with them, but in a hungry owl that soared the night, scanning the earth for mice that weren't wise enough to fear the gloom and remain in burrows. No creature had night vision as sharp as the owl, and its claws and beak were even sharper. Violet shivered in anticipation of the moment when a mouse or other small creature would be seen below, slipping through tall grass that it believed offered concealment. From past experience, she knew the terror and pain of the prey, the savage glee of the hunter, and she yearned now to experience both again, simultaneously. At her side, Verbena murmured dreamily. Swooping high, gliding, spiraling down, swooping up again, the owl had not yet seen its dinner when the car came up the hill and slowed almost to a stop in front of the Pollard house. It drew Violet's attention, of course, and through her, the attention of the owl, but she lost interest when the car speeded up again and drove on. Seconds later, however, her interest was renewed when it returned and coasted almost to a stop once more at the front gate. She directed the owl to circle the vehicle at a height of about 60 feet. Then she sent it out ahead of the car and brought it even lower to about 20 feet, before guiding it around again to approach the curious motorist head-on. From an altitude of only 20 feet, the vision of the owl was more than acute enough to see the driver and the passenger in the front seat. There was a woman Violet had never seen before, but the driver was familiar. A moment later she realized that he was the man who had appeared with Frank in the backyard at twilight that very same day. Frank had killed their precious Samantha, for which Frank must die, and now here was a man who knew Frank, who might lead them to Frank, and on the bed around Violet the other cats stirred and made low, growling sounds as her passion for vengeance was transmitted to them. A tailless Manx and a black mongrel leaped from the bed, raced through the open bedroom door, down the steps, into the kitchen, out the pet door, around the house and into the street. The car was moving away, gaining speed, heading downhill, and Violet wanted to pursue it not only by air, but on foot, to ensure that she would not lose track of it. Kendi arrived in the reception lounge at Dakota and Dakota. Cool cross-drafts circulated from the broken window in the next room, and two open doors in this one setting up opposing currents. The faint sounds announcing his arrival had evidently been masked by the bursts of static and harsh voices coming from the portable police radios that the cops had clipped to their belts. One policeman stood in the entrance to Julie and Bobby's private office, and the other was at the open door to the 6th floor corridor. Each of them was talking to someone out of sight, and both had their backs turned to Kendi, which Kendi knew was a sign that God was still looking out for him. Though he was angered by this obstacle to his search for the Dakotas, he got out of there at once, materializing in his bedroom nearly 150 miles to the north. He needed time to think if there was some way that he could pick up their trail again, a place where they had been tonight, besides their office and their house, at which he could seek more visions of them.
When they backtracked to the Union 76 station, the long-haired, mustachioed man who had given them directions to Pacific Hill Road was able to tell them how to find the street on which Fogarty lived. He even knew the man. Nice old guy, stops by here for gas now and then. Is he a medical doctor? Bobby asked. Used to be. Been retired quite a while. Shortly after 10 o'clock, Bobby parked at the curb in front of Lawrence Fogarty's house. It was a quaint Spanish two-story with the style of French windows that had been featured in the study to which Bobby and Frank had twice traveled, and lights were on throughout the first floor. The glass in the many panes was beveled, at least on the front of the house, and the lamplight inside was warmly refracted by those cut edges. When Bobby and Julie got out of the car, he smelled wood smoke and saw a homey white curl rising from a chimney into the still, cool, humid pre-storm air. In the odd and vaguely purple, crepuscular glow of a nearby street lamp, a few pink flowers were visible on the azaleas, but the bushes were not as laden with early blooms as those farther south in Orange County. An ancient tree with a multiple trunk and enormous branches loomed over more than half the house, so it seemed like a wonderfully cozy and sheltered haven in some Spanish version of a hobbity fantasy world. As they followed the front walkway, something dashed between two low Malibu lights, crossed their path, and startled Julie. It stopped on the lawn after passing them and studied them with radiant green eyes. Just a cat, Bobby said. Usually he liked cats, but when he saw this one, he shivered. It moved again, vanishing into shadows and shrubs at the side of the house. What spooked him was not this particular creature, but the memory of the feline horde at the Pollard house, which had raced to attack him and Frank, in eerie silence initially, but then with the shrill, single-voiced squeal of a banshee regiment, and with a most uncat-like unanimity of purpose. On the prowl alone, swift and curious, this cat was quite ordinary, possessed only of the mystery and haughtiness common to every member of his species. At the end of the walk, 3 front steps led up to an archway through which they entered a small veranda. Julie rang the bell, which was soft and musical, and when no one answered, after half a minute, she rang it again. As the second set of chimes faded, the stillness was disturbed by the rustle of feathered wings, as some night bird settled onto the veranda roof above them. When Julie was about to reach for the bell push again, the porch light came on, and Bobby sensed that they were being scrutinized through the security lens. After a moment the door opened, and Dr. Fogarty stood before them, in an outfall of light from the hall behind him. He looked the same as Bobby remembered him, and he recognized Bobby as well. "Come in," he said, stepping aside to admit them. "I half expected you. Come in. Not that any of you is welcome." "In the library," Fogarty said, leading them back through the hall to a room on the left. The library where Frank had taken him during their travels was the place Bobby had referred to as the study when he had described it to Julie. As the exterior of the house had a hobbity fantasy coziness, in spite of its Spanish style, so this room seemed exactly the sort of place where one imagined that Tolkien, on many a long Oxford evening, had taken pen to paper to create the adventures of Frodo. That warm and welcoming space was gently illuminated by a brass floor lamp and a stained glass table lamp that was either a genuine Tiffany or an excellent imitation. Books lined the walls under a deeply coffered ceiling, and a thick Chinese carpet, dark green and beige around the border, mostly pale green in the middle, graced a dark tongue-and-groove oak floor. The water-clear finish on the large mahogany desk had a deep luster. On the green felt blotter, the elements of a gold-plated, bone-handled desk set, including a letter opener, magnifying glass, and scissors, were lined up neatly behind a gold fountain pen in a square marble holder. The Queen Anne's sofa was upholstered in a tapestry that perfectly complemented the carpet, and when Bobby turned back to look at the wing-backed chair where he'd first seen Fogarty earlier in the day, he twitched with astonishment at the sight of Frank. "Something's happened to him," Fogarty said, pointing to Frank. He was unaware of Bobby and Julie's surprise, apparently operating under the assumption that they had come to his house specifically because they had known they would find Frank there. Frank's physical appearance had deteriorated since Bobby had last seen him at 5:26 that afternoon in the office in Newport Beach. If his eyes had been sunken then, they were as deep as pits now. The dark rings around them had widened too, and some of the blackness seemed to have leached out of those bruises to impart a deathly gray tint to the rest of his face. His previous pallor had looked healthy by comparison. The worst thing about him, however, was the blank expression with which he regarded them. No recognition lit his eyes. He seemed to be staring through them. His facial muscles were slack. His mouth hung open about an inch, as if he had started to speak a long time ago, but had not yet managed to remember the first word of what he wanted to say. At Cielo Vista Care Home, Bobby had seen only a few patients with faces as empty as this, but they had been among the most severely retarded, several steps down the ladder from Thomas. "How long has he been here?" Bobby asked, moving toward Frank. Julie seized his arm and held him back. "Don't." "He arrived shortly before 7 o'clock, Fogarty said. So Frank had traveled for nearly another hour and a half after he had returned Bobby to the office. Fogarty said, "He's been here over 3 hours, and I don't know what the blazing hell I'm supposed to do with him. Now and then he comes around a little bit, looks at you when you talk to him, even responds more or less to what you say. Then sometimes he's positively garrulous, runs on and on, won't answer your question, but sure wants to talk at a person, Couldn't shut him up with a 2x4. He told me a lot about you, for instance, more than I care to know." He frowned and shook his head. "You two may be crazy enough to get involved in this nightmare, but I'm not, and I resent being dragged into it." At first glance, the impression that Dr. Lawrence Fogarty made was that of a kindly grandfather who in his day had been the type of devoted and selfless physician who became revered by his community, known and beloved by one and all. He was still wearing the slippers, gray slacks, white shirt, and blue cardigan in which Bobby had first seen him earlier, and the image was completed by a pair of half-lens reading glasses over which he regarded them. With his thick white hair, blue eyes, and gentle, rounded features, he would have made a perfect Santa Claus if he'd been 50 or 60 pounds heavier. But on a second and closer look, his blue eyes were too steely, not warm. His rounded features were too soft, and revealed not gentility so much as a lack of character, as though they had been acquired through a lifetime of self-indulgence. His wide mouth would have given kindly old Doc Fogarty a winning smile, but its generous dimensions served equally well to lend the look of a predator to the real Doc Fogarty. "So Frank's told you about us," Bobby said, "but we don't know anything about you, and I think we need to." Fogarty scowled. "Better that you don't know about me. Better by far for me. Just get him out of here and take him away." "You want us to take Frank off your hands?" Julie said coldly. "Then you've got to tell us who you are, how you fit into this, what you know about it." Meeting Julie's gaze, then Bobby's, the old man said, "He's not been here in 5 years. Today, when he came with you, Dakota, I was shocked. I thought I'd finished with him forever. And when he came back tonight—" Frank's eyes had not focused, but he had cocked his head to one side. His mouth was still ajar, like the door to a room from which the resident has fled in haste. Regarding Frank sourly, Fogarty said, "I've never seen him like this, either. I wouldn't want him on my hands if he was his old self, let alone when he's half a vegetable." All right, we'll talk. But once we've talked, he's your responsibility." Fogarty went behind the mahogany desk and sat in a chair that was upholstered in the same dark maroon leather as was the wingback in which Frank slumped. Although their host had not offered them a seat, Bobby went to the sofa. Julie followed and slipped past him at the last moment, sitting on the end of the sofa closest to Frank. She favored Bobby with a look that essentially said, "You're too impulsive. If he groans or sighs or blows a spit bubble, you'll put a hand on him to comfort him, and then you'll be gone in a wink to Hoboken or hell, so keep your distance." Removing his tortoise-shell reading glasses and putting them on the blotter, Fogarty squeezed his eyes shut and pinched the bridge of his nose between thumb and forefinger, as if to banish a headache with an effort of will, or collect his thoughts, or both. Then he opened his eyes, blinked at them across the desk, and said, "I'm the doctor who delivered Roselle Pollard when she was born 46 years ago, February 1946. I'm also the doctor who delivered each of her kids, Frank, the twins, and James, or Candy, as he now prefers. Over the years, I treated Frank for the usual childhood-adolescent illnesses, and I guess that's why he thinks he can come to me now, when he's in trouble. Well, he's wrong. I'm no goddamn TV doctor who wants to be everybody's confidant and Dutch uncle. I treated them, they paid me, and that should be the end of it. Fact is, I only ever really treated Frank and his mother because the girls and James never got sick, unless we're talking mental illness, in which case they were sick at birth and never got well." Because Frank's head was tilted, a thin, silver stream of drool slipped out the right corner of his mouth and along his chin. Julie said, "You evidently know about the powers her children have." "I didn't know, really, until 7 years ago, the day that Frank killed her. I was retired by then, but he came to me, told me more than I ever wanted to know, dragged me into this nightmare, wanted me to help. How could I help? How could anyone help? It's none of my business anyway." "But why do they have these powers?" Julie said. "Do you have any clue, any theories?" Fogarty laughed. It was a hard, sour laugh that would have dispelled any illusions Bobby had about him if those illusions had not already been dispelled 2 minutes after he'd met the man. "Oh, yes. I have theories, lots of information to support the theories, too. Some of it's stuff you'll wish you never heard. I'm not going to get myself involved in the mess, not me, but I can't help now and then thinking about it. Who could? It's a sick and twisted and fascinating mess. My theory is that it starts with Roselle's father. Supposedly her father was some itinerant who knocked up her mother, but I always knew that was a lie. Her father was Yarnell Pollard, her mother's brother. Roselle was a child of rape and incest." A look of distress must have crossed Bobby's face or Julie's, for Fogarty let out another bark of cold laughter, clearly amused by their sympathetic response. The old physician said, "Oh, that's nothing. That's the least of it."
The tailless Manx, Zetha by name, took up sentry duty in the concealment of an azalea shrub near the front door. The old Spanish house had exterior window ledges, and the second cat, as black as midnight and named Darkle, sprang to another one in search of the room to which the old man had taken the younger man and woman. Darkle put his nose to the glass. A set of interior shutters inhibited snooping, but the wide louvers were only half closed, and Darkle was able to see several cross-sections of the room by raising or lowering his head. Hearing Frank's name spoken, the cat stiffened, because Violet had stiffened in her bed, high on Pacific Hill. The old man was there among the books, and the couple as well. When everyone sat down, Darkle had to lower his head to peer between another pair of tilted louvers. Then he saw that Frank was not only one of the subjects of their conversation, but actually present in a high-backed chair that stood at just enough of an angle to the window to reveal part of his face and one hand, lying limply on the wide maroon leather arm.
Leaning over his desk and smiling humorously as he talked, Doc Fogarty resembled a troll that had crawled out from its lair beneath a bridge, not content to wait for unsuspecting children to pass by, prepared to forage for his grisly dinner. Bobby reminded himself not to let his imagination run away with him. He needed to keep an unbiased perspective on Fogarty in order to determine the truthfulness and value of what the old man had to tell them. Their lives might depend on it. The house was built in the 30s by Dieter and Elizabeth Pollard. He'd made some money in Hollywood producing a bunch of cheap westerns, other junk, not a fortune, but enough that he was fairly sure he could give up films in Los Angeles, which he hated, move up here, get into some small business, and do all right for the rest of his life. They had 2 children. Yarnell was 15 when they came here in 1938, and Cynthia was only 6 years old. In 45, when Dieter and Elizabeth were killed in a car crash, hit head-on by a drunk driving a truck full of cabbages down from the Santa Ynez Valley, if you can believe it, Yarnell became the man of the house at age 22, and the legal guardian of his 13-year-old sister. Julie said, "And forced himself on her, you said?" Fogarty nodded. "I'm sure of it. Because over the next year, Cynthia became withdrawn, weepy. People attributed it to the death of her folks, but it was Yarnell using her, I think. Not just because he wanted sex, though she was a pretty little thing, and you could hardly fault his taste, but because being the man of the house appealed to him. He liked authority, and he was the type who wasn't happy until his authority was absolute, his dominance complete." Bobby was horrified by the words, "you could hardly fault his taste," and what they implied about the depth of the moral abyss in which Fogarty lived. Oblivious of the disgust with which his visitors were regarding him, Fogarty continued. "Yarnell was strong-willed, reckless, caused his folks a lot of heartache before they died, all kinds of heartache, but mostly related to drugs. He was an acid head before they had a name for it, before they even had LSD. Peyote, mescaline, All of the natural hallucinogens you can distill from certain cactuses and mushrooms and other fungi. It wasn't the drug culture back then that we have now, but crap was around. He got into hallucinogens through a relationship he had with a character actor who appeared in a lot of his father's movies. Got started when he was 15, and I tell you all this because my theory is it's the key to everything you want to know. The fact that Yarnell was an acid head, Julie said, that's the key? That and the fact he impregnated his own sister. The chemicals probably did genetic damage, and a lot of it by the time he was 22. They usually do. In his case, some very strange genetic damage. And then when you add in the fact that the gene pool was very limited, being as Cynthia was his sister, you might expect there's a high chance the offspring will be a freak of some kind. Frank made a low sound, then sighed. They all looked at him, but he was still detached. Though his eyes blinked rapidly for a moment, they did not come back into focus. Saliva still drooled from the right corner of his mouth. A string of it hung from his chin. Though Bobby felt he should get some Kleenex and blot Frank's face, he restrained himself, largely because he was afraid of Julie's reaction. So, about a year after their parents died, Yarnell and Cynthia came to me. She was pregnant, Fogarty said. They had this story about some itinerant farm worker raping her, but that didn't ring true, and I pretty much figured out the real story just watching how they were with each other. She tried to conceal the pregnancy by wearing loose clothes and by staying in the house entirely during her last few months, and I never could understand that behavior. It was as if they thought the problem would just go away one day. By the time they came to me, abortion was out of the question. Hell, she was in the early stages of labor. The longer they listened to Fogarty, the more it seemed to Bobby that the air in the library was foul and growing fouler, thick with a humidity as sour as sweat. Claiming he wanted to protect Cynthia as much as possible from public scorn, Yarnell offered me a pretty fat fee if I'd keep her out of the hospital and deliver the baby right in my office, which was a little risky in case there were complications. But I needed the money, and if anything really went wrong, there were ways to cover it. I had this nurse at the time who could assist me, Norma. She was pretty flexible about things. Oh, just great, Bobby thought. A sociopathic physician had found himself a sociopathic nurse. A couple who would be right in the social swim of things among the medical staff of Dachau or Auschwitz. Julie put a hand on Bobby's knee and squeezed, as if the contact reassured her that she was not listening to a mad doctor in a dream. "You should have seen what came out of that girl's oven," Fogarty said. "A freak it was, just as you'd expect." "Wait a minute," Julie said. "I thought you said the baby was Roselle, Frank's mother." "It was," Fogarty said. "And she was such a spectacular little freak that she'd have been worth a fortune to any carnival sideshow willing to risk the anger of the law to exhibit her." He paused, enjoying their anticipation. "She was an hermaphrodite." For a moment the word meant nothing to Bobby, and then he said, "You don't mean she had both sexes, male and female?" "Oh, but that's exactly what I mean." Fogarty bounced up from his chair and began to pace, suddenly energized by the conversation. "Hermaphroditism is an extremely rare birth defect in humans. It's an amazing thing to have the opportunity to deliver one. You have transverse hermaphroditism, where you have the external organs of one sex and the internal of the other. Lateral hermaphroditism, several other types, but the thing is, Roselle was the rarest of all. She possessed the complete internal and external organs of both sexes." He plucked a thick medical reference book from one of the shelves and handed it to Julie. "Check page 146 for photos of the thing I'm talking about." Julie handed the volume to Bobby so fast it seemed as if she thought it was a snake. Bobby, in turn, put it beside himself on the sofa unopened. The last thing he needed, with his imagination, was the assistance of clinical photographs. His hands and feet had gone cold, as though the blood had rushed from his extremities to his head to nourish his brain, which was spinning furiously. He wished that he could stop thinking about what Fogarty was telling them. It was gross. But the worst thing about it was, judging by the physician's strange smile, Bobby sensed that what they had heard thus far was all just the bread on this horror sandwich. The meat was yet to come. Pacing again, Fogarty said, "Her vagina was about where you'd expect, the male equipment somewhat displaced. Urination was through the male part, but the female appeared reproductively complete." "I think we get the picture," Julie said. "We don't need all the technical details." Fogarty came to them, stood looking down at them, and his eyes were as bright and lively as if he were recounting a charming medical anecdote that had bewitched legions of delighted companions at dinner parties over the years. "No, no, 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 no. You must understand what she was if you're going to understand all that happened next."
Though her own mind was split into many parts, sharing the bodies of Verbena, all the cats, and the owl on Fogarty's porch roof, Violet was most acutely aware of what she was receiving through the senses of Darkle, as he perched upon the windowsill outside the study. With the cat's sharp hearing, Violet missed not a word of the conversation in spite of the intervening pane of glass. She was enthralled. She seldom paused to think about her mother, although Roselle was still in this old house in so many ways. She seldom thought about any human being, for that matter, except herself and her twin sister, less often Candy and Frank, because she had so little in common with other people. Her life was with the wild things. In them, emotions were so much more primitive and intense, pleasure so much more easily found and enjoyed without guilt. She hadn't really known her mother or been close to her, and Violet would not have been close even if her mother had been willing to share affection with anyone but Candy. But now Violet was riveted by what Fogarty was telling them, not because it was news to her, which it was, but because anything that affected Roselle's life this completely also had profound effects on Violet's life. And of the countless attitudes and perceptions that Violet had absorbed from the myriad wild creatures whose minds and bodies she shared, a fascination with self was perhaps paramount. She had an animal's narcissistic preoccupation with grooming, with her own wants and needs. From her point of view, nothing in the world was of interest unless it served her, satisfied her, or affected the possibility of her future happiness. Dimly, she realized that she should find her brother and tell him that Frank was less than 2 miles away from them. Not long ago she had heard the wind music of Candy's return.
Fogarty turned away from Bobby and Julie and circled behind his desk again, where he walked along the bookshelves, snapping his finger against the spines of volumes to punctuate his story. As the physician spoke of this family who had seemingly sought genetic catastrophe, Julie could not help but think of how Thomas's affliction had been visited upon them, even though his parents had lived healthy and normal lives. Fate played as cruelly with the innocent as with the guilty. "When he saw the baby's abnormality, I think Yarnell would have killed it, thrown it out with the garbage, or at least put it in the hands of an institution. But Cynthia wouldn't part with it. She said it was her child, deformed or not, and she named it Roselle, after her dead grandmother. I suspect she wanted to keep it largely because she saw how it repulsed him, and she wanted to have Roselle around as a permanent reminder to him of the consequences of what he had forced her to do." "Couldn't surgery have been used to make her one sex or another?" Bobby asked. "Easier today, iffier then." Fogarty had stopped at the desk, where he had removed a bottle of wild turkey and a glass from one of the side drawers. He poured a few ounces of bourbon for himself and recapped the bottle without offering them a drink. That was fine with Julie. Though Fogarty's house was spotless, she wouldn't have felt clean after drinking or eating anything in it. After taking a swallow of the warm bourbon neat, Fogarty said, "Besides, wouldn't want to remove one set of organs, only to discover that as the child grew older, it proved to look and act more like the sex you'd denied it than like the one it was permitted. Secondary sex characteristics are visible in infants, of course, but not as easily read, certainly not in 1946. Anyway, Cynthia wouldn't have authorized surgery. Remember what I said? She probably welcomed the child's deformity as a weapon against her brother. You could have stepped between them and the baby, Bobby said. You could have brought the child's plight to the attention of public health authorities. Why on earth would I want to do that? For the psychological well-being of the child, you mean? Don't be naive. He drank some more bourbon. I was well paid to make the delivery and keep my mouth shut about it, and that was fine by me. They took her home, stuck to their story about the itinerant rapist. Julie said, the baby, Roselle, she had no serious medical problems? None, Fogarty said. Other than this abnormality, she was as healthy as a horse. Her mental skills and her body developed right on schedule, like any child. And before long it became obvious to all outward appearances that she was going to look like a woman. As she grew even older, you could see she'd never be an attractive filly, mind you. More on the sturdy side than a fashion model, thick legs and all that, but quite feminine enough. Frank remained vacant-eyed and detached, but a muscle in his left cheek twitched twice. The bourbon apparently relaxed the physician, for he sat behind his desk again, leaned forward, and clasped his hands around the glass. In 1959, when Roselle was 13, Cynthia died. Killed herself, actually, blew her brains out. The following year, about 7 months after his sister's suicide, Yarnell came to the office with his daughter, that is, with Roselle. He never called her his daughter, maintaining the fiction that she was only his bastard niece. Anyway, Roselle was pregnant at 14, same age at which Cynthia had given birth to her. Good God, Bobby said. The shocks kept piling one on top another, with such speed that Julie was almost ready to grab the whiskey bottle off the desk, drink straight from it, and never mind that it was Fogarty's booze. Enjoying their reactions, Fogarty sipped the bourbon and gave them time to absorb the shock. Julie said, Yarnell raped the daughter he had fathered by his own sister? Fogarty waited a little longer, savoring the moment. Then, no, no. He found the girl repellent, and I'm confident he wouldn't have touched her. I'm sure what Roselle told me was the truth. He sipped more bourbon. Cynthia had developed quite a religious streak between the time she gave birth to Roselle and the day she killed herself, and she'd passed on that passion for God to Roselle. The girl knew the Bible backward and forward. So Roselle came in here pregnant. She said she decided she should have a child, said God had made her special. That's what she called hermaphroditism, special. Because she was to be a pure vessel by which blessed children could be brought into the world. Therefore she had collected the semen from her male half and mechanically inserted it into her female half. Bobby shot up from the sofa as if one of its springs had broken under him, and he grabbed the bottle of wild turkey from the desk. You have another glass? Fogarty pointed to a bar cabinet in the corner, which Julie had not noticed before. Bobby opened the double doors, revealing not only more glasses, but additional fifths of wild turkey. Evidently the physician kept a bottle in his desk drawer, only so he would not have to walk across the room for it. Bobby poured 2 glasses full, with no ice, and brought one back to Julie. To Fogarty she said, Of course, I never thought Roselle was barren. She did bear children, we know that. But I assumed you meant the male part of her was sterile. Fertile as a male, and as a female. She couldn't actually join herself to herself, so to speak, so she resorted to artificial insemination, as I said. Late that afternoon, in the office in Newport, when Bobby had tried to explain how traveling with Frank was like bobsled riding off the edge of the world, Julie had not really understood why he was so unnerved by the experience. Now she thought she had an inkling of what he had meant, for the chaos of the Pollard family's relationships and sexual identities made her skin crawl and filled her with a dark suspicion that nature was even stranger and more hospitable to anarchy than she had feared. Yarnell wanted me to abort the fetus, and abortion was a fairly lucrative sideline in those days, though illegal and hush-hush. But the girl had hidden her pregnancy from him for about 7 months, as he and Cynthia had tried to hide a pregnancy 14 years earlier. It was much too late for an abortion then. The girl would have died, hemorrhaging. Besides, I would no more have aborted that fetus than I'd have shot myself in the foot. Imagine the degree of inbreeding involved here. The hermaphroditic child of brother-sister incest impregnates herself. Her child's mother is also its father. Its grandmother is also its great-aunt, and its grandfather is its great-uncle. One tight genetic line, and genes damaged by Yarnell's use of hallucinogenics, remember. Virtually a guarantee of a freak of one kind or another, and I wouldn't have missed it for the world. Julie took a long swallow of the bourbon. It tasted sour and stung her throat. She didn't care. She needed it.
I'd become a doctor because the pay was good, Fogarty said. Later, when I gravitated toward illegal abortions, the pay was better. And it became a main business. Not much danger, either, because I knew what I was doing, and I could buy off an authority now and then if I had to. When you're getting those fat fees, you don't have to schedule many office visits. You can have a lot of free time, money, and leisure, the best of both worlds. But having settled for a career like that, what I never figured was that I'd encounter anything as medically interesting, as fascinating, as entertaining as this Pollard mess.
The only consideration that caused Julie to refrain from going across the room and kicking the crap out of the old man was not his age, but the fact that he would leave the story unfinished and some vital piece of information unrevealed.
But the birth of Roselle's first child wasn't the event I thought it would be, Fogarty said. In spite of the odds, the baby she produced was healthy and from all indications perfectly normal. That was 1960, and the baby was Frank.
In the wing-back chair, Frank whimpered softly, but remained in a semi-comatose condition.
Still listening to Doc Fogarty through Darkle, Violet sat up and swung her bare legs over the edge of the bed, dispossessing some of the cats from their resting places and eliciting a murmur of protest from Verbena, who was seldom content to share just a mental link with her sister, and needed the reassurance of physical contact. With cats swarming at her feet, seeing through their eyes as well as her own, and therefore not blinded by the darkness, Violet started toward the open door to the lightless upstairs hall. Then she remembered that she was nude, and she turned back for panties and a T-shirt. She wasn't afraid of Candy's disapproval or of Candy himself. In fact, she would welcome his violent attentions, for that would be the ultimate game of hunter and prey, hawk and mouse, brother and sister. Candy was the only wild creature into whose mind she couldn't intrude. Though wild, he was also human and beyond the reach of her powers. If he tore out her throat, however, then her blood would get into him, and she would become a part of him in the only manner she ever could. Likewise, that was the only way he could get into her, by biting his way in, by chewing into her, the only way. On any other night she would have called to him and let him see her nude, with the hope that her shamelessness would at last provoke him to violence. But she could not pursue her fondest desire right now, not when Frank was nearby and still unpunished for what he had done to their poor puss, Samantha. When she had dressed, she returned to the hall, moved along it in the gloom, still in complete touch with Darkle and Zetha and the wild world, and stopped before the door to their mother's room, into which Candy had moved upon her death. A thin light of light showed along the sill.
"Candy," she said. "Candy, are you there?"
Like a memory from wars past, or a presentiment of an ultimate war to come, a searing flash of lightning and a sky-shattering crash of thunder shook the night. The windows of the study vibrated. It was the first thunder Bobby had heard since the faint and distant peal when they had come out of the motel nearly an hour and a half ago. In spite of the fireworks in the sky, rain was not yet falling, but though the tempest was slow-moving, it was almost upon them. The pyrotechnics of the storm was an ideal backdrop to Fogarty's tale. "I was disappointed in Frank," Fogarty said, taking a second bottle of bourbon from his capacious desk drawer and refilling his glass. "No fun at all. So normal. But 2 years later she was pregnant again. This time the delivery was every bit as entertaining as I'd expected Frank's to be. A baby boy again, and she called him James. Her second virgin birth, she said, and she didn't mind at all that he was as much of a mess as she was. She said that was proof that he, too, was favored by God and brought into the world without a need to wallow in the depravity of sex. I knew then she was as mad as a hatter." Bobby knew he had to remain sober, and he was aware of the danger of too much bourbon after a night of too little sleep. But he had a hunch that he was burning it off as fast as he drank it, at least for now. He took another sip before he said, "You're not telling us that beefy hulk is hermaphroditic, too?" "Oh, no," Fogarty said. "Worse than that."
Candy opened the door. "What do you want?"
"He's here, in town, right now," she said.
His eyes widened. "You mean Frank?"
"Yes."
"Worse," Bobby said numbly. He got up from the sofa long enough to put his glass on the desk. It was still 3/4 full, but he suddenly decided that even bourbon would not be an effective tranquilizer in this case. Julie had reached the same conclusion and put her glass aside, too. "James, or Candy, if you wish, was born with 4 testes instead of 2, but with no male organ. Now, at birth, male infants carry all their testes safely in their abdominal cavity, and the testes descend later during infant maturation. But Candy's never descended and never could, because there was no scrotum for them to descend into. And for another thing, there's a strange excrescence of bone that would prevent their descent, so they've remained within his abdominal cavity. But I would guess they've functioned well, busily producing quite large amounts of testosterone, which is related to development of musculature and partly explains his formidable size." "So he's incapable of having sex?" Bobby said. "With his testicles undescended and no organ for copulation, I'd say he's got a shot at being the most chaste man who ever lived." Bobby had come to loathe the old man's laugh. "But with 4 gonads, he's producing a flood of testosterone, and that does more than help build muscles, doesn't it?" Fogarty nodded. "To put it in the language of a medical journal, excess testosterone over an extended period of time alters normal brain function, sometimes radically, and is a causative factor of socially unacceptable levels of aggression. To put it in layman's language, this guy is seriously stoked with sexual tension he can't possibly release. He's rechanneled that energy into other outlets, mainly acts of incredible violence, and he's as dangerous as any monster any movie maker ever dreamed up."
Although she had released the owl as the storm drew near, Violet still inhabited Darkle and Zetha, taking their fear away from them when the lightning flared and the thunder boomed. Even as she stood before Candy at the door to his room, she was listening to Fogarty tell the Dakotas about her brother's deformity. She knew about it already, of course, for within the family their mother had referred to it as God's sign that Candy was the most special of all of them. Likewise, and in some way, Violet had been aware that this deformity was related to the great wildness in Candy, the thing that made him so powerfully attractive. Now, she stood before him, wanting to touch his huge arms, feel the sculpted muscles, but she restrained herself.
"He's at Fogarty's house,"
That surprised him. "Mother said Fogarty was an instrument of God. He brought us into the world. 4 virgin births. Why would he harbor Frank? Frank's on the dark side now."
"That's where he is," Violet said. "And a couple. His name's Bobby. Hers is Julie."
"Dakota," he whispered.
"At Fogarty's. Make him pay for Samantha candy. Bring him back here after you've killed him, and let us feed him to the cats. He hated the cats, and he'll hate being part of them forever."
Julie's temper, not always easily controlled, was dangerously near the flashpoint. As lightning shocked the night outside and thunder again protested, she counseled herself about the necessity for diplomacy. Nevertheless, she said, "You've known all these years that Candy is a vicious killer, and you've done nothing to alert anyone to the danger?" "Why should I?" Fogarty asked. "Haven't you ever heard of social responsibility?" "That's a nice phrase, but meaningless." "People have been brutally murdered because you let that man—" "People will always and forever be brutally murdered. History is full of brutal murder. Hitler murdered millions, Stalin many millions more. Mao Zedong, more millions than anyone. They're all considered monsters now, but they had their admirers in their time, didn't they? And there are people even now who'll tell you Hitler and Stalin only did what they had to do, that Mao was just keeping the public order, disposing of ruffians. So many people admire those murderers who are bold about it, and who cloak their bloodlust in noble causes like brotherhood and political reform and justice and social responsibility. We're all meat, just meat, and in our hearts we know it. So we secretly applaud the men bold enough to treat us as what we are, meat." By now she knew he was a sociopath, with no conscience, no capacity for love, and no ability to empathize with other people. Not all of them were street hoodlums, or even high-class, high-tech thieves like Tom Rasmussen, who had tried to kill Bobby last week. Some got to be doctors, or lawyers, TV ministers, politicians. None of them could be reasoned with, for they had no normal human feelings. He said, "Why should I tell anyone about Candy Pollard? I'm safe from him because his mother always called me God's instrument, told her wretched spawn I was to be respected. It's none of my business. He's covered his mother's murder to avoid having the police tramping through the house, told people she moved to a nice oceanside condo in San Diego. I don't think anybody believes that crazy bitch would suddenly lighten up and become a beach bunny. But nobody questions it because nobody wants to get involved. Everybody feels it's none of their business. Same with me. Whatever outrageous Candy adds to the world's pain are negligible. At least, given his peculiar psychology and physiology, his outrages will be more imaginative than most. Besides, when Candy was about 8, Roselle came to me thanking me for bringing her 4 into the world, and for keeping my own counsel so that Satan was unaware of their blessed presence on earth. That's exactly how she put it. And as a token of her appreciation, she gave me a suitcase full of money, enough to make early retirement possible. I couldn't figure where she'd gotten it. The money that Dieter and Elizabeth piled up in the 30s had long ago dwindled away. So she told me a little bit about Candy's ability, not much, but enough to explain that she'd never want for cash. That was the first time I realized there was a genetic boon tied to the genetic disaster. Fogarty raised his glass of bourbon in a toast that they did not return. To God's mysterious ways.
Like the archangel come to declare the end of the world in the book of the Apocalypse, Candy arrived just as the heavens sundered and the rain began to fall in earnest, although this was not black rain as would be the deluge of Armageddon, nor was it a storm of fire. Not yet. Not yet. He materialized in the darkness between two widely spaced street lamps, almost a block from the doctor's house, to be sure that the soft trumpets that unfailingly announced his arrival would not be audible to anyone in Fogarty's library. As he walked toward the house through the hammering rain, he believed that his power, provided by God, had now grown so enormous that nothing could prevent him from taking or achieving anything he desired.
In '66 the twins were born, and physically they were as normal as Frank, Fogarty said, as rain suddenly splattered noisily against the window. No fun in that. I couldn't believe it, really. 3 out of 4 of the kids perfectly healthy. I'd been expecting all sorts of cute twists, hair lips at the very least, misshapen skulls, cleft faces, withered limbs, or extra heads. Bobby took Julie's hand. He needed the contact. He wanted to get out of there. He felt burnt out. Hadn't they heard enough? But that was the problem. He didn't know what was left to hear, or how much of it might be crucial to finding a way of dealing with the Pollards. Of course, when Roselle brought me that suitcase full of money, I began to learn that the children were all freaks, mentally if not physically. And 7 years ago, when Frank killed her, it came to me as if I owed him something, understanding, shelter. He told me more about them than I wanted to know, too much. For the next 2 years, he periodically returned here, just to appear like a ghost that wanted to haunt me instead of a place. But he finally understood there was nothing for him here, and for 5 years he stayed out of my life, until today, tonight. In his wing-back chair, Frank moved. He shifted his body and tipped his head from right to the left. Otherwise, he was no more alert than he had been since they had entered the room. The old man had said that Frank had come around a few times and had been talkative, but it couldn't be proved by his behavior during the past hour or so. Julie, who was closest to Frank, frowned and leaned toward him, peering at the right side of his head. "Oh, my God." She spoke those 3 words in a bleak tone of voice that was as effective a refrigerant as anything used in an air conditioner. With a chill skittering up his spine, Bobby slid along the sofa, crowding her against the other end, and looked past her at the side of Frank's head. Wished he had not. Tried to look away. Couldn't. When Frank's head had been tilted to his right, almost lying against his shoulder, they had not been able to see that temple. After leaving Bobby at the office, still out of control, traveling against his will, Frank evidently had returned to one of those craters where the engineered insects shat out their diamonds. His flesh was lumpy, all the way along his temple to his jaw, and in some places the rough gemstones that were the cause of the lumpiness poked through, gleaming, intimately melded with his tissue. For whatever reason, he had scooped up a handful to bring back with him, but when reconstituting himself he had made a mistake. Bobby wondered what treasures might be buried in the soft gray matter within Frank's skull. "I saw that too," Fogarty said. "And, look at the palm of his right hand." Although Julie protested, Bobby pinched the sleeve of Frank's jacket and pulled until he twisted the man's arm off the chair and revealed the palm. He had found the partial roach that had once been welded into his own shoe. At least it appeared to be the same one. It was sprouting from the meaty part of Frank's hand, carapace gleaming, dead eyes staring up toward Frank's index finger.
Candy circled the house in the rain, passing a black cat on a windowsill. It turned its head to glance at him, then put its face to the windowpane again. At the rear of the house he stepped quietly onto the porch and tried the back door. It was locked. Vague blue light pulsed from his hand as he gripped the knob. The lock slipped, the door opened, and he stepped inside.
Julie had heard and seen enough. Too much. Eager to get away from Frank, she rose from the sofa and walked to the desk, where she considered her unfinished bourbon. But that was no answer. She was dreadfully tired, struggling to repress her grief for Thomas, striving even harder to make some sense out of the grotesque family history that Fogarty had revealed to them. She did not need the complication of any more bourbon, appealing as it might look there in the glass. She said to the old man, "So what hope do we have of dealing with Candy?" "None." "Well, there must be a way." "No." "Well, there must be. Why?" "Because he can't be allowed to win." Fogarty smiled. "Why not?" "Because he's the bad guy, damn it, and we're the good guys. Not perfect, maybe, not without flaws, but we're the good guys, all right. And that's why we have to win, because if we don't, then the whole game is meaningless." Fogarty leaned back in his chair. "My point exactly. It is all meaningless. We're not good. We're not bad. We're just meat. We don't have souls. There's no hope of transcendence for a slab of meat. You wouldn't expect a hamburger to go to heaven after someone ate it." She had never hated anyone as much as she hated Fogarty at that moment, partly because he was so smug and hateful, but partly because she recognized in his arguments something perilously close to the things she had said to Bobby in the motel after she had learned about Thomas's death. She had said there was no point in having dreams, that they never came true, that death was always there watching, even if you were lucky enough to grasp your personal brass ring. And loathing life, just because it led sooner or later to death, well, that was the same as saying people were nothing but meat. "We have just pleasure and pain," the old physician said. "So it doesn't matter who's right or who's wrong, who wins or loses." "What's his weakness?" she demanded angrily. "None, I can see." Fogarty seemed pleased by the hopelessness of their position. If he had been practicing medicine in the early 1940s, he had to be nearing 80, though he looked younger. He was acutely aware of how little time remained to him, and was no doubt resentful of anyone younger, and given his cold perspective on life, their deaths at Candy Pollard's hands would entertain him. No weakness at all. Bobby disagreed or tried to. "Some say that his weakness is his mind, his screwed-up psychology." Fogarty shook his head. "And I'd argue that he's made a strength of his screwed-up psychology. He's used this business about being the instrument of God's vengeance to armor himself very effectively from depression and self-doubt and anything else that might trip him up." In the wing-back chair, Frank abruptly sat up straighter, shook himself as if to cast off his mental confusion, the way a dog might shake water from its sodden coat after coming in from the rain. He said, "Where? Why do I... Is it what, Frank?" Bobby asked. Is it happening?" Frank said. His eyes seemed slowly to be clearing. "Is it finally happening?" "Is what finally happening, Frank?" His voice was hoarse. "Death. Is it finally happening? Is it?"
Candy had crept quietly through the house into the hallway that led to the library. As he moved toward the open door on the left, he heard voices. When he recognized one of them as Frank's, he could barely contain himself. According to Violet, Frank was crippled. His control of his telekinetic talent had always been erratic, which is why Candy had enjoyed some hope of one day catching him and finishing him before he could travel to a place of safety. Perhaps the moment of triumph had arrived. When he reached the door, he found himself looking at the woman's back. He could not see her face, but he was sure that it would be the same one that had been suffused in a beatific glow in Thomas's mind. Beyond her, he glimpsed Frank, and saw Frank's eyes widen at the sight of him. If the mother-killer had been too mentally confused to teleport out of Candy's reach, as Violet had claimed, he was now casting off that confusion. He looked as if he might pop out of there long before Candy could lay a hand on him. "Candy," had intended to throw the library into a turmoil by sending a wave of energy through the doorway ahead of him, setting the books on fire and shattering the lamps with the purpose of panicking and distracting the Dakotas and Doc Fogarty, giving him the chance to go straight for Frank. But now he was forced to change his plans by the sight of his brother trembling on the edge of dematerialization. He entered the room in a rush and seized the woman from behind, curling his right arm around her neck and jerking her head back so she and the two men would understand at once that he could snap her neck in an instant, whenever he chose. Even so, she slashed backward with one foot, scraping the heel of her shoe down his shin, stamping on his foot, all of which hurt like hell. It was some martial art move, and he could tell by the way she tried to counterbalance his grip and stance that she had a lot of training in such things. So he jerked her head back again, even harder, and flexed his biceps, which pinched her windpipe, hurting her enough to make her realize that resistance was suicidal. Fogarty watched from his chair, alarmed but not sufficiently to rise to his feet, and the husband came off the sofa with a gun in his hand, Mr. Quick-Draw artist, but Candy was not concerned about either of them. His attention was on Frank, who had risen from his chair and appeared about to blink out of there off to Punaloo and Kyoto and a score of other places. "Don't do it, Frank," he said sharply. "Don't run away. It's time we settled time you paid for what you did to our mother. You come to the house, accept God's punishment, and end it now, tonight. I'm going there with this bitch. She tried to help you, I guess, so maybe you won't want to see her suffer." The husband was going to do something crazy, seeing Julie and Candy's grip had clearly unhinged him. He was searching for a shot, a way to get Candy without getting her, and he might even risk firing at Candy's head, though Candy was half crouching behind the woman. Time to get out of there. "Come to the house," he told Frank. "You come into the kitchen, let me end it for you, and I'll let her go. I swear on our mother's name, I'll let her go. But if you don't come in 15 minutes, I'll put this bitch on the table, and I'll have my dinner, Frank. You want me to feed on her after she tried to help you, Frank?" Candy thought he heard a gunshot just as he got out of there. In any event, it had been too late. He rematerialized in the kitchen of the house on Pacific Hill Road, with Julie Dakota still locked in the crook of his arm.
No longer concerned about the danger of touching Frank, Bobby grabbed handsful of his jacket and shoved him backward against the wide-louvered shutters on the library window. "You heard him, Frank. Don't run. Don't run this time, or I'll hang on to you and never let go no matter where you take me, I swear to God. You'll wish you'd put your neck on Candy's platter instead of mine." He slammed Frank against the shutters to make his point, and behind him he heard Lawrence Fogarty's soft, knowing laugh. Registering the terror and confusion in his client's eyes, Bobby realized that his threats would not achieve the effect he desired. In fact, threats would almost certainly frighten Frank into flight, even if he wanted to help Julie. Worse, by stooping to violence as a first resort, he was treating Frank not as a person but as meat, confirming the depraved code by which the corrupt old physician had led his entire life, and that was almost as intolerable as losing Julie. He let Frank go. "I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry. I just got a little crazy." He studied the man's eyes, searching for some indication that sufficient intelligence remained in the damaged brain for the two of them to reach an understanding. He saw fear, stark and terrible, and he saw a loneliness that made him want to cry. He saw a lost look, too, not unlike what he had sometimes seen in Thomas's eyes, when they had taken him on an excursion from Cielo Vista, out in the world, as he had said. Aware that perhaps 2 minutes of Candy's 15-minute deadline had passed, trying to remain calm nonetheless, Bobby took Frank's right hand, turned it palm up, and forced himself to touch the dead roach that was now integrated with the man's soft white flesh. The insect felt crisp and bristly against his fingers, but he did not permit his disgust to show. "Does this hurt, Frank? This bug mixed up with your own cells here, does it hurt you?" Frank stared at him, finally shook his head. No. Heartened By the establishment of even this much dialogue, Bobby gently put his fingers to Frank's right temple, feeling the lumps of precious gems like unburst boils or cancerous tumors. "Do you hurt here, Frank? Are you in pain?" "No," Frank said, and Bobby's heart pounded with excitement at the escalation of a spoken response. From a pocket of his jeans, Bobby removed a folded Kleenex and gently blotted away the spittle that still glistened on Frank's chin. The man blinked, and his eyes seemed to focus better. From behind Bobby, still in the leather chair at the desk, perhaps with a glass of bourbon in his hand, almost certainly with that infuriating smug smile plastered on his face, Fogarty said, 12 minutes left." Bobby ignored the physician, maintaining eye contact with his client, his fingertips still on Frank's temple. He said quietly, "It's been a hard life for you, hasn't it? You were the normal one, the most normal one, and when you were a kid, you always wanted to fit in at school, didn't you, the way your sisters and brother never could? And it took you a long time to realize your dream wasn't going to happen. You weren't going to fit in, because no matter how normal you were compared to the rest of your family, you'd still come from that goddamned house, out of that cesspool which made you forever an outsider to other people. They might not see the stain on your heart, might not know the dark memories in you, but you saw, and you remembered. And you felt yourself unworthy because of the horror that was your family. Yet you were also an outsider at home, much too sane to fit in there, too sensitive to the nightmare of it all. So all your life, you've been alone." "All my life," Frank said. "And always will be." He wasn't going to travel now. Bobby would have bet on it. "Frank, I can't help you. No one can. That's a hard truth, but I won't lie to you. I'm not going to con you or threaten you." Frank said nothing, but maintained eye contact. 10 minutes, Fogarty said. "The only thing I can do for you, Frank, is to show you a way to give your life meaning at last, a way to end it with purpose and dignity, and maybe find peace in death. I have an idea, a way that you might be able to kill Candy and save Julie, and if you can do that, you'll have gone out a hero. Will you come with me, Frank, listen to me, and not let Julie die?" Frank didn't say yes, but he didn't say no either. Bobby decided to take heart from the lack of a negative response. "We've got to get moving, Frank, but don't try teleporting to the house, because there you'll just lose control again, pop off to hell and back 100 times. We'll go in my car. We can be there in 5 minutes. Bobby took his client's hand. He made a point of taking the one with the roach embedded in it, hoping Frank would remember that he had a fear of bugs, and perceive that his willingness to overrule the phobia was a testament to his sincerity. They crossed the room to the door. Rising from his chair, Fogarty said, "You're going to your death, you know." Without glancing back at the physician, Bobby said, "Well, seems to me you went to yours decades ago." He and Frank walked out into the rain and were drenched by the time they got into the car. Behind the wheel, Bobby glanced at his watch, less than 8 minutes to go. He wondered why he accepted Candy's word that the 15-minute deadline would be observed, why he was so sure that the madman had not already torn out her throat. Then he remembered something she said to him once. "Sweet cakes, as long as you're breathing, Tinkerbell will live." Gutters overflowed, and a sudden wind wound skeins of rain like silver yarn through his headlights. As he drove the storm-swept streets and turned east on Pacific Hill Road, he explained how Frank, through his sacrifice of himself, could rid the world of Candy and undo his mother's evil the way he had wanted to undo it, but had failed when he had taken the axe to her. It was a simple concept. He was able to go over it several times, even in the few minutes they had before pulling to a stop at the rusted iron gate. Frank did not respond to anything that Bobby said. There was no way to be sure he understood what he must do, or if he had even heard a word of it. He stared straight ahead, his mouth open an inch or so, and sometimes his head ticked back and forth, in time with the windshield wipers, as if he were watching Jackie Jacks's crystal pendant swinging on its golden chain. By the time they got out of the car, went through the gate, and approached the decrepit house with less than 2 minutes of the deadline left, Bobby was reduced to proceeding entirely on faith.
When Kendi brought her into the filthy kitchen, pushed her into one of the chairs at the table and let go of her, Julie reached at once for the revolver in the shoulder holster under her corduroy jacket. He was too fast for her, however, and tore it from her hand, breaking 2 of her fingers in the process. The pain was excruciating, and that was on top of the soreness in her neck and throat from the ruthless treatment he had dealt out at Fogarty's, but she refused to cry or complain. Instead, when he turned away from her to toss the gun into a drawer beyond her reach, she leapt up from the chair and sprinted for the door. He caught her, lifted her off her feet, swung her around, and body-slammed her onto the kitchen table so hard she nearly passed out. He brought his face close to hers and said, "You're going to taste good, like Clint's woman. All that vitality in your veins, all that energy. I want to feel you spurting in my mouth." Her attempts at resistance and escape had not arisen from courage as much as from terror, some of which sprang from the experience of deconstruction and reconstitution, which she hoped never to have to endure again. Now her fear doubled as his lips lowered to within an inch of hers, and as his charnel house breath washed over her face. Unable to look away from his blue eyes, she thought these were what Satan's eyes would be like, not dark as sin, not red as the fires of hell, not crawling with maggots, but gloriously and beautifully blue, and utterly devoid of all mercy and compassion. If all the worst of human savagery from time immemorial could be condensed into one individual, if all of the species' hunger for blood and violence and raw power could be embodied in one monstrous figure, it would have looked like Candy Pollard at that moment. When he finally pulled back from her like a coiled serpent grudgingly reconsidering its decision to strike, and when he dragged her off the table and shoved her back into the chair, she was cowed, perhaps for the first time in her life. She knew that if she exhibited any further resistance, he would kill her on the spot and feed on her. Then he said an astonishing thing. "Later, when I'm done with Frank, you'll tell me where Thomas got his power." She was so intimidated by him that she had difficulty finding her voice. "Power? What do you mean?" "He's the only one I've ever encountered outside our family. The bad thing, he called me. And he kept trying to keep tabs on me telepathically because he knew sooner or later you and I would cross paths. How can he have had any gifts when he wasn't born of my virgin mother? Later, you'll explain that to me." As she sat, actually too terrified either to cry or shake in the storm's eye calm, cradling her injured hand in the other, she had to find room in her for a sense of wonder, too. Thomas, psychically gifted? Could it be true that all the time she worried about taking care of him, he was, to some extent, taking care of her? She heard a strange sound approaching from the front of the house. A moment later, at least 20 cats poured into the kitchen through the hall doorway, tails sweeping over one another. Among the pack came the Pollard twins, long-legged and barefoot, one in panties and a red T-shirt, the other in panties and a white T-shirt, as sinuous as their cats. They were as pale as spirits, but there was nothing soft or ineffectual about them. They were lean and vital, filled with that tightly coiled energy that you always knew was in a cat, even when it appeared to be lazing in the sun. They were ethereal in some ways, yet, at the same time, earthy and strong, powerfully sensual. Their presence in the house must have cranked up the unnatural tensions in their brother, who was doubly male in the matter of testes, but lacking the crucial valve that would have allowed release. They approached the table. One of them stared down at Julie, while the other hung on her sister and averted her eyes. The bold one said,
"Are you Candy's girlfriend?"
There was unmistakable mockery of her brother in the question. "You shut up," Candy said.
"If you were not his girlfriend,"
the bold one said in a voice as soft as rustling silk,
"you could come upstairs with us. We have a bed. The cats wouldn't mind. And I think I'd like you."
"Don't you talk like that in your mother's house," Candy said fiercely. His anger was real, but Julie could see that he was also more than a little unnerved by his sister. Both women, even the shy one, virtually radiated wildness, as if they might do anything that occurred to them, regardless of how outrageous, without compunctions or inhibitions. Julie was nearly as scared of them as she was of Candy. From the front of the moldering house, echoing above the roar of the rain on the roof, came a knocking. As one, the cats dashed from the kitchen down the hall to the front door, and less than a minute later they returned as escort to Bobby and Frank.
Entering the kitchen, Bobby was overcome with gratitude, to God, even to Candy, at the sight of Julie alive. She was haggard, gaunt with fear and pain, but she had never looked more beautiful to him. She had never been so subdued, either, or so unsure of herself. And in spite of the banshee chorus of emotions that roared and shrieked in him, he found capacity to contain a separate sadness and anger about that. Though he was still hoping that Frank would come through for him, Bobby had been prepared to use his revolver if worst came to worst, or if an unexpected advantage presented itself. But as soon as he walked into the room, the madman said, "Remove your gun from your holster and empty the cartridges out of it." As Bobby had entered, Candy had moved behind the chair in which Julie sat, and had put one hand on her throat, his fingers hooked like talons. Inhumanly strong as he was, he could no doubt tear her throat out in a second or two, even though he lacked real talons. Bobby withdrew the Smith & Wesson from his shoulder holster, handling it in such a way as to demonstrate that he had no intention of using it. He broke out the cylinder, shook the 5 cartridges onto the floor, and put the revolver down on a nearby counter. Candy Pollard's excitement grew visibly second by second from the moment Bobby and Frank appeared. Now he removed his hand from Julie's throat, stepped away from her, and glared triumphantly at Frank. As far as Bobby could tell, it was a wasted glare. Frank was there in the kitchen with them, but not there. If he was aware of everything that was happening and understood the meaning of it, he was doing a good job of pretending otherwise. Pointing to the floor at his feet, Candy said, "Come here and kneel, you mother killer." The cats fled from the section of the cracked linoleum which the madman had indicated. The twins stood hip-shot but alert. Bobby had seen cats feign indifference in the same way but reveal their actual involvement by the prick of their ears. With Violet and Verbena, their true interest was betrayed by the throbbing of their pulses in their temples, and almost obscenely by the erection of their nipples against the fabric of their T-shirts. "I said come here and kneel," Candy repeated. "Or will you still betray the only people who ever lifted a hand to help you in these last 7 years? Kneel, or I'll kill the Dakotas, both of them. I'll kill them now." Candy projected the awesome presence not of a psychotic but of a genuinely supernatural being, as if his name were Legion and forces beyond human ken worked through him. Frank moved forward 1 step away from Bobby's side, another step. Then he stopped and looked around at the cats, as if something about them puzzled him. Bobby could never know if Frank had intended to evoke the bloody consequences that ensued from his next act, whether his words were calculated, or whether he was speaking out of befuddlement and was as surprised as anyone by the turmoil that followed. Whatever the case,
He frowned at the cats, looked up at the boulder of the twins and said, "Ah, is Mother still here, then? Is she still here in the house with us?" The shy twin stiffened, but the bold one actually appeared to relax, as if Frank's question had spared her the trouble of deciding on the right time and place to make the revelation herself. She turned to Candy and favored him with the most subtly textured smile Bobby had ever seen. It was mocking, but it was a would-be lover's invitation as well. It was tentative with fear, but simultaneously challenging, hot with lust, cool with dread, and above all it was wild, as uncivilized and ferocious as any expression on the face of any creature that roamed any field or forest in the world. Her smile was met by Candy with an expression of stark horror and disbelief that made him appear briefly, for the first time, almost human. "You didn't," he said. The bold twin smile broadened. "After you buried her, we dug her up. She's part of us now, and always will be. Part of us. Part of the pack." The cats swished their tails and stared at Candy. The cry that erupted from him was less than human, and the speed with which he reached the bold twin was uncanny. He drove her against the refrigerator with his body, crushed her against it, grabbed her by the face with his right hand, and slammed her head against the yellowed enamel surface, then again. Lifting her bodily, his hands around her narrow waist, he tried to throw her as a furious child might cast away a doll, but cat-quick she wrapped her limber legs around his waist and locked her ankles behind him, so she was riding him with her breasts before his face. He pounded at her with his fists, but she would not let go. She held on until the blows stopped raining on her. Then she loosened her lock on him, so she slid down, far enough to bring her pale throat near his mouth. He seized the opportunity that she thrust upon him and tore the life out of her with his teeth. The cats squealed hideously, though not as one creature this time, and fled the kitchen by several routes. To the sound of his anguished screams and her eerily erotic cries, Candy extinguished his sister's life in less than a minute. Neither Bobby nor Julie attempted to intervene, for it was clear that to do so would be like stepping into the funnel of a tornado, ensuring their death but leaving the storm undiminished. Frank only stood in that curious detachment that was now his only attitude. Candy immediately turned to the shy twin and destroyed her even more quickly, as she offered no resistance. As the psychotic giant dropped the brutalized corpse, Frank at last obeyed the order he'd been given, closed the distance between them, and surprised his brother by taking his hand. Then, as Bobby had hoped, Frank traveled, and Candy went with him, not under his own power, but as a sidecar rider, the way Bobby had gone. After the tumult, the silence was shocking. Sweating, clearly ill from what she had witnessed, Julie pushed back her chair. The wooden legs stuttered on the linoleum. "No," Bobby said, and quickly came to her, stooped beside her, encouraging her to sit down. He took her uninjured hand. "Wait, not yet. Stay out of the way." The hollow piping, a blustery whirl of wind. "Bobby," she said, panicking, "they're coming back. Let's go. Let's get out of here while we have a chance." He held her in the chair. "Don't look." "I have to look. Be sure. Make certain Frank understood. But you don't need to see." The atonal music trilled again, and the wind stirred up the scent of the dead woman's blood. "What are you talking about?" she demanded. "Close your eyes." She did not close her eyes, of course, because she had never been one to look away or run away from anything. The Pollards reappeared, back from the brief visit they had made in tandem to some place as far away as Mount Fuji or as close as Doc Fogarty's house, more likely to several places. Recklessly rapid and repeated travel was key to the success of the trick, just as Bobby had outlined it to Frank in the car. The brothers were no longer two distinct human beings.
For Frank's had been the guiding consciousness on their journeys, and his ability to shepherd them through error-free reconstitution was declining rapidly, worse with each jaunt. They were fused, more biologically tangled than any Siamese twins. Frank's left arm disappeared into Candy's right side, as if he had reached in there to fish among his brother's internal organs. Candy's right leg melted into Frank's left, leaving them only 3 to stand on. There were more strangenesses, but that was all Bobby could comprehend before they vanished again. Frank needed to keep moving, stay in control, give Candy no chance to exert his own power until the scramble was so complete that proper reconstitution of either of them would be impossible. Realizing what was happening, Julie sat perfectly still, her broken hand curled in her lap, holding fast to Bobby with her good hand. He knew she understood, without being told, that Frank was sacrificing himself for them, and that the least they could do for him was bear witness to his courage, just as they would keep Thomas and Hal and Clint and Felina alive in memory. That was one of the most fundamental and sacred duties good friends and family performed for one another. They tended the flame of memory, so no one's death meant an immediate vanishment from the world. In some sense, the deceased would live on after their passing, at least as long as those who loved them lived. Such memories were an essential weapon against the chaos of life and death, a way to ensure some continuity from generation to generation, an endorsement of order and of meaning. Piping. Wind. The brothers returned from another series of rapid deconstructions and reconstitutions, and now they were essentially one creature of cataclysmic biology. The body was large, well over 7 feet tall, broad and hulking, for it incorporated the mass of both of them. The single head had a nightmare face. Frank's brown eyes were badly misaligned, a slanted mouth gaped between them where a nose should have been, and a second mouth pocked the left cheek. 2 tortured, screaming voices filled the kitchen. Another face was set in the chest, mouthless, but with 2 eye sockets, in one of which lay an unblinking eye as blue as Candy's. The other socket was filled with bristling teeth. The slouching beast vanished, then returned once more, after less than a minute. This time it was an undifferentiated mass of tissue, dark in some places and hideously pink in others, prickled with bone fragments, tufted with sparse clumps of hair, marbled with veins that pulsed to different beats. Along the way, Frank had no doubt visited the alleyway in Calcutta or someplace like it, for he had conveyed with him dozens of roaches, not just one, and rats as well. They were incorporated into the tissue everywhere that Bobby looked, further ensuring that Candy's flesh was too diffused and polluted ever to be properly reconstituted. The monstrous and obviously dysfunctional assemblage fell to the floor, flopped and shuddered, and finally lay still. Some of the rodents and insects continued to quiver and writhe, trying to get free, inextricably bonded to the dead mass. They also would soon perish. The house was simple, on a section of the coast that was not yet fashionable. The back porch faced the sea, and wooden steps led down to a scrubby yard that ended at the beach. There were 12 palm trees. The living room was furnished with a couple of chairs, a love seat, a coffee table, and a Wurlitzer 950, stocked with records from the big band era. The floor was bleached oak, tightly made, and sometimes they pushed the furniture to the walls, rolled up the area rug, punched up some numbers on the juke, and danced together, just the 2 of them. That was mostly in the evenings. In the mornings, if they didn't make love, they pored through recipe books in the kitchen and whipped up baked goods together, or just sat with coffee by the window, watched the sea, and talked. They had books, 2 decks of cards, an interest in the birds and animals that lived along the shore, Memories both good and bad, and each other. Always each other. Sometimes they talked about Thomas, and wondered at the gift he'd possessed and had kept secret all his life. She said it made you humble to think of it, made you realize everyone and everything was more complex and mysterious than you could know. To get the police off their backs, they had admitted working on a case for one Frank Pollard from El Encanto Heights, who believed his brother James was trying to kill him over a misunderstanding. They said they felt James may have been a complete psychotic who had killed their employees and Thomas merely because they had dared to try to settle the matter between the brothers. Subsequently, when the Pollard house up north was found torched with gasoline, with a confusing array of skeletal remains in the aftermath, police pressure was slowly lifted from Dakota and Dakota. It was believed that Mr. James Pollard had killed his twin sisters and his brother as well, and was currently on the run, armed and dangerous. The agency had been sold. They didn't miss it. She no longer felt she could save the world, and he no longer needed to help her save herself. Money, a few more red diamonds, and negotiation had convinced Dyson Manfred and Roger Gavinall to invent another source for the biologically engineered bug when eventually they published their work on it. Without the cooperation of Dakota and Dakota, they would never know the actual source anyway. In the finished attic of the beach house, they kept the boxes and bags of cash they had brought back from Pacific Hill Road. Candy and his mother had tried to compensate for the chaos of their lives by storing up millions in a second-floor bedroom, just as Bobby and Julie had suspected before they had ever gotten to El Encanto Heights. Only a small portion of the Pollard's treasure was now in the beach house attic, but it was more than 2 people could spend. The rest had been burned, along with everything else, when they torched the house on Pacific Hill Road. In time, he came to accept the fact that he could be a good man and still sometimes have dark thoughts or selfish motives. She said this was maturity, and that it wasn't such a bad thing to live outside of Disneyland by the time you reached middle age. She said she'd like a dog. He said fine, if they could agree on a breed. She said, you clean up its poop. He said, you clean up its poop, I'll take care of the petting and frisbee throwing. She said she had been wrong that night in Santa Barbara when, in her despair, she had claimed no dreams ever came true. They came true all the time. The problem was, you sometimes had your sights set on a particular dream and missed all the others that turned out your way, like finding him, she said, and being loved. One day she told him she was going to have a baby. He held her close for a long time before he could find words to express his happiness. They dressed to go out for champagne and dinner at the Ritz, then decided they would rather celebrate at home on the porch, overlooking the sea, listening to Tommy Dorsey recordings. They built sand castles, huge ones. They sat on the back porch and watched the incoming tide wreck their constructions. Sometimes they talked about the word burst he had received in the car on the freeway from Thomas at the moment of his death. They wondered about the words, "There is a light that loves you," and dared to consider dreaming the biggest dream of all, that people never really die. They got a black Labrador. They named it Sookie, just because it sounded silly. Some nights she was afraid. Occasionally, so was he. They had each other and time.